Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. Good morning. Hope everybody had a good Easter weekend. The threes. What is wrong with them? Darcy, that's what we will find out today. How's everybody doing though? And John Doe, I cannot agree more. John Doe says, I find the E's role in this particularly sinister. They constantly reassured the audience that they were presenting factual information. This was a total abuse of position of trust. That's exactly what they did. They took a lot of quite frankly, it was a lot of defamation is what it was. Um, they lied through their teeth. There was so much misinformation the entire time that I don't even watch them. What I'll do is I'll see when somebody else is replaying them, and I listen to as much as I can because, quite frankly, I can't stand them. You know why? Because I did a deep dive, 3 E's, because you support a fake private intelligence group that put out a hit for personal information on many of us. And I thought, you know what? Maybe we deserve to know a little personal information pertaining to you. And while I won't be exposing it all today, I will in the near future, i.e., tomorrow. And people are going to be the pieces are going to come together for all of you. You're going to figure out exactly who and what these people are. Eliza, thank you so much. Starting the morning off. Good morning. Thank you. They're not gullible lemons, feisty Nana. No. They're publicity seeking vultures, just like the rest of them. Just like the rest of them. So we'll see it. Hello, Winnie. Good morning. 10 months. Thank you, Diana. We are going to, everybody's going to see it. All the answers are going to be there. And it's going to be exciting. Oh, Quinny, you know I will be telling. Thank you so much, Ellie. Thank you. Yay, Miss Jess. Good morning, Butter. Bluebird is very interesting. Very interesting. See, that's why sometimes I feel like you should just mind your own business, right? But they made literally my real life their business, and they did so for months. They would say things like, "Oh, we've consulted with attorneys." They said things like, "I'm looking at 20 years of jail." They said a lot of things that were very not true. And matter of fact, again, they're defamation. It's defamatory. Thank you guys for hitting a thumbs up on your way in. Can anybody tell me, is my thumbnail showing on YouTube? For some reason, it's not showing for me. Yeah, I'll tell you all what the next step is, since these people are still so grossly ill-informed. But they're not. They have to be like purposely being ignorant, right? Willful ignorance. I don't know. I don't know which. It is showing. Thank you guys. Okay. Weird. It wasn't for me. So I particularly loved Reality's comment on that thumbnail. See, that's not it. That's not the thumbnail. Granny peeking out the window. That's not what my thumbnail is. That's what it shows for me as well. What does it show for all of you? Does it show their comments for anybody else? Now I won't be able to fix it. Hold on. Yeah, I won't be able to fix it. Yeah, that's not my thumbnail. Okay. That's really weird. I don't know why that happened. All right, then let me enter my studio on a different device really quick, and I'll show you what the thumbnail was meant to be. Yeah, it's not supposed to be a granny peeking, but okay. I'll show you guys in just a second what it's meant to be. I don't know why it did that. I hate when it does that. Okay. So I thought this was my thumbnail, and clearly it wasn't. I don't know why. But if you take a little gander, take a little look. I particularly like this comment right here that says, Reality wins. GW is going to regret all this when she has her butt handed to her in court. When she has her butt handed to her in court. Then we got Red Kim up here. It won't be dismissed. See, these people spoke with such confidence. And I think that's what was, while it was comical, I'm not going to lie, it was a bit infuriating, right? Because I knew all along, like we knew what was happening. I said it, I repeated it. These people act like I didn't know anything. And everything I said has been true. You know why? Because I was speaking with a real attorney. The real attorney. We got another one for reality. I will say this, they are being watched by many. They better stop all this, or in court it will be exposed. You know what was exposed in court? Just how ridiculous their filing was. And the fact that not one of you over there, Harley Rider, could figure that out. You all pretend to be educated. You pretend to be part of a true crime community. You pretend, to know the answer to everything, but you didn't know anything. Thank you, looking beyond. Not missing, Lord have mercy. That's all right, Meredith. They're out of touch with reality, right? They really are. And they still are. Because they're still given horrible legal advice, and these morons are so stupid, they're buying it. Like thinking that you can claim bankruptcy when you have a judgment against you. No, you cannot. They're all trying to say the judge got it wrong. It was too complex for the judge. Yeah, okay. Right. That very educated judge, right. We'll see. I hope everything's okay, Daddy's baby girl. Good morning, Ash. It is, because she keeps going and she keeps talking. Like, imagine saying you want a restraining order on somebody, and then you spend the entire holiday weekend speaking about them. First off, for such religious people, it was very interesting to see how they spent their Good Friday and also how they spent their Easter Monday. Such Christians. Anyway, so I was listening to nonsense, and I pulled up a few things that she had pulled up because particular spots stood out to me. They're idiots. They're idiots. I would love for any one of you three idiots, you three E's, I would love for any one of you to come click this link and have an actual conversation with me. Because I know, Mrs. E, that as a previous principal to a school, there's no way you're this uneducated. I don't know what your weird little dynamic is. I don't know what your weird little like what your situation is with at night. I don't know if you're related to Nick, like people are speculating, and that's why you're intentionally and purposely given such gross misinformation. But what I do know is when this case is done and said, and everybody, the whole strong army moves on to replace Sebastian's name with the next missing child's name, this will follow your channel for years to come. You will always be known as the people who so grossly and willingly lied to your audience with conviction. Right, will be 107 pages, 505 paragraphs, 446 exhibits, not one page, paragraph, or exhibit would allow this court to conclude. Read these words, folks. Not one singular exhibit was of value. Not one singular exhibit matched any of the claims. Not one. Not one. So anyway, let me get this off the screen. I found that to be so funny. Just like I found this to be hysterical. HIPAA? I'm protected by HIPAA? No, you're not. Hey, Pepperite. No, you're not. And as I predicted, two once powerful PA figures, alleged RICO on creators, anemic and verbose. Oh yeah, let me show you guys this. Hold on. Thank you for saying that. Now, I know not everybody fully understands or even gets. First off, I hope everybody had a great Easter Sunday. We know some people didn't actually make it to church who really thought they would, though, right? Granny was more important. Speaking about Granny was more important. I like the part where it was like, oh, hey, Janny. It's so cool to see you here. I like the part particularly where it was stated that, oh, hey, Sin, I love that. Thank you. And I know you have different opinions, so I appreciate that you're being respectful about it. Now I don't even know what the hell I was about to say, but that's okay. Let me remove this. Oh, I love the fact that it was stated, like, y'all, I'm not going to talk about her no more. And not even 3 fucking minutes later. And I only know this, honest to God, because somebody very important is now watching everything in case of what next step we have to take. And I was told not but 3 minutes later, they turned around and had a panel guest come up just to obsess over me again, like that quickly. And it's like, dude, I said to people, I would offer Brittany an RO. I would. I'd offer you a mutual gag order on each other. You can't speak on me and I can't speak on you. And who do you think would break it first? The delusion that she thinks, first off, the judge said with prejudice, but the delusion that you think that you have enough, if anything, to actually get a protective order against me is exactly what's wrong with you. And I love that you say that, knowing that there are some of us that were granted ROs, and you said they were a waste of the course time. I've never threatened your life. I've never done any of the things you said I did. That's why you had no evidence. I mean, come on. But the fact is, she's literally obsessed with me, and I think everybody, not emotionally attached to her or doesn't already have a hate boner for me can see that. But all right. I have so much I want to say, so I'm like all over the place, but let's just kind of jump into it. So I'm listening to nonsense, and she's covering the 3 E's and all their spectacular, weird, you know, we know what we're talking about, but we really don't. She's going to make a statement to who, when, where. Your statements are done. Your statement was that cute little thing you attempted where you said, I'm coming to you not as a person in litigation, but as a mother. You're done. There is no more second chances. You're done. I love the idea. She has panel guests telling her that she can just send the judge clips to videos and timestamps. What is wrong with you? Snacks, thank you so much. You got any Takis? What is wrong? You think you can just email the judge? You had 7 months to submit evidence, 7 freaking months to submit evidence, and you didn't. Last night, she kept mentioning you when you had nothing to do with what she was talking about. I know, Meg. I've dealt with it for 4 years. I've told you. I mean, you think about it, and this is the best way I can put it. If any of you, think about it, if any of you felt that you were being tormented by somebody to the extent that you were willing to go to a judge and seek protection to make that person stop, would any of you speak on that person again after going to the judge? Would any of you have the sheer hypocrisy, audacity, and stupidity to ever speak on a person again? Put a 1 if you would not. Because the minute I reached out to the courts for help, I would not speak on that person again. Put a 1 if you wanted either. But she's so stupid, she's single-handedly sealing the deal. Yeah, it was so weird. She was reviewing Clue and Cleats. We kept talking about Granny. She's obsessed with me. She is. I mean, people see it. I'm just thankful that so many of you see it now. The gaslighting I've dealt with for years. I'm going to find this clip because I know I have it. We were on a thing called a round table years ago, like 3 years ago. And it was meant to be where we all come out and we grieve, get out our grievances. I was up there with Brittany. And I said to Brittany, you mention me every single day, and I don't mention you at all. At least for this last month, every single day you mention me. Can you at least be honest about that? And she did. She admitted it. She did. She actually admitted it. That for an entire month, every day she would bring me up when I wasn't speaking on her. This has been years. She even accused another YouTuber to be you. Just fuck out of here, man. I can't stand her. You're just so unbelievably gross. Your name comes up every single live. She's been jealous since you started your channel while she was MJ's host. Yeah, and we got messages to prove that. You were there. Yes, you were there, Goody. Many people were there, and they remember it. And I have the clip somewhere. I just got to go through all the old stuff. Hey, Billy, to pull it out. So am I, uninvited. So am I. She makes my skin curl. If anybody does anything to upset her, it's either you under an alt or one of your mods. Isn't it unbelievable, allegedly? Like, even the fact that she thinks that all these people have an issue with her because of me. And you know what? Cletus said it best. Clue said it best. You think Cletus and Clue have an issue with you because of me, not because you dug into her child's trauma? You think they have an issue with you because of me, not because you pulled up a footage of them walking, searching for Sebastian, something you've never done, and tore them for filth and overanalyzed everything? Yes, she was, BTU. I mean, you think all these people, you don't think it has anything to do with you making fun of the way these people look, talk, walk. You don't think it has anything to do with you poking at them constantly. You don't think it has anything to do with the way you treated the Proudfoots, the way you treated other victims' families. It's all because of Grady. You think I'm that powerful, you asshole? First off, I was that powerful. And believe me, some of them know. I got upset with them privately. Hey, Cheech, because I asked for 1 week, just 1 week only, for nobody to cover your dumb ass, just to prove a point. They didn't listen to me. Obviously, I'm not that powerful because they didn't stop. I asked just for a week. Don't do that. Don't ask who other people are, please. We're not playing that game over here. But I know you're not playing. I'm just saying in general. Because of the lawsuit, and then she got me annoyed, promoted real lifers and people that were trying to dox me. Like F that lady. Right. So that's your personal issue. Livelock says, my issue with BJ had nothing to do with Granny or any other person on YouTube. It has to do with her herself. Thank you. Thank you. I agree, CJK. I have an issue with her because she's a hypocritical fake Christian bitch. Thank you. Not because of Granny. I'm sure we can all sit here and list our reasons, and she'll still say it's because of me. But have I seen this? Is what I don't understand. She says I send people to harass her and all of that, but then I ask you all respectfully to please not even watch her, because I know that she loves this drama, and she admitted it. Apparently, according to my resource, she admitted the other day that she makes more money off drama, which means she makes more money off of me, off of going at me and making herself a victim of me, because let's face it, I am her drama. I can take you to a video where I said that a year ago. When there is no trending case topic, she falls back to me every single time. So when I say, please don't even watch her, please just unsubscribe, now I'm taking money from her. It's like you can't win with people like her because she will never accept any self-accountability, ever. She will I mean, you don't get by for 35, 36 years of your life. I'm curious who she blamed prior to me. Who'd you blame when you were 19, 20, 21? Who'd you blame then? Because there's no way you ever made it through life accepting that you and solely you are the reason for where you are. Of course you heard her say it, Music City Mom. She's a freaking scumbag. Thank you, Quinny. After today, I stopped talking about her. Also, the money will dry up. Well, listen, I haven't talked about her, quite frankly, for a long time. I've gone weeks and months, and I've allowed Brittany to sit over there and say horrific things about me, obsess over me nightly, and I've kept my composure. That's why I kept making posts and saying, wow, imagine telling a judge you're terrified, yet you're still speaking on the person. All of that is documented for a reason. Anyway, moving on from that heifer.
You failed to have those things.
Yeah. So if they are able to refile, I mean, this will be helpful to them.
No, you idiot. They're not able to refile. See, this is where they get on my nerves. Hey, Mel S., thank you for asking. I actually don't even know what part I should have started at. I just heard of so many stupid things come from them.
Going back to that day and watching it. We know for a fact that she was not stalking anybody.
There are some cleverly edited videos out there.
Oh, that's about Betty. Of course you know for a fact, because you're part of it. Shut up.
which are clearly paper exhibits. For example, all of these sworn declarations of plaintiffs. Similarly,
quiet.
nothing prevented plaintiffs from filing the reference exhibits via Precipe. They did not.
Precipe. If you're going to sit there and act like you have attorneys at your will and call, you should at least know what Precipe is. Melas, welcome. Right, Salty Ginge.
The docket contains no such
Suddenly you can't read?
Precipe, and it was only at oral
Precipe.
argument on February 18th, 4 months after they had filed the complaint, that they proposed that the court should accept the omitted exhibits and audio transcripts of the YouTube videos, podcasts, and or broadcast.
I wish you guys could see. You had Lasniak sitting there sweating up a storm, his hands shaking as he waves an envelope that allegedly had over 1,100 hours of podcast on it, begging the judge to take his envelope. She threw Granny's name around, blamed her for everything, like we saw last night. Granny's been telling us not to hate, watch, not take part in any way, which only encourages BJ. Even then, she threw Granny's name and blamed. Right, but she wants an RO against me.
Likewise, plaintiffs could have, but elected not to, submit transcripts for the hundreds of hours of these YouTube podcasts,
Cat
from
got
which the
their tongue.
plaintiffs argued in an oral argument their claims against defendants arise. Notably, and pertinent to the court's analysis of plaintiffs' purported civil claims against defendants, the filed complaint makes only general references
Why
She's
the
very
mumbling?
unhealthily
to the
obsessed.
YouTube podcast with no specific identification of the date or time of the purported statements that are the basis for the purported claims against the defendants. Moreover, the very few specific
No, slow it down. So what that means is if you're going to claim that I made defamatory statements, you have to state with clarity what the statement was, who heard the statement, on which date the statement was stated. Okay? But any attorney would know that.
quotations that plaintiffs attribute to each defendant are set forth without specificity as to the date or time that these statements were made by either defendant.
Like the fact that I called Brittany a fat, wasteful piece of shit, which the judge determined was not defamatory, that took place a year ago. Okay? Therefore, your time limit for defamation just dried up. But just wait till you guys hear what the next move
Hi,
are.
Rita. Welcome in.
Hi, Rita. Good to see you.
You would drink
So yeah,
Starbucks.
there's organizational issues there. In examining the
No, it's not
complaint
that there's organizational issues there. It's that there was no fucking issues at all.
itself, the court notes that I gotta do the glasses real quick.
Oh, I'll clean here. I'll do it.
You think these are organizational issues, sir?
Right.
These are just organizational issues. There's just
That's
some
all. These guys had all the time in the world to tweet and twit and do all those things and make memes, but it's just organizational issues.
organizational issues. Nope.
Ugh,
That's not organizational issues, sir.
I've
got
got
a
my.
cloth.
I've got my.
mental
cloth.
issues.
I did see some nice. I starred something because I didn't want to interrupt you.
Why aren't they all giddy as they usually are? Is it just me? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe these people are suddenly like kind of like, ooh, like they're not. Where's all your excitement? All your confidence? Where'd it go? Oh, I know, T. Adams. Even if an RO on God's green earth was ever granted, she would never be able to stop talking about me. Sorry about that. All right. Yeah, all of a sudden they're not as gloaty, right? They're not gloating. They're more like, ooh, come and knock on my door. We've been waiting for you. You know what I find really interesting? Anybody notice the date that the E's started their channel? The E's didn't start their channel until April 23rd of 2024. Around the same time that Sebastian's case was kind of trendy. Who are you, Ease? Well, stay tuned because I'll tell you exactly who they are. Brilliant move by BJ talking about filing more false court doc on someone that go into court for the judgment. How much you have to pay them. Also, when's the next court date, Granny? So we don't have the next court date yet, but I'll get into that in just a minute. Hey, Roddy.
What did I do with that?
There was one about a book that you guys should read called Autism Out Loud.
Oh, okay.
I wrote it down.
Girl Mom says, me and my husband were talking about the greatest lawyers of all time. Who do you all think the best lawyers of all time is?
Well, definitely not Lasniak and definitely not Castor. Let's move on.
Prevail on a claim of tortious interference with prospective business, Bullhorn Betty must establish that she had prospective contractual relations.
Good morning.
The defendants acted with purpose or intent to harm
I do
Bullhorn
not
Betty
tweet.
to prevent those relationships from occurring. That the defendant had no jurisdiction to act in the manner they did, and that Bullhorn Betty suffered actual damages.
Just watch Miss E's face in the corner. She is pissed, man. She
Of course they're pissed because they were only brought in to do this and they failed. They failed. I know. Don't you think that's interfering with search efforts? I mean, I think that, I don't know. Maybe I'll make a little call to Sumner County and ask them, hey, are you giving insight? Maybe the Proudfoots should know that they're claiming that. Who knows? But yeah, listen to that. Betty had no business. You can't say I interfered in a business when you have no business. Well, I did. I was calling Betty out years ago. I don't know if it was 2021, but I was definitely calling her out for years. I think we'll find out Nick had been involved. Betty tried striking me twice. And neither went through.
She's pissed.
In Pennsylvania, complaints must be pled with specificity and not simply provide a cursory ground for the tort that defendant is alleged to have violated. The complaint
Right,
must provide the
Lisa.
facts that are essential to the claims raised. Bullhorn Betty's allegation pertaining to the purported claim of tortious interference with prospective business is as follows. Defendant's repeated defamatory remarks and encouragement of harassment against Ms. Bullhorn Betty constitutes such improper conduct, preventing her from securing work and maintaining professional relationships. This complaint, like in one of the Foster case, fails to distinguish between the prospective or existing contractual relationships and fails to set forth any facts that would establish that Bullhorn Betty was entering into any contracts with any business, let alone an interference with such
The only contract Betty entered into was a $20K bond with the courts.
contracts.
See, and
Bullhorn-
that part just really is silly because
AKA
Is it silly, Aunt A? You know what's silly? Your whole little setup here.
nobody's asking to work with Betty. In layman with anybody that this is in.
that.
That's what I'm saying.
And it can't impact her business is with YouTube. And
Yeah.
so it does impact that.
That's what I'm saying.
And it can't impact it
That's what I'm saying, Timothy, because you know better than the judge. Shut up.
negatively. It has nothing to do with doing business with other people.
No, it does, asshole. That's literally what she wrote. Did you not read it? Did you not read the 350 paragraphs? Did you not read it?
Shelby Lynn, all off. It switched back on. It's too good to pass for them.
I think that is outdated terminology or explanation.
Here we
Oh, do you think it's outdated? You know what I think is outdated? This weird little trio you got going on. You know what else I think is outdated? You idiot. Just wait until it's your channel. Because what you're doing has interfered with my business relations then, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you think the E's have participated in defamation against me. I'm curious of how many of you actually know what defamation is and can see that what these people have done as the little hype man has defamed me. Hey, B, my favorite B on these streets. Let's see if you take that too when the tables are turned and I'm in there arguing how you interfered in my business relations, E's. I think they were so giddy to be involved in this that they didn't realize just how involved they were getting themselves. Lots of E's popping up, lots of educated people in here saying things like, I'm looking at 20 years in prison. Oh, yeah. We don't mind different opinions. Bullshit. They block anybody who doesn't run into their arms.
we go.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
she only has the
Now we've got outdated terminology or explanation. Now the laws need to be amended to fit this filing and catch up. Okay.
Right,
all
don't
right.
you know?
Holy jeez.
laws to work with. You know what I mean?
Right. of
She only
course, of
has
course.
the laws that that the state has to work with to provide a ruling too.
Right.
You mean she couldn't just make up her own laws like the plaintiffs did? How many times did I point out that some of the things they're alleging don't even exist? Does the case law you're claiming exist? Is it in the room with us right now? They didn't exist. You don't get just make up laws. Hey, going solo. Welcome, 557 and fat. Thank you for becoming a member. I think they know exactly what they're doing, just Debbie. And when I tell you guys exactly who they are, you all get it. Would any of you be surprised to know that one of them had an acting career? We got another actor.
The one you're on
Um,
the bottom.
Justice Jane, that's a good point. And hi, welcome in. It's so good to see you.
None of them have lost money. If anything, they have gained from their
Yes.
subscribers that don't know any better, contributing to this mess. All of it can be ignored, but they don't, in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, Pearl. Right.
Look
Yep.
at these idiots. Yeah. Look at their nose twiggling shit. Yeah. Shut up.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
Look at-
Betty and them have made money off this, off the fame, the same way you have. Ease. How much money have you guys made off the fame in me?
a
I
fair
just
opinion.
love it though. That's her opinion.
This interference with
legal opinion.
interference with such contract. That's very specific.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if
It's
that
what
law
it's
is
supposed to be. It's supposed to be very specific, unlike their entire filing.
that narrow,
No,
or
these
if that's
people
just
are
her
idiots.
interpretation. Because her business is not getting contracts.
Right. That's what
Her
I'm saying. This
business
is
It's
her-
outdated.
Her business
well,
is a
it doesn't.
performance
It's
business,
almost like
really.
they need
It's almost like they're the ones that filed that were interfering with her business contracts. It's almost like they're the ones that use that term. Is it not? Because they are. They're the ones who use the term that we're interfering with her business contracts. So the fact that you're trying to pull apart the word contract, it within itself is idiotic. Why don't one of you weirdos come click this link? You want to have an actual educated conversation? I won't name call. I won't raise my voice to you, but I want to know how you fly by with such conviction when you are so grossly ill-informed. Hired help. Who are these people? Guys, we'll find out soon.
an online laws.
Although I suppose somebody
Oh my
trying to get you
God.
deplatformed
Hey,
would be
Keith.
trying to
You
break your
can't.
Yeah, that's a
contract
good
you
point.
have with YouTube. Like if you could show that, like if somebody were trying to deplatform you.
Like,
Like
Like so they was trying to report you, like we have a right to do. You have a right to follow TOS and report anybody who's breaking it. You don't get to be held accountable for trying to have somebody's channel removed when they're breaking TOS. Are you guys okay? Are you guys okay over there? Thank you so much, Karian. Thank you.
reporting you, falsely reporting, things
Yeah.
like that, trying to get you deplatformed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if they could show evidence of something like that, that might
But you have
They
to
can't show evidence of anything, E. It's over. You buffoon, it's over.
show specifics. Yes.
yeah, like you'd have to show the report or the attempt or whatever was made to get
Would that
you.
mean
And
like-
who are you to say I even reported her channel, you freak? You think I ever clicked her channel to report her? There you go, defaming again, claiming I'm reporting her channel. Who do you think you are?
like with strikes and stuff
Maybe.
too?
In other
We could be held accountable in the law for making strikes against people's channels. Again, Betty struck my channel twice. It didn't stick. Should I sue her, Ease, based off your legal advice here? People are stupid. Pointer lover, welcome.
where it's if she had
you
a
for becoming a
contract
member.
with the company that because
She
they would
doesn't
have
have a
because of
contract
any of
with
the
YouTube.
three screenshot of say why does it look like you
They are able to refile. I mean, this will be helpful.
So if they are able to refile, listen to this. You guys are stupid. They're thinking that they can take what the judge wrote here, use it to their advantage to actually follow the law. And let me tell you something, 3Es. If these people were as educated and if Lasniak was as good of an attorney as he presented himself to be, they wouldn't need the judge's advice on how to successfully win a case. So that this idiotic idea that you think they can now take the judge's opinion as to why she dismissed it to better themselves to refile it within itself is so fucking stupid. And again, you say this stuff with confidence. It's actually scary.
of the parents and the grandparents of the missing child. It was Betty. The stream is called "Look What Bullhorn Betty Did" or something like that.
Or for this to be a
Back last summer of July 2024, I think July 2024.
and you failed to have those things.
Yeah. So if they are able to refile, I mean, this will be helpful to them to
Now-
clean up the stuff that at least
They
These
cannot
are so
refile these.
stupid. They're so stupid.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about judges too, is a different judge could have received the same thing and ruled completely
Sure.
differently.
No judge was going to rule the way you thought they were going to rule. And let me tell you something else. With appellate court, there's 3 judges for that reason. For idiots like you that want to blame the judge. You don't want to look at what the judge is saying from her educated professional sit-in as a judge. Instead, you want to tear it apart as if she wasn't educated enough for this filing. That is what's wrong with you people. You can't accept, your little egos can't accept that you lost. It wouldn't matter if you put any judge on that. Any judge would have came up with the same exact answer because their ruling was exactly what she stated it to be. Insanity, to the point where the courts almost couldn't even rule on it because it was so ridiculously pled. Just like I said before, my attorney said, this is one of the hardest cases to get through, not because they did such a great job, but because it was so poorly done. It was so poorly done that you had to make yourself an idiot to even comprehend what they were trying to say.
Sure.
Of course.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Mhm. What are you sipping
I
on?
was
Yeah,
too, Jill. Jill, initially, and that was something, the one cognac, or you can add to it, do you believe he should be sanctioned because
Pushed to the forefront as far as cyber courts.
with people that understand it, doing it.
laws need to be changed? Laws need to
Now the laws need to be changed because the judge didn't rule the way they wanted her to rule. You people don't give up. Give up.
be passed.
Do they, and while we're at it, do these 3 idiots realize that everything they're accusing me of doing through this fake little lawsuit is exactly what they're doing to me? Are you guys too stupid to comprehend that?
Legislation using him. You don't have to but I think all things are true. I think
All
the
right.
people that
So there was few parts up here,
Because they have to,
right
have
here.
nothing to
Okay.
Damages that where were
so it protects.
This is where they really
the
come through as the geniuses they
Huh?
are. This is where we're going to get a good laugh.
and is therefore wholly deficient. As plaintiff Bullhorn Betty has failed to establish any facts in the complaint as to one or more essential elements of this claim,
Wholly
the defendants are
deficient.
immune from liability under Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, and this claim must be dismissed.
proud for mommy to agree. I'm horrified. You kind of everybody
Invades the state a claim for invasion of privacy, public disclosure of private facts, and false light. Is a public figure who inserted herself into this public controversy of the missing child from Tennessee.
You hear that, Brittany and Betty? You are public figures who inserted yourself into public controversy. Public figures who inserted themselves into public controversy.
She herself is a podcaster who goes by the handle.
No.
Yeah, how that came to be the off. Megan,
Okay, I want to get to the part about the countersuit. They're so ill-informed.
The publicity placing a person in false light. Plaintiff Chasing Crime alleges specifically that certain actions violated of sections B through D of the restatement, intrusion upon seclusion, appropriation of name or life.
let's skip
You know, they can't even comprehend what they're
interpreting
reading
things
right.
again. Let's go back to this.
All right, right
For
here.
the claims attempted to be pled in the complaint.
Listen to
The
this.
court must grant the defendant's request for such an award.
Hey,
While
Barry.
Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute does not preclude
Sometimes that happens, Jill. Sometimes people have problems and it says they can't join. I don't know what that is or why it does that.
Now listen
If
to
anybody
this.
knows why it does, they cannot.
So it's
and
only expensive.
This court declines to award such damages at this time.
Anybody notice where the judge says at this time? Can I bother you all to ask you to put a 1 in the chat again if you notice the judge said at this time? And then I'll go ahead and break down what that means. At this time. So what that means is the judge is right now writing what you would call an opinion. Okay. This is her ruling. She writes it out the way she writes it out. She relates it to other case law. She does it as well and thoroughly as you could ask a judge to. This judge did a brilliant job of putting exactly how she felt, exactly what she saw. She even made it very clear that she looked at this. All the behemoth of a filing she is, she read it from all different angles, from the angles of defamatory to the angles of a RICO, and each way she read it, she came up with the same thing, likely a headache and begging God for a break. But she came with the conclusion that this was as ridiculous could get. She came up with it being a slap. Okay. So the judge is writing all this out. And as you do that, you're putting down, case law. And it's not just like me or you going on a Google Word or whatever, and just typing up an essay. It's more thoroughly thought than that. So the judge at that time is not going to put in punitive damages and put a price mark on them because, for one, she doesn't know yet what the punitive damages are. She hasn't heard from us, right? She doesn't know what this has done to me. For two, she just wants to get this right and out there. She's on a deadline. On top of this, she had 250 other cases, okay? Over 250 is what she stated at the hearing. So no, the judge at that time is not going to write down punitive damages and why and this and that. She's likely going to wait until we're inside the courtroom where it'll be orally stated and argued. Okay, that's what it likely is. There's two things that are going on here. The judge is either going to do it at oral argument, so it'll be orally on the record so she can spare her fingers any further, or the judge is going to leave it up to us to see if we want to countersuit. So let me make this very clear. I'm going to read this to you. This is where we're at with it. My attorney's already filing his petition to the court. He's also going to file a motion for punitive damages, but that will not be public. Give me 1 second, because I'm going to read this to you verbatim. If, and only if, which is very unlikely, but if she doesn't allow punitive, then we file malicious prosecution case, which I will win on either pleadings, on pleadings or summary judgment. So if there's a chance that this judge decides that I don't deserve punitive damages for the legal harassment, the intimidation, the blackmail, and the harm to my reputation from these idiots deciding that they could say things like, I'm interfering in search efforts, I have blood on my hands if they don't find Sebastian, and that I'm part of a RICO, which all within itself is defamation per se, especially the RICO part. If there was a chance that the judge does not grant punitive damages, then we do go forth with a malicious prosecution case, which is a countersuit. Yes, absolutely. Okay. And for Brittany over there, who wants to say things like, don't worry, Granny don't have enough money for a countersuit. That's where I don't even need to tell you anything further. You'll see. And keep going with the rumor that I only spent $5,000 on my attorney, because you will see again in Pennsylvania when you're sitting in a courtroom with me how much I spent on this frivolous litigation. I don't need to argue with you over semantics right now. I don't need to tell you dumb shit or, no, I paid way more than $5,000. I don't give a shit what you think. I'm just letting you know the next step, if I don't get punitive damages, or if we're unhappy with whatever punitive damages are granted, we are going forth with a countersuit for malicious prosecution. Okay? That's coming direct. I'm quoting my attorney. This is another one for you, Kim. You said there's a chart for fees they must follow. Well, you're a dumbass, because that guideline is for estate cases only. Again, coming from an actual practicing attorney in Pennsylvania, there's no guideline they must follow. That's only on estate cases. Let's go forward. And way back, you restated defamation or malicious prosecution cases was the type of case done on contingency, not this. And these fools said, oh, contingent, and ran around with that distortion. Again, malicious prosecution cases are the ones that are normally taken on a contingency basis, especially when it's so absolutely winnable like this one would be. Let's go down. If we don't get punitive damages as a malicious prosecution case, I already got over 50 pages of discovery and aid of execution. They can, blah, blah, blah. Also, you will not see me writing an impact statement. Because like my attorney said, I will never have you write an impact statement to sit on a docket for people to tear apart. You will speak before the judge and only before the judge. That's where you'll hear my impact statement. And in the words of my attorney, this ain't my first trip around the merry-go-round. She'll find out. She's in for a shock. Absolutely in for a shock. And as I stated to all of you, as soon as I am able to, you'll all see how much I paid for my attorney. You'll all see it. I'm not hiding anything. So there you have it.
So it's
and-
only expenses and lawyers' fees and expenses to be at the litigation, basically.
You're an idiot, Annie. You know why? Because the reason you get awarded punitive damage is a deterrent, right? You want to deter people from filing these type of frivolous lawsuits. If all I've received back was my attorney fees and that's it, it doesn't teach a lesson. Remember, this is President Sutton. This is the first successful anti-slap in Pennsylvania since ever. This is case law now, baby. The judge is going to make an example out of it, just like she did in her fantastic filing. Unfortunately, I wish I could have, but I didn't. Beats him. I really wish I could have. In estate cases, there's a percentage lawyer can take, goes by the size of estate, and goes from 6% to 1%. So as the value of the estate grows, the percentage drops. That has nothing to do with a slap suit, Miss. I want to be a lawyer, but I want to be a lawyer. How did you find? So when the weekend this all happened, I was calling around all types of attorneys. I must have spoken to 30 of them. One guy I spoke with said, I don't handle these kind of cases, not at this point in it, but I have a friend of mine that I think would be very eager, and he'll give you a call. And a little bit later that night, I got a phone call, and it was him. I didn't immediately hire him. I didn't hire him till well after, but he gave me legal advice from the very beginning. That's the other thing. I don't care, and it wouldn't matter to me if I paid this attorney $5K, if I paid him $10K, if I paid him $35K. It wouldn't matter to me. He rocked and did his shit. An attorney's value doesn't go off how much he takes from a client. And people that think the more you pay for an attorney, the better the attorney must be is ridiculous. I'm very grateful and thankful that I found an attorney that gives more shits about people's rights to freedom of speech and not bankrupting somebody than somebody who would take that type of money from me. I've been very blessed to have this attorney. He could have told me, like other attorneys have told me, that it'll be $25K up front, it'll be $35K up front. He didn't. He said to me, you're in such a shitty position. I feel bad for you and I'm going to work with you. And he did. That doesn't make him any less than. The price attorney charges doesn't make somebody better or worse. I think the fact that this attorney has done as solid of work as he has done and could have charged me over $100,000 and didn't says far more about his character than the fucking amount of money I had to pay for him. It's not really a flex to think that you paid an attorney all types of money. I think it says a lot more about mine. Then again, he wasn't free, right? Whew. Let me not go on a whole right, body. Right. There were other attorneys who quoted me at $25K, so I don't have $25K. This is an attorney, and again, I didn't pay him only $5,000, but even if I did, so what? He did his fucking job. And and not only was his heart in it, but he put more into this than any of you could even fathom. Oh, that one ripped me. That really pissed me off. You know, sometimes it's not the attorneys that have this big website that says things like Castor and Lasniak says, oh, these are all my credentials and I've done X, Y, and Z. And on my off time, I like to play with my puppy. They're not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means, okay? Find me the attorney who doesn't have social media, who doesn't need to brag and put his big photo next to a big bio with all the shit he's done. They're the attorneys you want. I don't need an attorney that tried every which way to seek attention. Right. Integrity is priceless. Thank you so much. Be nice. Thank you. Some lawyers require $20K just to retain them. Right. Because they're in it for the money. You don't think my attorney could see that this was a money grab from the gate? And what's he going to do? Grab money from me? No. He saw what Lasniak and them were doing was wrong. He's the one that repeatedly made sure the judge was aware this is off the back of a missing child because he holds the same morals and integrity that a lot of us here do. And he didn't see this as a simple way to grasp a ton of money from me. He saw it as a way to put his heart and passion into what he became an attorney for. So again, if you want to believe I paid him $5K, if you want to believe I paid him $10K, $15K, $20K, or $50K, believe what you want. But I believe I'll let the docket speak for itself. How about that? Oh, no, it's not snark, Mike. No, not you at all. I didn't even see what you said, to be honest. I just wanted to make that very clear that how much you pay an attorney doesn't really match his value. Shit pissed me off. It was insulting. I'm not going to lie. But again, I'll let the docket speak for itself. You tell me where my attorney rode any back. He certainly didn't ride the back of a missing teenager, that's for sure. Anyway, moving forward. Deep breaths. Woof.
Basically.
Megan.
Yes. So that was a question somebody had earlier. Are they going to
Yes.
be awarded damages? And I mean, looking at that, it will no. In light of the foregoing,
Did you hear how
There's prediction number 500. That's wrong. Okay. Are they going to be awarded damages? He says no with confidence again. How many times has this guy said something with confidence and he was 100% wrong on it? How many times? Anybody? We'll see. Again, Ease, we'll see. You've predicted this entire filing wrong the entire time. That's right, AT. Can we get the thumbs up a little bit higher? Right, the audacity, B-fam. The audacity. Granny's getting famous off the back of a missing child. With the litigation you threw me into, you slob. The back of the missing child you rode into the courthouse of Pennsylvania to get out your personal vendetta with me. They can appeal a slap. So I can break this down again. Everybody has a right to an appeal. It is our constitutional rights. And unlike these people, I respect our constitutional rights. Just like Seth Rogers said, he has a constitutional right to believe in whatever religion he wants. Yeah, we got constitutional rights. And unlike all of you, I recognize other people's constitutional rights, not just my own. So they can appeal it. It still forces you to pay more lawyer fees, which contradicts the point of a slap. Now, here's the thing. Because it is a slap, it will be extradited. It will go through immediately to ensue that it doesn't waste 7, 8 more, months of time and money and all of that. They also have to put down what's called a bond. And that bond is to ensure that they're putting their money where their mouth is. So go ahead, go to appellate court. I would love to make case law. Right, they brought these cases and now it's my fault, right, Brittany? Right? Okay. Courts review fee petition and determine if they want to accept time spent. Right, all that when it's fictitious and she knows not hard to get the petition approved. Not only that, but when the judge herself says that this filing was such a behemoth of a filing that it became difficult for the courts to even rule on it because it was so scatterbrained and it made such little sense. You don't think she's going to take that in consideration for the attorneys that had to work on it? I knew she'd turn around and blame it on me. We all knew that. We all knew that. Yeah, Kara, I read an email a few weeks back from my attorney that said as much. In Pennsylvania, you have to put up a bond. Now, he's going to request that the bond is triple my attorney fees. And this way, if they lose, we automatically get that money pretty much. Coroner's inquest for a homicide of my Down syndrome sister. He was, oh, Rose, I'm so sorry for your loss. Probably W. Smith, sorry. Is it an all or nothing for an appeal? All right, so here's the other thing with an appeal, right? Now, fortunately, I know a lot about appeals because I've been through appellate court. So what happens with an appeal is nobody speaks. It goes strictly through briefs. Appellate courts are very strict and stern. I want you all to remember when these guys tried filing 10, they tried putting in 10 documents. They couldn't even make it through the basics of the website. Appellate court is well more stern and strict. They want the font, the everything a certain size, whatever. They also want it to be concise. They're not looking to read 600 pages, 300 pages. They want it to the point. I believe so, Lisa Marie, yeah. So when they do for an appellate court, that they can only do it on the grounds of certain reasons. One could be that the judge had misused law, right? And that's what it sounds like they're setting up to do. They're basically saying in layman's terms that this case was just too complex for this judge to understand. Okay, whatever. You don't get to submit new evidence. The E's are going to say that in a minute. You don't get to put anything new into appellate court. Appellate court goes off the record and the record before them, as well as the judge's opinion. They'll file something of why they're appealing. My attorney responds, and basically it goes before 3 judges. Anybody ever watched, give me 1 second. Anybody ever watched the TV show Hot Bench, where they have the 3 judges? That's similar to appellate court. It'll be 3 judges. For idiots like this that say, well, if they would have gotten a different judge, it would have been a different ruling. That's why they do 3 on appellate court. And again, they're not going to make it through. They're simply not going to make it through appellate's very strict criteria. Also, the fact that the E's repeatedly throughout their time of reading this filing stated that I could be charged with criminal charges in a civil lawsuit. I don't know why they're so delusional that they believe that Nick and them have the power to arrest people, but they certainly don't. Let me make that very fucking clear. They certainly don't. The cash bond is determined based off what our rulings would be, right? So, hey, Titanium. They're unbelievable.
He just tried to say that under his breath right there. Will they be awarded damages? No.
No.
Be at the litigation, basically.
Yes. So that was a question somebody had earlier. Are they going to
Yes.
be awarded damages? I mean, looking at that, it will. No.
Looking at that, no. Who wants to mark the date? Mark the date so we can go back and let the E's know they were wrong once again. You've been wrong this entire time. You'll be wrong once again. The appeal will only be based with what was submitted in evidence that helped this judge make the determination she did. They cannot put anything that wasn't already seen by the original judge. They also won't be able to put, like, all their exhibits they put with their protective order. That won't go through either. Why do they pretend they know what they're talking about? Why do people believe them? I agree, Michelle. Hope Lasniak has the answer for this disgraceful file, and he will. The judge even stated it was not that of an attorney 20 years experience. The judge berated Lasniak throughout that her ruling, and you can guarantee she'll do the same within the courtroom, especially when she hears the stupidity of what they're running around with next. Oh, I am Sarah Fox Given. If I don't get punitive damages, I just read you all what my attorney said. Then we countersuit.
In light of the
It says the court declines to award such damages at
this
time.
I can't be any more clearer than that. She doesn't say I refuse to award damages at all. I refuse to award damages, period. It simply says at this time. Likely because of what I said. A, she doesn't feel like writing it all out. B, she knows she'll hear us at oral. Or C, she knows we'll get more if we countersue the motherfuckers. I don't know which. We don't know which, but we'll find out.
At this time. That's it. That's all.
foregoing findings and analysis, it is hereby ordered and decreed as followed.
Sorry.
That's okay. Defendant's motions to dismiss the cause of action asserted against them based on the defendant's
Why don't you read this with the umph you had before? Why don't you do that?
protected public expression immunity are granted. The complaint is dismissed in its entirety.
You know what that means, Brittany? I hear you over there saying this had nothing to do with the freedom of speech. Did you just hear what they read? Says right here, immunities granted under the SLAP, which is about free speech. The fact that this entire filing, the judge repeatedly says at least 17 times that this is freedom of speech, and you're still saying it had nothing to do with freedom of speech. Oh, TJ talks. Maybe I'm losing my mind and stopped because it showed you were on. Sitting here bawling because my sweet husband's heart function has gone from 33 to 15%. He needs a heart and kidney, feeling hopeless. Can we flood TJ Talks with some hugs and prayers in the chat? I can't imagine what you're going through, TJ. I'm so sorry. And also, Brittany, you thinking you got away with discovery, aren't you?
With prejudice. Plaintiffs are responsible jointly and severally
With
for and
prejudice.
shall pay defendants' attorneys' fees, court costs, and expenses of litigation and costs as required by law and assigned by the judge.
And it's signed
So
by the
we
judge.
made it to the end of that, but in a way, the last page.
Listen to this stupidity.
Maybe the most important for all all the parties. And a lot of this, I don't really get.
These guys claim to be educated and they claim to have attorneys to speak with, okay? I want you all to listen to this. Listen to what he says here. This has to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'll know or understand exactly how what this means, but my
You
understanding
don't know what any of this means because you're a fucking buffoon.
at this point is that by them saying the complaint is dismissed in its entirety.
Mistakes. Sorry.
That's okay. We're rusty. We were away from it. The complaint is
You
dismissed
should have stayed away a little bit longer.
in its entirety with prejudice. My understanding has been that meant they couldn't refile this exact same suit.
Right.
They can't file any suit against me again, E. Not the same exact.
Or the same injunction.
It may
Exactly.
I'll watch
Exactly.
it next.
Final decision, the plaintiff is barred from filing another lawsuit based on the same claim or cause of action.
Right.
That's the
What about
definition.
the defendant?
And then the defendants, I think,
Listen to
Right.
this. Listen to this. What about the defendant? Mrs. E's down here all salty. What about the defendant? The defendant who didn't bring this on? What about us? What about us? Let's hear what she has to say. Let's hear this genius response.
not able to countersue.
The defendants are not able to countersuit. Says who? Says who? Says the 3 E's over there? 3's companies telling me I can't countersuit? Really? What's your law degree there? 3 E's? How grossly ill-informed can you be?
Oh,
I think is that also part of that?
No, it's not, and it never would be. She can't take away my right to seek a countersuit for what these people have done to me, for the misuse of the courts, for putting me in lawfare. She can't say no, I can't countersue. What are you, stupid?
whoa. Where did that come? Defendants.
That's coming from their wishful
does this
thinking nonsense. That's where that's coming from. That's coming from what they want it to be.
I think they can.
It doesn't
I
say
don't
anything about the defendant. That's just the definition, what it legally means with prejudice.
Oh my.
Okay.
They just make shit up.
Why don't you look if I can sue you, Mr. E? It'd be spending your time better. Spend your time better spent seeing if I have any legal standing against you for your months of bullshit against me. Why don't you look that up instead?
Oh,
No.
it protects the defendant from having to defend again against the same claim repeatedly. So it
You had to Google that, and E. You had to Google what with prejudice meant.
does, but it doesn't mention the plaintiff.
Of course
Okay,
it does,
so
you
does
idiots.
this say?
Listen to
Well,
this.
This has no.
does it
barring
indicate
on
in
it,
here
probably.
anywhere where it says whether or not they can do the countersuit.
I'd be
Or-
so embarrassed to be him right now. I'd be so embarrassed. Why are you so worried about a countersuit, E? Do you think that the reason you're worried because you know would be successful?
Or does it just says that they can't? It just says statute does not preclude. This court declines to award such damages at this time. Does
At
that
this
stop
time.
a countersuit?
Does
That's
it-
No,
Does that
punitive
stop a
damages have
countersuit?
nothing to do with a countersuit.
Did
Are
that
you?
stop it?
Yes, it would because
I
they
know.
have to.
Who said that, Aunt E? I guess it would. Do you laugh at this type of insanity, or do you fucking want to punch a wall? Because I'm between both. Like, you can't be this stupid. You can't be this stupid. It actually says complete opposite. If the judge does not grant punitive damages at any time, then we countersuit. What don't you understand?
The judge has to rule on the countersuit, and so she's basically saying you can't receive damages.
right.
Is that what she's saying? Did anybody hear the judge say that? The judge would have to rule on the countersuit, so she's basically saying that you can't receive damages. Did the judge write that anywhere? Right. Why are they so worried about it, Auburn? That's my question. Is it because they're Nikki Boy's little uncle? Is it because they're all in some weird underground criminal enterprise together? Or is it just because they want it so badly to be famous? Want to get that acting career back off the ground? Which one is it? I don't know. They don't know what they're saying. What they're saying is so wrong. It's comical, but it's also infuriating because there's idiots that believe them.
I don't know about the
Jill, you guys can shut your camera off. You don't have to. There you go. I'll add you.
That's it.
Here comes my girlfriend Jill.
Hold-
It might be because their reality has been shattered. Yeah, kind of like reality's up here's reality shattered. GW is going to regret all this when she has her butt handed to her in court. Whose butt was handed to who? Remember, they said they have 2 practicing attorneys that they speak with, didn't they? Why does this one sue all the others for RICO? Well, who's to say we're not? Who's to say that they won't end up in their own little RICO organization together? There does seem to be a certain undercurrent of nervousness on his part, especially, right? He's not like he was before, right? He's kind of like mopey a little bit, and he's not speaking with his whole chest like he has before. But the sheer stupidity and idea that we can't countersuit, I love that for him. Let me remove this. They do, Feisty Nana. They do. Hey, Michelle. And the idea that like this wasn't going real life, they weren't trying to take money from me, but at the same time, they weren't trying to take my free speech either. So what was your end goal? If your end goal wasn't to ruin my real life, wasn't to financially drain me, and it wasn't to take my freedom of speech, what was your end goal? Did anybody ask that the hypocritical heifer in all her gloat and glory what her end goal was then? Because it can't be all 3. Either you did this to take my freedom of speech, you did this to financially bankrupt me, and you went real life. That's it. That's all. There's no denying that. Like, you can no longer deny and say, I never gave real life. You do. You did. You went as far real life as anybody could, and you did it off the back of a missing child. So don't sit there and say anything about me riding off the back of a missing child. I didn't choose this. I didn't sign my name into this. You did. Ooh, I hate her. I don't know if anybody else saw this. It is currently under members only, as Betty's live accusing Katie again of murder.
I made you a little something for this show. Do you want to see it? Oh, yes, yes, yes.
So this is Breaking Chains, brilliant video. I'm not going to play all of it because it is. She does have it as members. She did go through it last night. She did a fabulous job. If you didn't see it, go check it out. It's interesting shit.
So,
Cajun says you are not approved or accepted to receive your packet. Just accept reality.
The guy that pulls the case over, his name is Dog, the bounty hunter.
Listen, I'm going to hunt these people down.
I really have to say that she never loved her son. And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
The 5 CPS reports, Seth. How come they don't bring up the CPS reports anymore? Is it because they know that others know and now they're being quiet about it? You know, the one that he wrote. Were you the one? It's amazing that right after Seth moved to Tennessee, suddenly there were tons of CPS reports alleged, right? I don't know.
She's responsible for this. Something has happened to my son under her watch. And once again, she wasn't being an adult. She wasn't being a parent taking care of an autistic child. She's not telling everything. I just don't know.
That's the father that left Sebastian alone for 12 to 16 hours. She wasn't taking care of an autistic child. Yes, she was the one that had him in therapy and was asking you as a father to step up and help. But yeah, okay.
How long she's going to continue before she decides that she's going to unburden herself.
You think she was bullshitting you?
Yeah.
That morning. What is the one thing you believe would absolutely bring Sebastian home now?
Can I answer that, Seth?
Sure. Because mine's going to be unethical.
So here's the thing, right? With prejudice means they can't file this again, but you got to remember, because I saw your comment, Queen, that they could file a different lawsuit. They claimed 42 causes of action, 42 different things, which means they threw all their eggs into that basket. It'd be nearly impossible for them to come up with something else.
Katie telling the truth.
She had a drinking problem. You want to know about emotional, physical, all that? We can check all those. Knowing that there's 2 other people that are responsible for him, it seems that they're having the fucking grandest
Sheriff said he thinks Proudfoot did it. He never said that.
time of their goddamn fucking life. Well, I hope they fucking enjoy it.
She did
So I believe in
amazing.
fucking
She
karma.
always
When it
does.
comes around, I hope to smash him in the fucking face. And I know he probably watching, he probably in chat. Hi, Chris. Fuck off. I'm not gonna let some dirtbag run the show.
Such a
when it comes
tough
to fighting
guy.
my
Run the show. And that's what it's always been about him, a show. That's what it's always come down to, a show, right, Ease? What shows were one of yous on, Ease? So many actors involved. Anybody else find that bizarre? There's so many actors. Failed actors. Actors we've never heard of, but actors nonetheless. Who in your family is an actor, Ease?
my son. I've been homeless before. Thank you to my ex-wife for making me homeless.
Have this shared goal, right?
How dare she divorce him and make him homeless?
To find your boy. Has it gotten any
It kind
better
of feels
between
like
you and Katie in terms of sharing
It
info?
doesn't feel like a shared goal. It sure doesn't feel like a shared goal.
Oh.
It feels like it's only my goal. It's like I'm the only one that misses my son.
Frustrated on days that I was going.
I think so.
That I was taking him back to his mom's.
Mhm.
And you know, I don't want to go back. I hate going there.
She's not telling everything. I just don't know how long she's going to continue before.
Hey, if any of you had a child, let's use their verbiage, right? A medically vulnerable child, a child with autism or a child with any type of medical needs, and every time they had to go back to their other parents' house, they begged and pleaded, allegedly as a teenager, to not go back. How many of you would fight for custody at that point? If you're alleging that you were aware that he was being abused, that he didn't feel loved, that Chris was beating him, How many of you are just going to drop your kid off at that driveway and say bye? Now, the other miraculous part about that is they've asked Seth to take custody. So you wouldn't even had to fight for custody. You simply could have taken him. But you're the one that said you'll wait till he gets his shit together. Because whatever was going on was too much for you as a father to deal with, right? He didn't want to take on the responsibility. No, instead, he looked at behavioral homes to send them into. Don't forget, they all looked.
She decides that she's going to unburden herself.
I was homeless in California when she filed and accused me of child abuse during our divorce.
What she put me through? The hell that she put me through?
Because she left him. Can you not hear? Oh, thank you, Victoria. Can you guys not hear the envy in this guy's voice that Katie moved on from him?
I didn't have a single, I mean, we're talking about, I went 7 years without a girlfriend.
Big accidents?
They stressed me out.
I went 7 years without a girlfriend. Wow. But you're sitting over there saying all those things about Chris? Ooh.
And I'm not a 15-year-old kid.
Why was the stepfather threatening people that were out looking for the boy? Volunteers were out there and he was threatening them. Is there a family tie between either side of the family between sexual perversion?
Either side of the family with sexual perversion. Well, the only person who's displayed an immense amount of sexual perversion, through my perspective, in my opinion, is Seth Rogers. Now, what I will say is I found it very interesting that, let's hear this again.
Why was the stepfather threatening people?
The only person I ever saw proof of threats against was Seth Rogers threatening searchers in Tennessee with cease and desist. He threatened them with litigation. That's the only actual proof of threats we've ever seen, right? But, go on.
Is there a family tie between either side of the family between sexual perversion?
Chris Proudfoot was threatening all kind of people that they should go home. Why are they there? He allegedly sprayed some neighbor with water.
And not only could Dog Bounty Hunter not get their names correct, but he couldn't get the rumors correct either. Right? Like that's the other thing. He couldn't even get the rumors correct. The rumor was that he sprayed Sebastian with a, you think Chris turned around and just started spraying a hose at a neighbor? Where's the police report? It's just, they're so gross.
No, because they were asking, so a lot of people, let's say.
Because they were asking what? You didn't even finish the rumor. They were asking what?
Tried to, help and volunteer, but Proudfoot and his cronies, or maybe by himself, was threatening them, stopping them.
I should be able to come on my channel and talk about what I want to talk about.
But nobody else should have that same right? Nobody else, only you. Nobody else.
Without having other people, putting you down about it.
Dog is mad.
As Dog chases down leads, it turns into an interesting series of
an interesting series of bullshit. What leads? It's been over a year and you've done nothing. Shut up.
unfortunate events. Leads are getting chased because who is sending death threats? And there are even more ridiculous, outlandish threats. You're literally no better than the Jake Pattersons of the world, the Chris Wattses of the world.
This is Hong. This is Hong's little meme here. They're a professional private intelligence group that works for the elites. Okay, the elites. And this is what they spend their time doing.
The monsters, the Rex Heuermans of the world, because you guys are threatening to kill people.
I think this is a threat. Does anybody else see that as a threat?
That are helping find Sebastian. That gets a death threat, or threatened, send it to us because we'd love to send it to the
$2,000 reward if you give information about us. $5,000 if you give information about Clue. These people are unbelievable. This would all make for a great
FBI
counter.
to investigate who is igniting this war that has now turned into death threats and
You've ignited
very
it, idiot.
serious repercussions. Those words are not taken lightly.
Like, I'm pretty sure you guys need the money more than us. You know, like, if you guys could figure out where Sebastian is, you can hate us all you like. You're still getting $100,000.
To give into the bullying?
We need the money more than them. Well, you have several judgments against you now. So where's this money?
We're basically abandoning him and leaving him alone with others that have been scared to get involved or stay involved.
What?
You're threatening to kill them. His tactic involves silencing people.
It'll all end if nonsense ends. No charge, no money. Nonsense ends Monday. They sign Tuesday. It's dismissed Wednesday. That's what the judge was quoting.
It involves sabotaging and then stabbing. It's the definition of blackmail extortion. If you don't do this, this happens. If you do this, this happens. You're a fraud. That you're blackmailing and extorting me.
The Delaware County.
Yeah, blackmailing and being extorted is exactly what I've been. You picked the wrong one.
The district attorney says Nick the Hat, as he's known, was not a journalist, but a fraud.
This defendant manipulated the facts and created a story, all made up by himself.
Prosecutors say Hatzafatdow falsified documents to pose as a New York Times reporter and Good Morning America producer to ask the DA's office for comment on a racist email purportedly sent by an officer of the county's adult probation and parole office. The prosecutor says Hatzafatdow created the phony email and tried to pass it off as a legitimate scandal to be reported on his website, perhaps in an attempt to disparage the probation officer who had supervised him after a past conviction.
In one fell swoop, he attempted to decimate years of well-earned and good reputations.
Says the district attorney of Hatzafatdow.
He created this email. He created this false narrative. He created this problem and is now going to face the consequences.
Also seized from
This whole video should be played for the judge.
that home in Broomall a stolen police-issued taser. Nick the Hat is expected to surrender to authorities on Thursday. If convicted on all counts, he will be doing his next reporting from a prison cell.
And I don't think Nick is a danger to society.
No.
Well, Nick Hatzafatdow, known by his nickname Nick the Hat, was found guilty of fabricating a racist email from a Delaware County probation officer. An Action News investigation first brought you this story 2 years ago in an exclusive report. Well, he runs a website called YC News, which is short for Young Constituents. Prosecutors say he altered an email to include racist language, then published the email on his website. He was found guilty of identity theft, forgery, and other related charges. Sentencing is set.
Well, not only that, Mr. Tomato Head, but he has another victim. He has a gentleman from New York with the name of John, who Nick and his his cohort hung via their YC News network, defamed this guy so much so that the judge ruled a $5 million judgment against Nick. $5 million judgment against Nick and YC News. They tormented this guy and accused him of running a prostitution ring, a sex ring, sex slaves. He is dangerous. He's extremely dangerous. And anybody who can't see that is dangerous themselves.
For next month.
Right.
Yeah. If anything, Nick's in danger.
Yes.
You want war, we'll give you war. I will bring hell down on earth on you so fast that you will think that you're in a...
What are you going to do? Jump? That's the only way you can make hell come down so fast. If you jumped, you might create an earthquake. Other than that, what are you going to do? You're sick.
You're a basketball player. Because you're going to be having so many court dates throughout this year that it's not even going to be funny. What's that other...
It's not even going to be funny. How funny is it now? The only one laughing is us. You really thought you were doing something here. You phony Wizard of Oz looking motherfuckers.
What's the YouTuber's name? Bullhorn Betty. Yeah, she was trying to find your son.
and say, I truly believe.
Now, listen, I'm not going to play all of this because this is Lynn's members only. So you guys got a little taste of what it is. It's a brilliantly done video. I recommend anybody. I don't know what her membership fee is, but I recommend it is worth the price. So if you want to watch the rest of that very well put together video, you can either go join her members only and watch it, or you can watch her go through it with commentary last night. Fantastic job. Thank you so much, Lynn. Lynn has been very, very educated throughout all of this. Here's the link again. It is 10 out of 10. I know, but I had to leave a little tease because it is her members only content. I can't play it all. 99 cents. Well worth it. Well worth it. That reminded me. So Betty, oh, see, now the judge said that that their late responses were as anemic as their filing was for abuse. Now, I don't know if people knew what the legal definition of those words were, right? And I know some people don't understand legal jargon at all because they're trying to say that this countersuit, that the judge's ruling reads like a dismissal. I don't understand because it reads like a dismissal. Thank you so much, Joe. So in legal terms, anemic typically describes something lacking force, substance, implying weakness, inadequacy. It can be used to describe a legal argument, a case, or a statute. Weak or insufficient, lacking vitality, inadequate. All right, so that's what it means. For abuse, what does for abuse mean? Documents that are overly long, complicated, and potentially unclear, making it difficult for the reader to understand the intended meaning. That's what the judge had to say about your documents. Okay? That is what she thought of the filing ease. While you're sitting there acting like they have anything to be proud of. That is what she thought of it. Throughout the entire ruling, the judge threw so many hysterical little jabs at them. And yet you guys still think that there's nothing to be humiliated about. You still think that what they did is okay. You still think that they can now take what this judge wrote and refile based off her guidance. I don't know. That's a good question. Let me ask. What if all plaintiffs don't want to appeal? Well, we know that they signed an NDA and they're not smart enough to get their own, attorney to look at it. The court dismissed Betty's first lawsuit on me, laughing her out the courtroom. She turned around and filed it again. Yeah, fuck that. That's why I'm so grateful she wrote with prejudice. Thank you, Lady Tiger. A lot of explanation, those footnotes, which they totally ignored. Not only just in the footnotes, but if you look at the cases that she referenced, matter of fact, I love how she even pointed out that the cases they referenced had nothing to do with their filing at all. Can someone point me to a section in the ruling that says the plaintiff should have filed for defamation, that BJ, has a case because it's just needed to be defamation? No, she says the opposite. She actually brings up Brittany's alleged defamation and how it's not defamatory. Here, let me find it. Give me just one moment to find it. Hold on. Well, here's one part of it, right? This is what Lasniak said during court. This is what he said. So she says this argument does not advance the ball for plaintiffs for at least 3 reasons. First, they appear to suggest that by making statements in a forum that is accessible all over the world changes the analysis. The court is aware of no authority, nor do plaintiffs provide any that would support the conclusion that there's a different framework for assessing speech when made during a public podcast, particularly one on which plaintiffs themselves are communicating. That's you, BJ. Second, plaintiff's argument seems to be that unnamed others who listen to defendants' podcasts are the persons who are causing harm to the plaintiffs, or some of them. There is nothing in the complaint that provides any specific information on how defendants are causing others to act on the alleged accusations. That goes to you as well, Brittany. Like, you're afraid that what I'm saying is going to cause people to act. It doesn't say that. That's not sufficient enough. The judge saying that doesn't work that way. So as far as the appeal, they can individually drop out, behooves them, because after an appeal, that's frivolous. I will just file to reassess fee, costs, and damages if we get those. Let's go down to where she actually brings up Brittany and says that what I stated was not defamatory. Oh, here you go, Brittany. You're saying what your attorney friend over there. Hey, Savannah. Your attorney friend over there says she didn't say anything about RICO in this. Can we put a 1 in the chat if you see right here where the judge speaks about RICO? Corrupt Organization Act, a RICO statute. 17 footnote, the Superior Court has found that it is unlawful for any person to conspire to violate the other RICO provisions. While certain the validity of a claim under this statute, courts are clear that any claim under Section 1962D based on conspiracy to violate the other subsections of Section 1962 necessarily must fail if the substantive claims are themselves deficient. The complaint here is utterly deficient as to all substantive claims raised under RICO. Not only do the complaint and the responses to the anti-SLAPP motions fail to specify the purported enterprise, okay, right there she's saying RICO. So read a little closer, you moron, especially if you claim to be an attorney. That they have provided declarations otherwise met the elements of claims for defamation, harassment, corrupt organization. There it is again. Notably, plaintiff's untimely response to defendant Sang's motion declare that they have established a prima facie case for the claims of defamation, harassment, intentional infliction of emotional stress, and mischaracterization of settlement discussions. Yet, plaintiff's memorandum in response to the Sang motion asserts inconsistently that they have established prima facie case for each claim. No, they didn't. Declarations nowhere before this court. Besides naming both named defendants as the enterprise, the complaint fails to allege a cognizable RICO action under Section 1962C. Something my attorney has said from the very beginning, that there's so many predicate acts for RICO and they didn't name any. You're right, Ronnie G. You're right. And the responses to the anti-SLAPP motions fail to address the arguments on this issue as raised by defendants' anti-SLAPP motion. Again, and notably, while the court permitted supplemental memoranda from all parties following oral argument as to the anti-SLAPP motion, plaintiffs failed to provide any supplemental brief in response to defendants' arguments at oral argument, including but not limited to the failure of the complaint to state a cognizable RICO claim. Again, my attorney mentioned that at court, that they do not have any predicate acts. Which brief could have addressed these specific issues raised by defendants. Finally, the counts of the complaint do not establish that defendants engaged in any pattern of racketeering activity, nor does it establish a RICO claim under Section 1962D of the statute. So that's like 4 or 5 times now that she brought up RICO. But yet Brittany's, leading lawyer over there says it wasn't mentioned. Okay. Hold on. Thank you, Lacey Ann. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Stay on their heads, figuratively, not literally. Thank you. At this part too, at oral argument, plaintiffs not only requested that the court expand the record by considering vast amounts of purported evidence, including but not limited to hundreds of hours of podcasts and other written documents that they chose not to submit in any form 4 months prior. This is when Lasniak's standing there sweating, waving a white envelope around, begging the judge to take it, but also requested a continuance. I have discovery to hand to defense counsel. I believe it would be relevant to them to have the exhibits and discovery in this case. Now, any practicing attorney who's been an attorney for 20 plus years, like Lasniak claims, would know that all of that information should have already been given to my attorney. The fact that at a hearing you're trying to hand evidence, your discovery to the counsel, to the defense, that should have already had it, but says you didn't submit it when you were meant to, please. The East said 98% of RICO go through. Well, that's criminal RICO based on convictions in federal court. Civil RICO and Fed court failed 92% of the time, as I told them in my filing and all my emails and in the hallway when he said I never did a RICO. Because my attorney has done RICO. This part's important too, Brittany. This goes for you. As defendants counsel noted, plaintiffs admitted repeatedly that they already have an overwhelming amount of information in their possession. But yet you never turned it in, huh? Never turned it in. Oh, if I could just find, here we go. Plaintiffs that night on alleged counts. Here you go, Brittany. Here's your section of the complaint, plus these counts in it of which you never had any proof. And this sentence right here, simply put, the complaint in this case nearly impedes judicial review because it is poorly pled and lacks a coherent and logical presentation of the material facts on which the causes of action are based in a concise and summary form as required by PA civil procedure. Do you guys remember me saying that months ago? That my attorney said it's really hard to fight this, not because it's so well pled, but because it's so horribly pled that you have to dumb yourself down to even understand it. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember me stating that. Isn't it miraculous that all these months later, the judge felt the same way? They thought that they could read impact statements. Nope. Now she gets countersued, Mary. If I don't get the punitive damages that we feel are sufficient for what she put me through, we countersue. Pennsylvania is a fact pleading state, which means you can't just write, Your Honor, I come to you not as somebody in litigation, but as a mother. No, that's not good enough. She doesn't want your feelings. Hey, Megan. I like this part too. To enable the adverse party to prepare her defense, if anything, the complaint reads more like a pleading that the scrivener intended to file in a criminal proceeding, as it refers throughout and consistently to criminal statutes. How many times have you heard me say, my attorney said, you can't plead criminal statutes in a civil court? But even viewed through such a lens, meaning she looked at it through that lens of a criminal, the meandering presentation of the facts supporting supposed violations of the law is almost incomprehensible. Not only is it incomprehensible, it's non-existent. Indeed, by appearance and substance, the complaint does not seem to have been prepared by a practitioner with more than 20 years of litigation experience. Did the judge just call out Lasniak for not filing his own lawsuit with his name attached? I think so. What footnote is that? 26. I noticed the E's didn't read the footnotes. Why not, E's? Hey, E's, you guys coming up or what? The complaint is signed by Joseph P. Lasniak, who is the attorney of record in this case and is also identified in the case caption. While the court knows that Mr. Lasniak practices primarily in the criminal courts, he has, according to his website, some experience in non-criminal matters as well. His experience is Nick, and certainly understands, or should understand, the rules of pleading govern civil complaints. Although the caption of the case also identifies Bruce Castor, a prominent attorney with a significant local, statewide, national reputation, you know why she recognized that? Because with that is going to be one of our reasons for punitive damages. They used his name, like my attorney said, in his in the court hearing. Oh, gee golly, I muted myself. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, PJ. I'm so sorry. I'm over here laughing at what I'm reading. Anyway, here we have Lasniak saying, can we force Mr. Mertut, my attorney, to acknowledge that I was served? So my attorney responds back, there's no issue. The sheriff served my client November 18th. It's on the docket. This was actually wrong because this was my attorney. There is no rule that I have to provide an affidavit of service to plaintiff's counsel when I'm representing a defendant. In fact, there was prior counsel for Ms. Sang at the time with regards to this. There's no issue. There's absolutely no issue. There's never been an issue. This is a fabricated nonsense. The sheriff served. Let me go down to where it's brought up about RICO. I'm sorry, about using Bruce Castor's name. We know that's not discovery. You just said that you have hundreds of hours exhibits and you need discovery. And the claims you make under RICO, defamation is not a predicate act for RICO. Harassment is not a predicate act for RICO. None of them. There's 35 predicate acts for RICO. You don't know any of them. You haven't properly pled any of them. That's what the judge is quoting in her ruling. When she says brought up by the defendant's counsel. Yeah, sorry about that, Sue. I apologize, guys. Thank you for texting me because I'm not looking at the screen. She also quotes this. There's no need for discovery when you have all this information already in your possession. Here's my attorney again. quite an argument for somebody who apparently doesn't do his own work. But Judge, in his argument, he and the RICO complaint, he argues that it's a closed-ended and open-ended. Okay, it cannot be both. You put the exhibits. Part of this thing was you delivered these to a podcaster. This whole thing before my client was served on October 18th, so they could talk about it. And all they did was mention Bruce Castor. Bruce, oh, this is serious. This is a federal crime. This is federal crimes. It's not a crime. This is not federal court. This is civil court. And on top of that, you put all those exhibits and all those things you had since October 18th to file those things, and you didn't. You waited. You put them on a website so the public could go out and castigate these two women. So they could go out and go, oh, look at these things. Look at these affidavits of nonsense. And that's what you did. And now you want a continuance? Very well argued, if you ask me. Judge, I've already started discovery. And he's prepared to do discovery on the countersuit too. So you're not saved. Let me make that very clear. You're not saved. That's one of the issues here. Let me explain this to you. They don't need anything. First of all, the podcast, they already have hundreds of hours. This is part of what they've done here, Your Honor. They said that my client is going to spend the next 10 years doing podcasts to buy gas to and from the courthouse. Okay, that's one. He's had hundreds of hours. Those podcasts, even if he requested them, are readily available as part of the public, and he has them. I started discovering this case, and one of his plaintiffs said, because I was sending him to discovery, you're harassing me. Who are you to tell me I have 30 days to answer discovery? You're a sleazy back alley lawyer. That's what his client said, because I served discovery. He had every opportunity, if he wanted discovery, to start the discovery process, but he comes here to delay this court. That's what their whole game is, to tie these two women up for no reason. And they can't make out those three standards that are mentioned in the brief. You have to look at the complaint and what was happening here. The fact that, as Mr. King said, dog was added to this. They said that the search for this missing teenager, and that, by the way, Your Honor, this is horrible to do on the back of a missing child. It's an utter disgrace. My attorney shared the same sentiments as many of us. It's an utter disgrace. That being said, you added Bruce Castor's name. So that's what the judge is referring to when she points out, and this ruling over here, how they used Bruce Castor, who's a prominent attorney with a significant local, statewide, national reputation. It's a big deal. And it is one of the reasons why we will more than likely be awarded punitive damages. And if we're not, we are fully prepared to go forward with a malicious prosecution case, which is a countersuit. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome. And if you don't pay what is owed, my attorney fees, you can get deposed still. You can still go through deposition. So I think it's interesting she brings up this whole thing about Castor. I do. Mr. Castor did not sign the complaint as not counsel of record, as evidenced by lack of any entry of appearance filed by Mr. Castor for any of the plaintiffs. Then she brings up the email he had with my attorney, where he says that he's not involved in this case, and any indication otherwise is an error. And any misunderstanding in that regard, the court, counsel, and litigants are aware of my non-involvement, that he would hate to make this go further. That was an email to my attorney. My, nearly free attorney, huh? So, anyway, I was looking for where Brittany's mentioning this, that calling her a fat, lazy piece of shit. Right here. Stripping away the invoked criminal counts, the purported violations of the civil statutes and torts attempted to be pled in the complaint appear to be the following: civil conspiracy by Betty, defamation by Betty, Brittany, Mathis, O'Donnell, and Hasafratsu, intentional infliction of emotional distress by Brittany, Betty, Rogers, and O'Neill, and then interference with prospective business by Betty and Brittany, This is what the judge says for that, Brittany, since you think it wasn't acknowledged. Did I hear correctly that Brittany thinks the defamation wasn't acknowledged? All other counts, claims, and allegations against the defendants reference purported violations of criminal statutes and laws, which do not form a basis of civil action. Therefore, any count that purports to set forth violation of criminal law cannot be a basis for recovering the civil action and fails as a matter of law. As such, and put differently, defendants are entitled to judgment as a matter of law as to any purported violations of criminal law, and those purported counts must be dismissed. We're entitled to judgment for any purported violations of criminal law. Do you know what that means? That she will likely see to it that we are paid for the allegations that we broke criminal statutes, because that's defamation. It's defamatory to say that I was out here breaking crimes, in the words of good old Hong over there. You can't go around saying I'm part of a RICO and I'm doing all this criminal, right, Body? Body gets it. So where she says she's not going to give punitive damages at this time, she also says this right here, which basically says they deserve to be compensated for what you claimed. Hey, PsyOps. Right? That's how it reads, right? You guys see it? Okay. Making sure we all see it, because apparently Brittany didn't. As to potential counts that appear to raise potential violations of civil statutes, that's these, Brittany, right here. That's your claims here. Here you go, civil conspiracy. Denied. Let's go down to you. So she addresses Betty here, but I know she addresses you shortly after. Oh, defamation. Here you go, Brittany. Brittany Jackson. Various counts of defamation. Based on the complaint's allegation, each one of these plaintiffs is either a public figure or limited purpose public figure under Pennsylvania law. A controversy may be created by the individual's own actions. It is clear, based upon a thorough reading of the complaint and presentation of counsel at oral argument, that Andrea Griffin, Brittany Jackson, Tony Mathis, Christina O'Donnell, and Nick Hasfrescu are public figures, as they have injected themselves into the public eye to find the missing child from Tennessee. These plaintiffs have either held press conferences, appeared on television news, or have engaged in social media discussions or created social media posts related to the missing child. As public figures, these plaintiffs have a higher burden when raising allegations of defamation due to inherent right and claims of free speech grounded in the First Amendment. There's your defamation, Brittany. She's not going after me after anything. She's going to see me in a courtroom. Not only have I never defamed Brittany, but I certainly have not harassed her. If anything, she has harassed me for years online now and offline using our legal system to do it. If you don't think the judge can see right through this entire filing and what his whole intent was, his intent was to harass, intimidate, and blackmail, yeah, she sees it. She writes it throughout. These plaintiffs bear the heightened burden of establishing that the statements made by defendants were false, but plaintiffs have failed to establish that in their complaint. Maybe instead of you people thinking that they simply didn't file this correctly, maybe you should look up the rules and the laws. She said that GG of 10, and then she went on to speak about me 10 minutes later and for the rest of the night. There's not one stream Brittany does where she will not speak on me. And I hope all of you see it. So they failed to establish it. First off, you failed to establish that they were false, but you failed to establish this in their complaint. This court reiterates that the complaint is devoid of the clarity required by the rules, and as a result, it is difficult to discern what, if any, statements at issue here can be attributed to either defendant. Even if the courts were able to ascertain that the allegedly violative statements of opinions that cannot be established as provable false or protected by First Amendment. So what we have here is, here's Brittany's, right? I made a statement that you will never catch me driving with my children unbuckled. You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled and standing up. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard Brittany go on to later admit that that was true, that she did get ticketed for that. Therefore, it's not defamatory, you dumbass. Not only that, but it was never defamatory. It's a statement about myself. You will never catch me driving with my children standing up unbuckled. The only reason you felt that statement was towards you is because you've done that. That's a fact about myself, not a defamatory statement about you. But to you, it was a fact about yourself too, wasn't it? So here's the part Brittany must not have seen. The complaint identifies purported direct quotations of the purported defamatory statements of only defendant myself. Betty claims that I defamed her by calling her a tragedy pimp and a grifter. I full-heartedly believe with my entire heart, Betty, that you are a tragedy pimp and a grifter. Therefore, it's not defamatory because I believe it. Welcome to the law of what defamatory means. Miss Jackson claims to have been defamed by defendant by statements that she was a lazy, wasteful piece of shit. That's an opinion that many of us believe. Again, I believe that with my whole heart. Therefore, it's not defamatory. You have to prove that what I said, I'll give you an example of defamatory. You want an example of defamatory? Brittany, you ran around saying not only that I have butt warts, but that I shared a photo of alleged butt warts. You went around and you repeated that giddier than a motherfucker, and you stated it with confidence, and then your dumbass went on a public forum where you admitted that you knew that there was never a photo, that you lied, which means you lied with the intent to harass, embarrass, and defame me. Welcome to defamation, bitch. That's defamatory. Let me go ahead and school you, and I don't need to use Chat GPT, and I don't need to watch YouTube videos. All I need to know is the fucking legal definition of things, and that is defamatory. Calling you a wasteful, fat piece of shit, a lazy, wasteful piece of shit, is my opinion. You lying about my womanly health, it's defamatory. But you'll find that out shortly, won't you? You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up. But there is no identification of any specific time when these statements were said or any evidence other than the bald allegations. You know why I said bald allegations? Because your bald allegations were defamatory. That's why she made sure to make the statement of bald allegations. You know what it means when a judge says that your allegations are bald? Basically means you're ballsy for writing them and illegal filing. That's what that means. Not verified by Plaintiff Jackson or Griffin, corroborating the suggestion that these statements were made by myself. There's also no reference to who heard these purported statements or how these statements were said. Why don't you tell them why the statements were said, Brittany? I found that to be rather interesting too. When we finally tracked down the one live stream, and all the years you claimed to have been harassed by me, you only had one live stream to reference. Why is that? If I've been harassing you and defaming you for years, why is it that you only had one live stream you could reference? And it happens to be the live stream where you harmed my child with your bold allegations, where you incited hate against me. But isn't that amazing? I love that for you. Or that they caused actual damage to either plaintiff. They didn't. They hurt your little frail fucking egos. That's it. Well, she makes a vague and general allegation that defendant sang and calling Plaintiff Jackson a lazy, wasteful piece of shit, caused her humiliation, damaged her personal or professional reputation, and or affected her professional standing. The complaint does not otherwise describe Miss Jackson's purported professional reputation. What is your professional reputation? What is Brittany known for on YouTube? Bald allegation. Basically, they're naked. No merit, no proof, nothing to back them up. Oh, we know the Jennifer, and that's going to come out in court too. Further, the complaint does not identify any person who heard these statements or describe how these purported statements have caused loss of these plaintiffs' credibility. Again, it's required. Similarly, as to Plaintiff Griffin, she also makes a vague and general allegation that I called her a tragedy pimp and a grifter, and purports that this evidence of defamation per se caused damage to her professional reputation. Oh. Yeah. Moreover, there is no allegation that would establish that any of these statements were false, and to the extent they were, defendants saying subjective opinions. There you go, Brittany. It's a subjective opinion. It's not defamation. Subjective opinion. The judge acknowledged your defamation, and she said it's a subjective opinion. Brittany's claiming the judge never acknowledged her defamation. Put a 1 in the chat if you see right there that she says that they're not actionable. It's Miss Sang's opinion. Subjective opinion. She's so jealous of Jess, she even blamed Cletus' clapback on Granny. Right, because there's no way Cletus and Clue were upset that you exploited her child's trauma, right? There's no way they're upset about that. There's no way they're upset. I mean, fuck you. Take some account. What did Brittany, who'd you blame years ago, Brittany? When your life fell apart? Who did you blame then? Because you're the type of bitch that's gone through your whole life blaming somebody. I mean, honest to God, it's typical addict behavior. I'm just saying. I don't care what anybody says about it. It is. Makes me sick. As to the claims for defamation, here she goes again, acknowledging it, Brittany, purportedly asserted by plaintiffs. These plaintiffs, too, are public figures. It reveals not one single quotation attributed to either defendants. Plaintiffs failed to plead with specifically any of these statements. Nick identifies neither a particular defendant nor a particular statement, merely stating that defendants made several false statements. Altogether, Betty, Brittany, Tony, Christina, Nick have failed to establish a prima facie case of a legally sufficient claim for defamation against defendants. Therefore, we are immune. Your emotional distress? Good. Again, bullshit. And she's been years before me. Matter of fact, it was your own friends, Brittany, that nicknamed you Griffney. The ones you sit with now. Must suck to be so stupid. What a tough lesson to learn at your ripe age of 30-something years old. A thorough reading of the complaint leads the court to conclude again that plaintiffs have failed to plead with clarity and cannot demonstrate that the defendant's conduct was outrageous or extreme. Oh, did you guys hear him last night about how much he hates Muslims? He's anti-Islam. But they're Christians, y'all. Brittany's not a racist. She's not a bigot. She's a sweet Christian who spent the weekend of Easter, Good Friday, and Easter Eve and Easter morning obsessing over Granny, the woman she needs protection from. Somebody help her. Of course, they argued and said you were wrong. Now look at them, Indian taco. Am I right? Oh, yes, you laughed. So Your Honor, I'm coming to you as a mother. Bullshit didn't work. Sure didn't. Sure didn't. But you know what will work? My actual real statement of the victim I am of you and your little cohorts and the mockery you made out of our court system in an attempt to blackmail, intimidate, and quite frankly, destroy me. So again, don't sit here and say that the judge didn't see it or didn't acknowledge it and that you still have a chance. I wish with everything in my heart that Brittany would go and seek an RO against me. But she won't. You know why? Because she would have to shut up. And if Brittany couldn't shut up the moment she went to the court seeking protection against me and seeking to take away my right to free speech, what makes you think she'd be able to shut up now? If she turned around and couldn't stop obsessing throughout this entire filing, do you think she would ever be able to shut up? But if there wasn't our own place, she would have to. And for that alone, I know she won't. She then cut that out, shut her live down, and set up a new true crime live. #Sebastian, but went at Jess, Clue, and Cletus. Meanwhile, when was the last time I was live? Friday? So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Brittany spends Easter weekend as a sweet Christian going on and on about me, but I'm the problem. You don't think Brittany accusing everybody disliking her, all the pushback she gets, people calling her out, the fact that she blames it all on me is inciting hate against me? What is baffling to me is she has continued to listen to the idiots that told her this filing was a great idea to begin with. She ain't learned shit from all this. She can't, peekaboo, because Brittany runs off of her disdain for me. Her envy of me keeps her going. She really believes in her heart because she's so fucking stupid and hateful. Oh, thank you so much, Mama J. Thank you. They already denied one for her, which is all you need. If she decides to file another one, she doesn't get it. You should get one. I know. I was debating saying I'd agree to a mutual RO just to see. Because we both know she can't do it. We all know. She knows, I know, you all know. She'd never be able to do one singular stream without bringing me up. But why should I? When I sat back here for months, I wasn't advertising people that were going at Brittany. Half the time I wasn't even in the chat because I can't stand the bitch's voice. You want to claim you're such a victim of me and I won't leave you alone? Why shouldn't I go live every day about her? Why shouldn't I? Exactly, Curvy Barbie. Ever since her good old friend Kim and Crafton over there exposed their Twitter accounts, we saw their actual hatred for others. She's not a, whatever. Of course she is. Even sitting, why would you publicly admit that you're going to claim bankruptcy? How do you think the judge is going to feel when she hears that you're already planning how to get away from disobeying her orders? What do you think that's going to do for you? Candy Rapper, I understand your sentiments, but I got to delete that comment. I know. You guys want to see their tweets from years ago? I got them. I got them. That was my whole thing, Big D. How many times did I say to all the creators, if everybody iced her out for a week, you see her begging people. She'd beg people to go at her. She has nothing without it, and I wish people would understand that. Everybody calling out Brittany, she doesn't hate it. You know what was funny? Hold on. Brittany doesn't hate it. She loves it. You know why? Because it's the only content she has. And without it, she has nothing, and she fucking knows it. So she loves being called out. Why do you think she admitted she makes more money off drama? The more people going at her, the more she can play victim, the more money she makes. And we'll find out all of that. But I found this interesting. So you guys know how Brittany has become BFF with her little wannabe attorney over there? Check this out. This is how she really feels about her. as BJ's life, her BFF, who was using her for subs like all the ones before, Brittany, but you still don't learn. So long as they hate Granny, right? So long as they hate Granny, they're welcome up on your panel. Doesn't matter what they've done to you in the past. Doesn't matter that you know how this ends, that they're sub grabbing off you. So long as they hate me, you welcome them with open arms to go at me. Hey, Iva. She's saying we need to get into a case that goes on about Granny. Right. And I hope her chat sees it now. But check out what her friend had to say in a different chat as Brittany was live. Can anyone ever recall me or Natasha saying, quote unquote, they are bullying me? Is it weird to anyone else but me? They think you're a weak bitch, Brittany. It's only a matter of time before they take your subs just like Loon did and they start going at you. They don't like you. They've never liked you. They've always called you Brittany J. They've called you and your boyfriend out for being bigots. They're the ones that told everybody that Craig was a proud boy and all this other shit that all came from Kim and Crafton. When they dug into your social media, your Twitter, your life, everything came from them. Ask yourselves why they are now suddenly supporting you, Brittany. As she gives you all the most awful legal advice in the world, including it won't be dismissed. Saying that the word approved was the correct language. This is how she really feels about you. She thinks you're a weak bitch. She thinks it's weird. She thinks you're pitiful. Emmy Joe's the one that put Brittany in contact with Nick. That is embarrassing. That's what she feels about her. But we all knew that. We all knew that. Hold on. Let me read this really quick before I read it out loud. Hey, Forever Army. She wouldn't admit Craig wasn't her husband. She admitted it on my panel in the summer when she came up to derail from Sebastian. She admitted it then. No, I didn't see that. I don't watch Brittany. I can't stand her. Well, this is interesting. Who has all nights listening to BJ? Well, here's the thing, right? On Easter Eve, I was doing what a mother does. Matter of fact, it was really cute. There was a bunny on my lawn, and I was messing around with the kids, like, oh, there's the Easter bunny. But I did what a good parent should do. So I celebrated Easter Eve with my kids. We did the typical, you dye the Easter eggs, you do all the fun things. We painted ceramics, all of that. Then I put my kids to bed so the Easter bunny could come so I could be up with them in the morning when they wake up. Now, granted, my kids aren't littles like they used to be, right? They're one's technically an adult, she's 18, and the other one's a preteen. Nonetheless, I wanted to make sure that I could be up in the morning with my children. So I didn't stay up till 4 or 5, 6 a.m. listening to some pathetic bitch over there cry for the 100th hour in a row how she's a perpetual victim. No. I put my kids first. So, no, I didn't hear whatever Brittany had to say the other night or the night before or the night before or the night before. Hey, Gina. Shows what kind of person Kim is, that she hangs out on BJ's and NCs, which have become two of the same. Yep. And don't forget, Kim and Crafton bragged about getting Coop's channel down because she was such a menace to society. She had to go. And now they're licking her ass crack. So honest to God, you think these people care about you? No, just Debbie, I see you. No, it doesn't even make me a great mom. It makes me an active parent, right? It's like what every other parent was likely doing. Any other parent that gives a shit was likely doing the same thing. Doesn't make me a great mom. It just makes me a mom. But I appreciate the compliment. You know, you do what you can to make sure your kids know that you were there for them. And no, don't be sorry. I appreciate the compliment. I just no, why would I be? It's a holiday weekend, it's the end of spring break. I spend it where I should. Thank you, Artist Creek. I mean, who says they're in a miss on a public platform that they're going to claim bankruptcy to avoid the judgment against them? Who says that publicly? Like, you think you're so slick. Last week, I heard she was bragging how they own 2 properties and, you know, and then this week, it's, oh, I'm going to claim bankruptcy. It really is, Krama. Really is. Hey, well, there's that. So that is the next move. I know a lot of people were asking, and that is the next move. The next move is we're already filing for hold on, let me quote it correctly. Give me 1 second. Talk to my, attorney that Brittany never had the pleasures of speaking with. So they have a right under statute to immediate appeal. Once judge sets award, posted a bond, it stops the execution. Because if they lose, you get the money. They can post cash as well. They don't post cash or bond. They can execute even though they appeal. Post money because they have no shot of winning. It's probably the best thing that could happen. So we've already filed our petition to the court. Okay. I'm sorry, we did already file. He's filing a petition to the court and likely going to file a motion for punitive damages, but that won't be publicly accessible. My attorney said he's going to seek the bond be 3 times my attorney fees. Not yet, Gertie, so I'm going to do a really big expose of all of it. I think they've invaded my real life long enough. I think they defamed me. They participated in this blackmail, harassing, intimidation of a legal filing. I think it's only fair that people know who they are. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Yeah, maybe I'll take them too. Right. Don't forget to account for both attorneys you had, Jess. Right. Lots of wants popping up. I think it's fair. You want to fuck with other people's real lives? You want to sit up there with my government name on the screen accusing me of RICO and telling me that I should have pled out? Telling me that I should have done anything to get... You know what? If you would be so willing to sign over your freedom of speech, go for it. Go for it. But I'm not as weak as you. And unlike you, I have a good enough understanding of law to have known that I was going to come out on top of this from the very beginning. Exactly like I told all of you. There's no chance in hell this injunction would ever be granted because it's unconstitutional. And I do want to clarify, I saw people, particularly barbecue subscribers and whatever it may be, but I saw them making comments that the only reason we won the anti-slap is because Barbecue had that text for Tony, right? Now, let me make it very crystal clear. While it was helpful that Barbecue had that text from Tony, and it added to why we won, that's not the sole reason. The reason we won is because their filing was bullshit. The reason we won is because they had no fucking proof of any of the claims they made. I mean, you think they were going to win when they're accusing me of raising over $20,000 for Blipboards and I was never involved? The reason we won is because they had a behemoth of incoherent ramblings that read more like a tabloid peppered in bullshit. That's the reason we won. I don't like this idea of I know people are doing it intentionally. Right, that my attorneys wrote in, right? I don't like this idea. I don't want to fight Barbecue over dumb shit like this, okay? I don't want to fight over whose attorney's a better attorney or who had better evidence or who had a better pleading. I don't like that. And I don't even necessarily think it's Barbecue that's doing it. I don't know if Barbecue's the one telling people I only paid $5,000 and my attorney rode coattails. I don't know. But I can assure you none of that is true. We won because the filing was frivolous. We won because they're seeking our freedom of speech, which is what the slap was created for. So while I appreciate the text message she had, and it was great evidence, it's not the sole reason we won. Let's stop with this pitting each other with this bullshit. It's not a contest. Oh, right, SS. Like, it's just, it's stupid, right? So now we petition for fees and costs, and we seek punitive. This hasn't been filed yet, but we are filing it. Again, my victim statement is not going to be written. It's not going to be for YouTube consumption to tear me apart. And I respect the fact that my attorney looked out for me on that level, because that was him that said that. He said, I would never have you write a victim impact statement that's going to sit on a docket for these people to rip apart. He's such a good attorney. He thought of me in a way that, you know, I quite frankly didn't even consider. Right. A lot of what she quoted throughout her ruling came from what we quoted in our anti-slap. But all attorneys did fantastic. Barbecue's 3 attorneys, my attorney, they all did a fabulous job. They all worked in a way that made this possible. And we're not going to have ego trips now over attorneys. It's weird to me. I'm not doing that. I don't know. He never said he was contacted to me, so I don't know. I don't know if he was contacted. It says he didn't respond for immediate. So maybe that's why. Because he didn't immediately see it. I don't know. But I will show you guys this. I mean, he's a busy guy, you know. Right, but the text message is what sealed the deal, right? Mary, ain't that the truth? Thank you, sweetheart. Right, and that was quoted throughout. Oh, yeah, Daisy Duke. We took the time to quote that throughout our response, right? We all did our part. So here's the article if anybody didn't see it. So my attorney was never contacted by this group, by this Law 360. He was never even contacted. And neither was I. So I don't know why they put that. A Pennsylvania judge has dismissed a sprawling behemoth of a defamation case brought against 2 true crime podcasters by Dog the Bounty Hunter and the father of a missing Tennessee child, whom the podcasters allegedly accused of being a pedophile, determining that the case was clearly a bid to muzzle participation in a topic of public interest. Delaware County Judge Kelly D. Eccles slammed Dog, Seth Rogers, and others who accused Stephanie and Jessica of a litany of civil and criminal violations rising from their coverage of a missing persons case. According to Thursday's order, Rogers' national spokesman, Tony Mathis, texted True before the case began and directly told her he was just looking to make her pay legal fees and did not care if the case was successful, the order said. That move, Judge Eccles said, clearly warranted dismissing the action under Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP. I messed up the order. Oh, here we go. Okay. A defense statute invoked to fight so-called strategic lawsuits against public participation. Then it quotes the text message. According to the order, plaintiff's response to our motion to dismiss were untimely and as anemic as their complaint is for abuse. Judge Eccles repeatedly criticized the suit throughout her dismissal order, at one point calling it a rambling and disorganized document that reads more like a salacious tabloid. The complaint asserts 47 causes of action under state, federal, and common law and sought a court order banning us from hosting our podcast on YouTube. Well, she's TikTok, but the case did not seek damages for the alleged defamation or assault and harassment that Rogers, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and others related to the missing child case said they received because of the podcast. Judge Echols said the complaint failed to specify which statements were made by either of us. She also noted that the plaintiffs had themselves gone on the podcast at issue to talk about the missing child. Her decision is a model. So this is the quote by Barbecue's attorney. Judge Eckel had the opportunity to review the new Pennsylvania anti-SLAPP law and to apply it in this case. Her decision is a model for others to follow. It is also a warning to those who would attempt to suppress free speech. Then it states that my counsel did not respond for immediate comment, but he never received it. So yeah, I don't know why, but pretty embarrassing if you ask me. Pretty embarrassing. You're cool. She's off. I don't want to argue with you about her. Oh. Subway, and when I came back and saw a thumbs up first one, I was like, mm-mm. Well, Barbecue didn't do that. That wasn't Barbecue. That would have been the group between you and Barbecue Lady. She doesn't tell people your lawyer's 5K or anything like that. I think it is being done intentionally. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know if she is or isn't Jay Fox. What I do know is when the statement was made, instead of responding back with the truth, she says she's going to make no comment. The comment she should have made is, no, that's not true. But instead, she said no comment. So call it what it is. I don't care. The fact of the matter is my attorney absolutely did not ride off her attorneys by any means. And she knows that. She knows that. She could have simply said, well, no, that's not true. Right? You know, no, I wouldn't say her attorney rode off my attorney's backs. That's what she could have said. Instead, she said no comment. So I mean, this idea that I don't have a right to be upset by everything that took place is a fallacy. And let me make another thing clear, because Brittany is a fucking idiot. I was never friends with Barbecue. Okay, I didn't know Barbecue. I told you all my first experience with Barbecue was over in Pascal's chat. First time I spoke to her was on Queen's panel when it came to fundraising. At that time, I didn't even know I was being thrown into it. But most importantly, we were never quote unquote friends. So for Brittany to say like, oh, see, Granny pretended to be her friend. No, we were two separate individuals that were thrown in litigation together, and we corresponded with each other on a professional level regarding litigation. We were never literal friends. Like, this is what Brittany's problem is. You live in a virtual reality, right? You don't live outside of YouTube. So everybody you correspond with on YouTube is your friend. Everybody you think is, your chatters are your friends. Your mods are your friends. And then you're sitting there crying all the time about how you were portrayed by your friends. I don't call everybody a fucking friend. I have real life friendships. I have real life relationships. I have acquaintances and I have online acquaintances. I do have online friends, but I don't make friends with every single person I talk with. Having somebody up on panel doesn't make you a friend. Having conversations doesn't make you a friend. Maybe as soon as you grow up and you realize that and you stop trying to ride off the parasocial relationships you've built, you'd be in a better predicament yourself. But the fact of the matter is, this is who and what you are because you don't live in reality. So fuck you. I didn't fucking pretend to be anybody's friend, bitch. I fought myself against your frivolous litigations and a lawsuit with somebody that you also put them against. She can claim whatever she wants. She also claims she had enough proof to show the judge that she's been a victim of mine for years. Did anybody see that proof? Nah, didn't think so. True crime for you. Thank you so much for being here for a month. I appreciate you. I had nothing to do with that. The morning I woke up, I saw that clip and I was not happy. So It would be like lumping BJ in with Ocean. Well, they are friends, aren't they? I mean, Brittany, you're now friends with all your plaintiffs. Right, Julie. I never pretended otherwise. Unlike most of these people on here, not most, unlike Brittany, I'm not a fake bitch. Okay? I'm not out here love bombing everybody and pretending everybody's my best of friends. Period. Right. I wasn't associated with a lot of shit. That's it. I mean, even her own friend said that, oh, we offer you a link to Discord because you were depressed or whatever. You're having a bad, but did I take that link? No. Right, feisty Nana. Of course she doesn't, Juliana's. She's so detached from reality. It's pathetic. I honestly, I don't think that's what it is, but whatever. Big T, thank you so much. Right, nonsense. That's what I mean. Like you can't claim that we're in an enterprise together and just whatever. So I understand what you're saying, Jay Fox, and I like you. I like you a lot. I saw how quick you were to trash me in Queen's chat. That's cool. But you got to understand, I'm allowed to feel how I feel, okay? And if you don't like that, I understand that too. But don't be mad at me because I don't like who you like, or I don't go around saying you like this person, so I don't like you. I think we could be more adult about it. Thank you, Sam Brown. Right, Big D. Why does she think every other, I mean, you lose over 150 plus moderators, there's a you problem. Right. And they put that in the litigation, Mr. Tomato Head, that I was saying there was planting of evidence. I stood up against that. I don't beat to other people's drum. Okay. I go into my own shit. I don't have to follow the leader when it comes to certain shit. Two platforms till more recently is when the two platforms have been merging a little. Yeah. How'd that happen though? Why didn't it merge prior to litigation? You know, I'll point this out. This is one issue I took. So when Tammy did a live the other day, I was in Tammy's stream. Now, I'm not very familiar with TikTok. I'm not a TikTok channel host, although I may become one if I feel like it. Pistol Amy, welcome back. Thank you. But it was quickly highlighted that I was in that chat, followed by the statement of, I thought she didn't like TikTok. No, I don't like a lot of people that have come from TikTok. I never said I don't like TikTok. But you see how quickly she was bothered at the idea that I was in a TikTok stream, right? Let's not be hypocritical here. I don't think Queen ever got that. Pretty Eye. I don't think anybody ever received that. I don't think that email was ever used outside of that Discord. This is what I think happened, and they can answer for themselves, but correct me if I'm wrong. The only reason that email was made was solely for her Discord. This is what I understood. It was solely for her Discord to see if there was a mole. And if that email got outside of the Discord, she would know there was a mole. It was never used in litigation. It was never shown on anybody's channels or anything, as far as I know. I don't know. I mean, I didn't see it anywhere. The first time I saw it is when Tammy read it out. That's how you understand it, Shiloh. Me too. So no, let's not even, I mean, don't tie Queen into that. She wasn't even involved in it. Nobody knew about it. Right, Tammy put it on here now, but it wasn't before. Right, that's how I understood it, Claudia. Okay. Over here as early as March, April, I've got some interest in. Well, did anybody else hear Betty say that Barbecue reached out to her to protest? What was that about? And when was that, I wonder? Protest what? I've stated this for months. Before any filing, after Granny's watch and BJ made the agreement on QB's panel not to speak on one another, BJ immediately broke that. GW waited 2 months to respond. Thank you. And I only respond after it all piled together. This idea that I sit there and I respond to anything and everything. Oh my God, I'd be live all day and night with content on Britney. Look how many people are making content on Britney and literally profiting off it. You don't think I could do the same? They all called you a liar, point out your ex. I don't utilize X, period. I disagree, Cambria. I don't think she gets accused of everything. If Chris Profilus says Katie is upset about the recording, you can bet there's truth to it. If there wasn't, it would have been cleared up with them. They were close enough to do luncheons. Oh, I know Barbecue sent a cake to the cops because Betty didn't. Betty promised the cops a cake or some shit after protesting. So Barbecue sent one. Yeah, that was fucked, Irish Eyes. We don't support that type of stuff. I'm not down with this going real life stuff. Like, we don't need to dig into people, criminal histories and contacting partners and ex-partners. And we don't ever stand for that. You heard that too, right, Java? Well, I can understand why you feel that way, Cranberry, but I just respectfully, I think we all get blamed for everything. I think it's a pretty level playing field as far as blame goes. Paid for that case? I don't think so. Oh, that's fine, Jay Fox, and I can have issue with what you said, right? Goes both ways. I saw how quick you were to trash me in that chat, and it was hurtful. I took note of everybody that was in there trashing me. It was interesting to see how quick that happened, too. And then I noticed how quick me and Queen kind of settled it. Some of you chatters settled it, too, right? Follow the leader, if you will, but that's never going to be me. No, you're right. He's pissed about it. You're absolutely right. Chris is very much pissed about it. BJ always a victim. Good on you for seeing it. Better money come off the back of BJ than Sebastian. Right. I can't disagree with you. Yeah, no. Chris Prof was very upset about it. He said Katie was very upset about it. Do I know if it happened? No. Oh, of course they do, Julie. They're trying so hard. But they did bring Barbecue's mom. I was like, see why she did that. Barbecue's mom was always a subscriber, though. They didn't bring her out. She was always a sub to all of them. We did, Yoga Mama. Yeah, the email wasn't used anywhere. And yes, Tammy put it out. I can't disagree, Kirby. I don't ask. It's about me. I got the direct link behind. Regarding what, Fox? Do you want to take a link? I don't really know what you're trying to say. That's not what happened. I don't remember to what part you're saying that. No, I agree with that. I think it's fucking lousy. It's disgusting. You don't use somebody's family members against them. I completely agree. My understanding, though, is that Barbecue's mother has always been a subscriber, right? Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. That was my understanding. That's the argument I heard plenty of times. I don't follow the TikTok to know. Do I still agree? Do I agree with them hosting their mother because they're angry at her now? No. Do I agree with them being quote unquote friendly with her mother? No. But Tammy did say she blocked her mother. So I don't know. Again, if the person's a subscriber, that's like Jones's family subscribers, right? I don't know. That was absolutely disgusting, especially about adopting a kid. What a sick thing to say. You're going to shame somebody? Not only that, but she it's her husband's children. She didn't adopt them from like the state. Yeah, I did. Busted, Josh, you slob. Yeah, Gigi of time. Many people don't understand that because they want it to be bigger. They want people to fight. So Yeah, I can't figure Julie out, to be honest, but I'm happy that she's standing on her opinion and that she's not backing down to them. Not put anything like you. No, I wonder if he knows now. No, I don't think so. I don't think she had any idea. Not yet, Jade. I'm going to do a whole stream on it. They're the sinking ship, right? Right. They're the ones that are like hopping ship, and they're realizing now that they've been misled by a fake captain who doesn't even have a license of the sea. And oh, I love it. I love it. Which one are you going to tear each other apart for the payments? That I agree. It goes both ways. I know, Bowie, because I saw them attack me. I know. Listen, I'm happy that she has adamant supporters. I really am. I do too. Now, I'll be honest, my supporters don't run in chats and you know, kind of distract the chat, but because they don't have to. But I'm not taking that from her. She deserves loyal supporters. That's great. But you got to respect some people can have different opinions. You can't attack us for them. What did she say about me, Curvy? I didn't even see that. Not allowed in my house. I need TikToks. She did, Yusha. She did. She ran back. Oh, it's like, it's just, it's not right to the chat. Like, even last night, I saw it happen in Breaking Chains. Like, all of a sudden, it became like a barbecue supporters first the chat type of thing. And it's like, stop the railing chats over it. They do. I'm sorry. They do. It's very disrespectful. I know. That's why I'll be going after her. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Thank you. Irish Eyes, I'm glad too. You're fine, J Fox. This play's so weird about how it works. You get lumped in with things when people want to attempt to discredit you. You co-sign everything if you go on panels or chats. It's a strange place. Yeah, I agree. I would defend you if you were wrong, Jess. That's not loyalty. That's a parasocial relationship. You wouldn't defend me, right? It just sucks that this all had to happen. Said how barbecue Discord will plan together to defend or attack. Makes sense when people speak ill about barbecue group comes in. Yeah, it's obvious. It's obvious. Or even like the reason that, oh, well, her whole Discord got together to send Queen the super chats. Like, you even plot that together? I mean, all right. Granny's attorney was amazing, super intelligent, and I love mostly that he had integrity. His character speaks volume. Thank you so much, Kentucky Queen. He'd really appreciate that compliment. Hey, Tara. I know, Tinkerbug. I hate it. Barbecue's mom joins anyone and everyone, has been on TikTok for everyone. Anyone can friend you and you can't stop them. Barbecue blocked me because of it. I didn't even know who she was. Well, I guess when trauma comes involved, you get, you know, you get upset, right? Passionate. Did you see Justin Block and Josh's as Queen Bee? I bet you Queen was not shocked to see that people are using. Didn't I tell you all that on the day of court? That these people are using audit accounts of us? Right, and then that thing too, right? Titanium, like the whole money thing. And then it was like people were angry that we didn't understand it was a joke. And I'm kind of like, but who's joking about shit like that? Absolutely, J Fox. Sorry, you're still behind. And it's like, well, right now it's not a time for jokes or like, you know, I don't know. Jennifer. Filing made subscribers feel we were afraid to say things for a while. It was kind of scary. I guess that was the point of the whole thing. I hope you realize, Agent 99, that I've definitely spoken out about that this entire time. I'm sorry for what it's done to all of you as well. Clone another creator's account. It should be. who swarm chats when opinions are spoken on one person. Yeah, people would take the actual facts we have about Sebastian's case and let go of the rumors. I bet most would be on the same page. Well, there's not many actual facts, right? And that's why people make shit up. I know, didn't you love that? This was 100% AI generated. 100% artificial zero intelligence. NFT, welcome back. Welcome to the MFers. Yeah, the other side's definitely trying to start crap with all you guys. They are trying to make you all separate. That's how the predator gets the victim. Right. Well, the fact of the matter is we all stood together for this, right? And the fact that we stood together is why we were primarily successful. We would have been regardless because the filing was crap on the surface, but the power of everybody pointing out what frauds they are helped a lot. Right, Pristine. I think that's the part people forget. We don't have to all like the same person. I agree, Carrie. They should be ashamed of themselves. Hey, like Gary. Well, I don't trust any of them. Not UA or barbecue. Yeah, well. A couple of the plaintiffs have been vocal about making sure to stir issue between creators. Some chatters love that too. They will turn. I know. That's why I was loving Brittany's whole little rant. Like she knows anything about me or barbecue or what happened or, yeah, it's really cute. Go try to befriend her. It'll be great. You filed against her too, you idiot. No one is standing apart. There's a group that's been around for years. Well, and that's kind of how I felt too, SS, right? Like I've been established here. And I'm like, oh, it's just whatever. Marine from Florida, Ellie rules suicide under suspicious circumstances. Ooh, send me an email. Thank you, Ready Freddy. Used to have to go to extension to check channels users, and they said it expired. Does anyone know if there's another one out there? I don't know what that is. I agree. Like, how do they get by day to day? I agree, nonsense. Remember when I said I had to go back to my old phone because my new phone was crap? And Brittany's like, she's hiding evidence. Isn't it a little beyond trolling for an impersonation? And she can tweet that to Team YouTube on X and show that he's, abusing the platform by impersonating other creators. Thank you, Shiloh. I may not chat all the time, but I'm always here supporting. So happy for your win. Keep your head up. Snoozy time to pay up. How when Brittany put the part where I said on the count of 3, F you, Brittany, and she's like, and this is who people stinks is a good person. You all know that if Brittany would have won this litigation, she'd be boasting and screaming and cheering and everything else. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Was the actions done by the daughter, knowing that no one could clap back due to age? Shelby Lynn. It's a shame that it's gotten so personal that families are involved because they all used to be friends. And that's all I wrote in Tammy's chat. Congratulations, Ready. Yes, Ready Freddy. Awesome. Congratulations. Like, I didn't write anything negative against barbecue. I literally said, like, it's a shame they used to be friends. Hopefully now they can go their own ways. I'm not down with any of what's happening. It doesn't make me happy. I don't know either of them. Yeah, remember when she filed, she went on camera all smug? Look at all the ones. You'd be up here gloating, and you know it. She would be playing that for months. She would never shut up. She was so smug, Rana. And then she was threatening subscribers too. Oh, we're going to get your IP. Oh, yeah. No. Nope. You talk more about ideas and facts, and she mainly talks about other people. Yep. Hold on 1 second. I got to ask the kids to feed the cat. What do you mean, Pink? Sorry, I have to feed the cat. Hold on, because she keeps bothering me. Okay, thank you for being patient. I'm sorry. Thank you, Nanny. This is what I will say, because I know a lot of people feel some type of way, right? She wasn't pro any parent. Thank you, Claudia. I get tired of that too. When it comes to people saying like, oh, barbecue is controlling and making the email to see if there was a mole and this and that, the only thing I can say and think of is when you're in litigation, right? Not only, well, for me, I'll speak on my behalf. When this was going on, there was a lot of people, a lot of chatters I've never seen, a lot of clip channels, a lot of people on X, and then there was the classic, green team, selected useful idiots, and they were saying and doing the most. They were doxing, they were threatening, they were, the intimidation, and there was a real fear that came with it. I mean, these people, again, they live right near me, right? So like there was a lot going on. Now, I knew my group of people because I've been with them for years. I didn't meet them from this case. I didn't whatever. So my mods were my mods, and I knew I could trust them. They were my friends, and I knew they were supporting me. But I guess if I wasn't too sure of people, I can see how it would bring people to have hesitation or see if there's a mole or whatever. I don't know. Thank you, Stephanie. I don't know. So maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe that has something to do with why she was like acting that way. I can't tell you. I can, I too was, whatever. I don't like this idea that people have to like who likes who and who doesn't like who. Like I seen Psyops make that comment one time in chat, like, oh, I don't really care for barbecue. And then he was jumped on by like 5 or 6 chatters for a good 5-10 minutes. And it's like, that needs to stop. Not everybody's going to like her and just block people, but don't come in and start going at them because they don't like her. What do you think that's going to make them do? Like her? Oh yeah, if I get attacked by 5 or 6 accounts telling me how I should like this person, maybe I'll like them. I mean, that's not the way that works. It's very off-putting as viewers to see that going on. And then other chatters want to defend the people too, because now you're like, well, wait a minute, Psyops is one of us. How dare you do that? It kind of is like a new group coming in, and I don't know. It's just, do you know what I mean? Like it's not. I think people start getting group chats and discourse and things. There's a constant level of paranoia that exists, right? Because you never know when somebody's going to turn. Had people with me for years that turned. Well, and I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've noticed that too. Like she went into Burnt Toast and was like, drop a link. Well, Burnt Toast doesn't do open panels. There was like this, like, I don't know. I mean, for me, it was quite a few things, but like I said, we were in litigation together. So I was cordial about it. I don't think the same respect was shown back. And I felt very disrespected. And I continue to feel that way. Felt even more disrespected when it was stated that my attorney was a 5K attorney that wrote off her attorney's backs. And instead of speaking up and saying that's not true, she said no comment. mean, that's an extremely good, and now people are running around saying that's factual. That my attorneys only cost $5,000. And that rumor could have been dead right there, but whatever. We shouldn't be crucified for who we support. I think some of us equality, some people we don't jive with. Right. That's okay. Yeah. The polls majority say no. No Discord. Anybody's welcome to come up if you like. Well, and I think that's what upset me when people are like, oh, Granny thinks this is about her and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm an established YouTuber who's literally a defendant in this. And yes, I did feel like if anybody's YouTube channel was going to break the news, it should have been mine. Hence why I offered her to come up. Okay. I did and still do and stated at that time that it was disrespectful. It's not like I was like, oh, yeah, it's cool. You guys are going live. Sure. Great thing. All right. See you in a bit. No, I said at that time, I feel this is disrespectful. Saying I don't get down with backyard breeders. She thought that meant I don't think her dogs are well cared for. She takes great care of her dogs. And yeah, a lot of people aren't down with breeders. And you didn't see the things Barbecue was doing on TikTok start causing this. Then she brought it to YouTube because nobody knew her and you got wrapped into it. Well, we saw some of it, right? Not all of it. And TikTok disappears, so. Well, that's what I said, Deshaun. Like, did that come from Barbecue? I'd love to know that. I would love to know if Queen believed that because of Barbecue. But again, the receipts are going to come out. So people can think he was $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $50,000. It doesn't matter. You'll see in time. And right. And rather he charged me. I mean, again, cost them more doesn't mean they're a better attorney, for fuck's sake. I was very blessed to find an attorney who understood how frivolous this suit was and also understood and respected the fact that I'm a single parent and that I can't afford to be thrown into frivolous litigation. It doesn't make him free and it doesn't make him cheap. If anything, I think it makes him brilliant. She did apologize, and I appreciated that. She did. They're still running with it, but I appreciate very much that she apologized. Well, apparently a lot of people do, PD, and I think that's part of the issue, right? Right, Booyah, and that's okay. That's okay. You won't be attacked here for saying it. Now, if you came in and said, I don't like her because she did X, Y, and Z, and they weren't true, then I would defend it. She did. I know. Hey, Sherry. They are. They're very expensive. Right. Only $5,000 is silly to think. Exactly, PD. Even if he was free, would that devalue the work he did? Does his work not speak for himself? I mean, go read all his documents, everything he submitted. The docket speaks for itself. He did a fantastic fucking job. He's the one that got out that Castor wasn't representing. That wasn't going to be brought out publicly. That was going to be kept, little hush hush because there's associations. No, my attorney didn't give a shit. That was a big deal. And he's the reason that's out public. Right. And that's what I said to her on the phone. And that's what I said to her on panel. Of course she understands. And I understand that others did it to her, but I never did. Cause issues within our community because they lost yet again. We are a great community that stands up for what's right. Amen, Voodoo. I feel paying for 3 lawyers is wild. I mean, I agree. I think she was insulted that I said that in chat one day too. That I said I would never pay $60,000 or $90,000 for a frivolous lawsuit. I think Barbecue was insulted. I said that, but I said that because I clarified because somebody said Granny said she paid her attorney $90,000, and I'm sorry, I would never throw away $90,000 on a frivolous lawsuit ever. I will stop speaking about the topic before I ever throw away $90,000. Well, and that's another thing, right? Like shaming Tammy because she couldn't afford an $800 plane ticket. How many of you can afford $800 for a plane ticket to go have fun right now. I fucking can't. Like now we're like, like poor shaming people when that's not even considered poor. Many people can't afford $800 for a plane ticket to go have fun. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm lucky if I can go afford a $70 dinner, let alone $800 ticket. I don't like that. Like, I don't like this idea of shaming people. Like, oh, she's so poor, she couldn't afford an $800 ticket. Guess what? Half the audience probably can't either. Look at all the no's in the chat. They wouldn't be able to. And that's what Tammy was saying. There's other priorities. Like, I don't like this shit, dude. I just don't like it. Who's saying that, Krama? If somebody wants their money back, when I get a judgment, fucking shoot me an email, show proof you sent money, and I'll send it back. I never had a problem with that. I said from the beginning, if people that helped support me to get through this want their money back when it's said and done, they're welcome to it. Well, yeah, it was 50, and then it was 90. Now it's well over 60. I don't know. Right, Ron, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you do, but that's normal. Right, never been wealthy. Not flexing or shaming somebody over an $800 ticket to go have fun. But I understand if they do, Music City Mom, and I appreciate that you want it. But I've told you guys from the jump, like if anybody wants their money back, please, by all means, don't hesitate to tell me. Everybody's in financial hardship. Our economy's crumbling. I just appreciate the help to get to where I am. Oh, fuck you, Brittany. People gave because they wanted to. Oh, people are saying you didn't put anything in. Let me tell you something. I've definitely put a lot of money out of pocket into this. A lot. A lot that I didn't have. A lot of moving money around and trying to figure it out and asking if it could be paid on this date instead of this date. Fuck you. You have no idea how much I spent out of pocket, but you'll find out soon. Look at how much was raised and then look at how much I pay. You'll see how much was out of pocket. It can humble you, right, Rhonda? Being fertile with your money or deciding that you don't want to waste it. Thank you, Janice. You're right. I shouldn't have said judgment. If people want a refund, once it is paid to me, please don't hesitate to tell me that you'd like it back. Please don't. I would completely understand. I want to judge you. Want to be anybody's business. It'd be between us. I get it. I have no problem with that. No, Sin, it's not. But you know what? It will be out in the public and people will see it. And I have no problem. I always said I'll be very transparent. I have no problem being transparent about it. You know why? Because I know I'm not doing anything shady. I know I didn't profit. I know I didn't, make hundreds of thousands of dollars and living the best life. I know what I raised and I know what I paid, and I have no problem being transparent with it. You're right, Janice. Plus, if they appeal and then punitive damages and yeah. And I'm not planning on running around and just living the best life off of a judgment. Like, honestly, it was never about the money for me. It was more about clearing my name. This is in my backyard. This is where my kids go to school, where my aunts and uncles and relatives live. And this was much more to me than I never thought at the end of this I'd be rich. I still don't think at the end of this we'll be rich. It was never about the money for me. It was about clearing my name. And if I'm able to get an extra couple dollars to off call, the amount of times I think I wasn't able to go live. I didn't go live every morning like I used to. The emotional and mental stress, the fear, the humiliation, the threats. If I'm compensated for that and I can do something good with it to fuck people. But it was never about money. That's what I'm saying. It's not a competition. I'm not sure why that was ever mentioned either. And honestly, it fucking hurt. because people ran with that as factual. It's like, if there's been so many rumors like, oh, well, Granny's attorney's on a contingent. No, he's not. Oh, well, the 5K. No, it's not. Riding off somebody else's back. No, he didn't. Like, that's just very insulting. I know, Irish. He said that today. Thank you again, B. Tim. Right. It was about clearing my name, Joe Madre. Like, I wasn't out here saying, like, oh, they're going to give me so much money and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. BJ was mocking your depression the last 2 weeks and also saying they're tracking you throughout communities. You're fucking weird. But I'm the stalker, right? I'm the obsessed one, but she's tracking me throughout communities. Fuck is wrong with her? What is wrong with her nonsense?
You want to speak it up?
I mean, honest to God, we've been tracking her throughout communities. You're fucking weird.
Yeah, I don't. People in the
locale community, am I not allowed to go to any other community? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? People been tracking her.
Exist. Speaking of trackers, I mean, she has, and once again, she has proudly stated she has been in contact with somebody thousands of times that used to brag about putting trackers on people's emails that, yeah.
Oh, and now we have people's emails trying to be hacked and shit too. Yeah.
I told her, get in bed with those guys. It's going to be fun. But
if I counter Stewart's comments like that, like, oh, Granny hasn't been depressed, we've been tracking her in other communities. Like, that's going to be presented to the judge. How fucking dare you?
Speaking of which, I just pulled something up if you want to share my screen for a minute.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me 1 second before you play it. Hold on.
No, good. No, you do whatever. Good morning, everybody. I want to know, Sammy, has she read the filing yet? Do you think she's read the filing yet? Any of them? We saw the E's try to read it the other day. I tell you what, I have never seen anything of the sort. Like, they are always so clear and concise, and they were always like very excited and almost giddy when they were reading the initial like injunctions and things. And the other night, like, she spilled coffee on herself. The dog was barking. The trees were falling. Like, everything was crazy. It was a shit show, complete shit show. And I was there for it. But they were trying to find every way to spin and twist the ruling. Good morning, you guys.
Well, and this is a great point. Depression means you can't go to other places. Do you know, throughout my depression, I still had to wake up and get my kid to school. I still had to, cook dinner. I still had to clean. I still had to do laundry. I still had to food shop. I still had to do everything I had to do. It was just harder to do it. But to say, oh, because I'm in another chat, I'm not depressed. Do you think there's a reason I was over in that community instead of over here, sitting in a chat going at Brittany for the 100th time participating? Ever dawn on you that it got to the point where even hearing your voice made me have fucking pains in my stomach?
Well, let's be honest. A lot of people that deal with depression, isolation, they come to YouTube so they can coexist with others to try and lessen some depression, so they're not isolated and lonely. So they will go into chats and form like, that's just so ignorant to even, because you're in a chat. I really am starting to wonder how some of these people have made it through life to this point, how they have successful relationships in reality, like in real life, like tangible.
But
they don't. That's a lot of them do not.
Right. That's exactly right. A lot of them do not.
Right. That's what, it's crazy to me.
When is this stream from?
Let's see here. The 19th. So what was that? Like 2 days ago? Yeah, 2 days ago. You ready for some funny? You know that question when I came in the chat this morning and asked you, wait, is there something in there that the judge says? And I was being sarcastic, of course, not me being sarcastic, but listen up, Jess. You're going to love this.
Oh, no. That fucking judge never said that the things we said weren't true. My declarations were 100% true. 100%. You can bank on that, because everything that I come with, I have physical documentation to prove it. And when a countersuit comes, I'm ready for that shit. That'll be my day. So you can run with the lies Every
Her
What?
day will be the countersuit. She thinks during a countersuit she'll be able to present what? I called you a lazy, fat, wasteful piece of shit.
Yeah, and it's going to change.
The judge literally said there was no proof of any of their claims, nor was it defamatory. It was my subjective opinion. That's what she said. Whew, she's still delusional. What a shame.
Oh, just wait. I'll play a couple more seconds. I thought you would enjoy this though, because the delusions, the complete rewrites.
I don't give a fuck who you are. Read it.
See how tough
Read
she is
it.
now?
That
Read it, bitch. You need to read it. BJ, have you read the filing yet? I've been asking you that for what? Since October 18th of 2024. I'll be asking you that October 18th of 2025 too, bitch. Have you read the filing yet? Just asking.
Well, she's even
Judge-
saying like,
Sorry.
oh, this reading reads like it was dismissed, y'all. I can't wait for the hearing because this reads like it was dismissed. It wasn't simply dismissed. Your shit was dismissed. Mine was granted, which means it's a win for me, a lose for you. And but she has such notice how she's all like she's that tough, sweet. She's not this sad little thing now. She's all tough guy.
Oh, she's here for it.
Right, showing my medical records, making remarks like that. Oh yeah, you'll see what this countersuit is. It's not what you think, BJ. It's not a tit for tat YouTube panel where it's like, well, she said I don't feed my kids, which I never said. The courts don't give a fuck that your feelings were fucking hurt. They care about defamation.
And we've already proven over and over again that many things that were claimed after this filing dropped were factually incorrect, which would potentially lead, depending on what a judge would think, to defamation, because defamation is just that. Again, you can't claim somebody hurt your fifis of saying you wouldn't let your kids be in a car unbuckled when it's factually fucking true that happened. That's not defamation if it's true. The things that we have documented for what are we at? Like, how many months has it been, Jess? 6-8 months?
7.
And so much of it has never been put out publicly that we know they have said.
And for 7 months, despite seeking this from the court, seeking my right to free speech, she has never shut up about me. She literally drools and admittedly follows me on different panels to play hearing me speak.
Yep. And if she's not there, well, sometimes she's not there because she's sleeping during the day. So that's my opinion.
But she'll restream it later, or she'll share it out to everybody. Has anybody ever seen me make a community post saying, hey, nonsense is going at BJ today. Come on over and join in.
Never.
This is what my attorney said. She can't countersuit for just malicious prosecution. They won't get past summary judgment. Just attach judge's opinion. Then we can move to damages. The sole issue will be, was it frivolous, fictitious, not her claims, which were dismissed. But go ahead and listen to, go ahead, BJ. Take whatever legal advice you want. That's coming directly from an actual attorney who fucking won this filing.
Hey, Mr. Sharp Tongue Man, if you're listening, thank you for all you have done.
Like, basically, during a malicious prosecution, Brittany doesn't get to be like, well, Your Honor, she said this and this about me. That's not what's going to happen. And the fact that she still thinks it's as easy as that is exactly why she's where she's at. And this woman claims to be true crime, and you don't know the basics of the fucking law.
Sad. It's really sad that
it
these
is
people...
sad.
Well, listen to this part, Jess, if you don't mind. I'll play it just a little short more because you'll
Please make it short.
It will. I promise you. I won't hurt your head anymore.
Judge never said anything was not true. If anything, she said that we should basically that we should it should be under defamation and harassment claims.
That's not what she said.
Where
did she say that?
Where?
Would it be over here where she says what you claim to be defamation was not defamation? What you claim to be harassment is it? Would it be there?
Where
was that ever stated?
Oh, trust and believe. I'm about to be on that ass at some point, but where is
right
it?
Here? As to the claims for defamation purportedly asserted by plaintiffs, including Brittany, you're public figures. Therefore, you have a higher bar to meet, and you didn't meet it. Where does she think the judge said this should have been filed? It was filed under defamation and harassment. Hence why she breaks down each ruling. There was 42 claims. 2 of them were, one was defamation, second was harassment. Neither met the bar for it. The judge even says right here, nonetheless, these were Jessica's, to the extent they were defendants saying subjective opinions. They are not actionable. Your alleged defamation is not actionable as defamation. She's so stupid.
This
can't be real.
I don't know who is giving her this advice or how she interpreted this ruling to even. This is where that question came from, and you were probably like, Becky, are you okay? But the reason I asked that is because of that direct statement right there. She's like, I'm like, where did the judge say this? Where is this? Like, is there this invisible ink, this whole other ruling that none of us have seen? Oh, I figured it out. That's got to be the order for Betty's federal thing. We must be reading the wrong one. This must be invisible ink, invisible orders, and an invisible federal injunction. Like, we've got to just, wait.
I got something better for you, nonsense.
Oh, no.
Remember when I said they made up their own case law?
Yes.
And I was saying things like, does the case law you claim exist in the room with us right now? I hate to break it to you, Brittany, but there's no way this lovely Judge Eckel, who sat on the bench, earned her position there, went to law school and all that, said that you should bring it a claim for civil harassment, because that simply is not a fucking existent claim in PA. There is no such thing as civil harassment in PA. So there's no way the judge told you should file a civil harassment, because it doesn't exist. What an embarrassing thing for you. So again, this comes from my attorney. The countersuit will be for malicious prosecution. She cannot bring her claims. They were precluded. And there is no civil harassment in PA. There's no such thing as it. You can't file for civil harassment. It doesn't exist, you dumbass. So tell us again where the judge said this. Put a 1 in chat if you think she's just a delusional idiot.
Well, I'm not in chat, but 11111.
Yeah.
One day I was thinking we should go through the filing and actually pull up the codes that they used in there, like the criminal codes in a civil filing, because after your attorney pointed out so many of those things, I was like, wait a second. And I went looking and just pulling some of them up just out of curiosity, because I was being ridiculous. And holy shit, the things that they cited, the cases that they cited, like the comparison, it's so embarrassing.
Well,
like you said,
my attorney points that out. Like, the one thing they put in there was referencing sexual harassment at the workplace.
Yeah.
Didn't she put that in here too? That like a lot of the case law they quoted had nothing to do with what they were stating?
Yes, that's what I was. When your attorney pointed that out, I didn't really pay attention to that, because there was just so much.
Right, because we don't look at case codes, to be honest. We're not pulling them up and reading them, but attorneys are.
Yeah, so when he pointed that out, I was like, let me go see. Holy crap, the things. And some, like he said, I think he told you or said something about like the outcomes of some of these were negative too, that they were using. Like, there was something with like one of the cases that had a negative outcome that they were quoting or something. It was, I don't remember. But there's just so much of it that's unreal.
Right. Even right here again. This court cannot determine that any statement was so atrocious or outside the bounds of civilized society have caused harm to a plaintiff. The few quotations of purported statements of defendants saying that are contained in the complaint, that Miss Griffin is a tragedy pimp or a grifter, and or that Miss Jackson was worthless and lazy, do not allow the court to conclude that there is a cognizable IIED claim. Further, none of the plaintiffs has pled that actions or statements of defendants have caused them to seek a medical diagnosis or treatment. What does that remind me of? Anybody want to guess before I throw it up? Hip hop anonymous. That's protected by HIPAA, Brittany. They can't request your medical records. That's protected by HIPAA. Yet the judge even quotes here that none of you put any. You show no proof of medical diagnosis or treatment.
I got one question. How do you think they maneuvered the whole thing of the exhibits with the plaintiffs? So there's 10 plaintiffs. Granted, one's like an LLC. We know, and it's stated in this ruling basically that Hong and Dog, there was nothing with them, so name kind of only in there. But how did whoever prepared this, get it by the other plaintiffs, these people that live in real life, I think somewhere, that these exhibits were sent in? Like, how did the plaintiffs fall for that?
Well, remember they were telling them that the exhibits were censored.
Censored?
Yeah, they tried telling them that the exhibits were what's the actual word though? The legal word.
Redacted?
Redacted, yeah. So in legal context, threadbare suggests that an argument, excuse, or policy is weak, worn out, or no longer persuasive due to overuse or lack of strength. So again, when the judge is over here and says that there are only the threadbare allegations, she's basically saying if you overused it, it's weak, it doesn't cut the rope, it lacks any strength. It's not effective. Its effectiveness has been exhausted. That's what the judge thinks of your claims of emotional distress, Brittany. Exhausted.
They did say that. I mean, they tried to say the seal thing, but again, I'm talking about like the plaintiffs. These are adults, right? Most of them are, I would say, 30 plus years old. Just because somebody says they're sealed, there would be documents that confirm that in the
You
court.
have to seek the court's permission to seal documents before you seal documents. So you would at least see them put in, asking the courts to allow sealed documents.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, how did they get that by? So now, like, when the E's were stumbling all over, trying to, I'm understanding that, no, they were published on a public website. How did these plaintiffs, did they know it was bullshit, but they were just in so far at that point in time that they were just like, yeah, we're going to run with it? There was nothing in there. And it would have been on the record that there was something requesting them to be sealed.
Right.
So crazy to me.
It's crazy to me that she's claiming that the judge even said that they should go for anybody who's read this, including the attorneys and the judge, said this was primarily a defamation case and it failed. It simply failed horribly. So I don't know how she's claiming the judge said that she should file for defamation and harassment when harassment, first off, is criminal. So you can't file that civilly. Sammy, thank you, girlfriend.
Would she even be able to do that in Pennsylvania because they don't have jurisdiction?
Yeah, she can't do anything in Pennsylvania. The judge said with prejudice. She can't refile any of this against me. That's the part so why would the judge say file it again, but as defamation and harassment when the judge said with prejudice, meaning none of you can bring these complaints against me again?
Right. Especially for an out of state resident. Like, this is just, it's the biggest mind fuck ever to hear them spin this. And it's like, at what point do you just admit, yeah, I'm in over
defeat?
I don't know. I don't know. This is wild. And of course it's I
mean, here's the biggest thing. We filed a slap, right? Have a great day, buddy. We filed a slap suit. And the point of a slap is to say, hey, this is a frivolous lawsuit that is simply brought against me to stop me from speaking because they don't like what I'm saying. That is going to be dismissed with prejudice if the judge agrees that it's a slap, because she's not going to allow you to throw away frivolous litigation again. And no way whatsoever would a judge ever say, hey, you didn't do so well trying it this time, so I'm going to dismiss with prejudice. But when you refile it, follow it as harassment and defamation. Like, she cannot be this fucking stupid nonsense. I'm telling you, I think she intentionally plays obtuse like this to have that victim role.
Did you hear Kyle?
No, but I wish I did. Say it again, Kyle.
Hold on, come here.
Please give us some common sense here.
I don't know about that. She's pretty stupid.
I can't figure out if I think it's an act or not.
He's headed to work. He's sitting here laughing. Last night, I went to bed after getting sent a clip of some interesting things that were said over there that were pretty nasty. So he went on a whole rant last night about what in the hell Like you say this out of your mouth on your panel and giggle about it. Like your spouse, he's like, I can't even imagine if I would say something like that in the background of one of your streams. And I was like, yeah,
Right.
no.
Nope. You know what I think should be done, and this is my God honest truth. I think at this point she should log off. She should go to the gym and make her husband happy and start working on herself and her home life. She clearly does not have the intelligence level to conduct herself as a quote unquote true crime channel. She really doesn't even have the intelligence level to be a drama channel either. And she clearly doesn't have the capabilities to self-reflect and or educate herself so that she can be a reliable channel for any type of reputable news. So at this point, she should just give up. And especially give up about me. You will never beat me in a courtroom, rather that be via a protective order, a restraining order, a defamation claim, a harassment claim, whatever. You will never beat me in a courtroom because I will outsmart you any fucking day of the week. You are not a victim of mine. The courts have now determined that. It is time you accept it and realize the only victim you are a victim of is yourself. Get your shit together. You're far too old. You have too many fucking children to be as pitiful and as weak-spined as you are. You are your biggest issue. It is not me. It will never be me. You will never be me. Accept it and move the fuck along. Holy
Get a
shit.
haircut and get a real job. Clean your act up and don't be a slob. Get it
Just
together
do
like you think
something,
you're
but
the top.
accept the fact that Granny is not the Granny, Jessica. It doesn't matter how you want to refer to me. I am not your issue in life.
You are not the problem.
Right. They said with that one, you'll never get a restraining order. They just don't know when to fucking stop.
Can I say one more thing to that too, to add on to what? And stop fucking saying it was Granny or nonsense who fucking said your kids are fair game. Nana, you
I
might
never
want
said
to
that.
check yourself about saying her child isn't nonsense. They were referring to my daughter in the background. Bitch, you think you want to go there? I'll let that one unleash. Fucking stay in your lane, Nana, because it's about time you fucking stop the bullshit lies. And Brittany, we'll wait on the fucking clips of Granny and I ever saying that your kids were fair game. Again.
Fair game for what? Fair game for what?
Yeah, exactly. It never fucking
You know
happened.
who actually said my daughter is fair game? Her friend Kim, when she said she's counting down the days to my daughter turns 18. When she sat over there and made a really weird and sick allegation based on my children's last name. You want to talk about fair game? As your friends who have gone after kids for years. And I'll tell you what, when it came to litigation, if this would have went further and the courtroom, yes, her children would have been fair game for depositions and to seek into their medical records. But my attorney would never do that to a child, unlike their mother. My attorney would never place her kids in the position that she willingly positioned them, ever.
Yep.
She did that. She shields herself behind them.
Absolutely agree. But I'm about fucking sick of the whole like Granny and nonsense that show the fucking clips.
Play it.
Prove it.
Play it, bitch. Play it.
You've been saying shit for over a year, lying to people, saying this, saying that. Yes. Have I gone after her looks? Yeah, absolutely.
Has she gone after yours?
Months of being called Lady LaDude and all the other shit. So anybody over there on her panel the other night, oh, nonsense going after. Fuck yeah, I have. Hell yeah, I have. And I'm going to continue to, because guess what? I'm that petty. And at this point in time, I don't care.
Lady, what do they call you? Lady the dude?
Lady LaDude.
Lady LaDude? Lady LaDude, do you have a ring on your finger?
Sure do.
Oh.
Want me here?
Oh, let's see. Let's see that ring on that finger, bitch. Lady LaDude was able to get herself an actual man who's on his way to work right now after putting a ring on her motherfucking finger and stepped up for the fucking kids that weren't his, unlike yours who told you to get rid of 3. Shut up. This is why I don't speak on her nonsense, because I detest her. I despise her. I do think nothing should be off limits when it comes to Brittany, because she thought my real life was fair game. Do you think Brittany gave a fuck what this would do to my kids? Do you think Brittany gave a shit what this would do to me in my financial situation? Do you think that Brittany sat over there gloating that I was looking at years in jail and gave a fuck if I was taken from my kids?
Well, just one thing I hope people have learned after the last however many months is that you have valid feelings. You have valid emotions over the bullshit, because any of us that have just tried to point out the harm that she does to victims and their families, it instantly is granny this, granny that, granny this, granny
Yep.
did that, granny did this. No, bitch, you're a product of your own behavior.
Yep. That's why I said
You.
you're your issue, not me. You your issue.
Yep.
Right. She did the same thing to Clue, claiming she was protecting a predator. Called him when he was in prison. I asked 20 times for receipts. That's what I'm saying, Chloe. You come up if you like. When she sits over there and tells everybody that you're going at her, you and Cletus are going at her because of me, she acts like she didn't do shit personally to you. She used your child's trauma. She went after your fucking kid. How dare she? Oh, Clue said right here, I'm the one who said your kids are fair game the minute you went after mine, BJ. There you go, Nana. You sweet little Christian woman, Nana. Fuck you.
Well, Nana's talking about my adult child, and let me just say, my adult child is probably just like her mama. So you want to fuck around, Nana? Keep on. Nana, you know what?
Sure.
They kept saying over and over again the other day, oh, you know,
It's not Kelly.
there's to her for, you know what? Yeah, animals shouldn't suffer. Nobody wants to see that. But I, again, distinctly remember when you thought it was my karma when I had to put my dog down. So fuck all of you. And all of you that sit by and coddle.
That's what they said. That's your karma?
Yeah, Nana said it in a stream.
I wonder what stepping on a kitten and killing them, what kind of karma is that?
And of course, unlike those guys, I have
She had a
clips of them saying it.
cheesy.
They
Yeah.
have to fabricate what we say. We just have to stand on the fucking things that they say.
You ever notice that nonsense that every time it comes to like providing proof, it's so easy for one of us or any of us to pull it up, but when it comes to them, they just say, "Believe me, y'all, believe me. I got proof, y'all. I got proof," but never present it.
Yep.
Hey, what was it stated in that email Nana sent? We ready to expose that yet? Because I'd love to.
You want me to read it?
Oh, please do. Let's read it. Let everybody hear what Nana had to say behind BJ's back.
Might as well, right?
Might as well. She has no problem participating in this filth because she's as filthy. Birds of a feather, baby. Caca.
Caca. I was.
How's it rated when it roll?
I don't even know what happened the other day, and I started doing the caca thing, and I'm like, what just happened to me? Why am I doing that?
We used to do it all the time. People loved it. I said it to Peekaboo in the chat the other day. She said something about birds of a feather, and I wrote back, caca, caca.
Hold on. Let me do this.
This is more how they sound. BJ's the fucking peckerwood, banging her head on the mic.
So you can
Look at
see
Nana.
what I'm reading right here. I
Hey
took
there.
the top out so you can't see her name.
Sign
But
from the bottom. Nana's dragonfly.
it says, "Hi, this is Nana. Thank you for all your kindness and prayers. I'm writing you in privacy. I just wanted to let you know all this brought to light my concerns I've been having for a while. I'm really tired of the drama and really wanted to just deep dive into cases for the missing. All this has really become a shit show. I am embarrassed that I let myself get involved in this. I will have a lot to take care of in my personal life and will step down from the drama. I'm still going to watch on YouTube because I believe Sebastian will be found. I lost my way in this case and I just wanted him found. You can share this with other creators that are genuinely praying for my husband and let them know I thank them from the bottom of my heart. Much love, Anna's Dragonfly."
Oh, Nana got too caught up. Sorry, go ahead. What?
Let's see. What was my response? Give me a second.
Because I'm sure Nana's sending little emails behind BJ's back that she was too caught up in the filth that she sat in.
Oh, here's my response.
Thank you,
First
Alina.
off, I need to apologize again. I truly did not mean to cause that backlash for you at all. I felt horrible that my actions caused that for you, as I genuinely didn't mean anything of harm for you. I know we've disagreed on things in this case, but I truly wish no harm on a single soul. I'm genuinely hoping the absolute best for you and your hubby. I'm sure you are super stressed about the upcoming treatment plan. I know how much you love him from the way you speak on him. He's lucky to have an amazing caregiver by his side through this journey. If there's anything at all you need or we can help with, please let us know. I will continue to keep both of you in my prayers, Becky. Oh, that fucking evil, vile bitch, Becky, right? Fucking nonsense. She's such a fucking mean bitch.
And
did
you
I do
never
anything?
exposed it. You never exposed her betrayal to Brittany, writing you behind her back.
And I also didn't even enlighten or condone or instigate any more shit talking about BJ either. I've directed it at, I'm sorry about what you're going through, but here we are.
Right.
Well,
Yep.
I will say, Emmy Joe exposed the ever loving shit out of Nana yesterday because,
Did she?
oh girl, bye. Last night was a hoot on that channel.
I missed all the good shit, man. I was sitting here being a sweet little Easter bunny, and you all were
Yeah.
in here ripping. I love that the Christians were all live on Good Friday, Easter Eve, Easter Sunday.
So I will say, in terms of, I think this is why people think that they can do this when you're talking about, I heard what she said, right? How it was, I can't remember which one it was, Granny or Nonsense, that said your kids are fair game, blah blah blah. I think the reason that they believe that they can come online and do something like that is because the person who actually said it, in this case me, would feel some sort of like shame or regret or remorse for saying that, so they would never come forward and own it. You know what I mean?
I
So
get
they
what you're
can't.
saying because they're trying to shame you for saying that. But the fact is, my children have been attacked by Brittany. She dog whistled that people should be worried about my kids because you never hear them. I'm sorry, they go to fucking my son goes to school, so no, you're not going to hear him at 8:30 a.m. And my daughter's a fucking young adult now, 18. What do you want to hear her playing with Barbies in the background? The fuck do you
Right.
think you're going to hear? She alerts me when she wants to speak, and I mute. Sorry, I didn't mean to rip. And the way they've gone after your daughter, the way they've gone after Nonsense's daughter. I mean, who are they to sit there? No,
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? And I think they are used to being able to do that because most people are not, they are going to read that statement and they're going to be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I'm not that person. I still stand on that. The minute that you went after my kid, you opened that door. The minute you went after my relationship and what you saw and saying, oh, I bet she told him we're going around other women, you got to keep your hand on me. You opened your relationship to criticism. It's not my fault that your man came out and proved me right talking in the background. And by the way, I'm probably going to do a live on this later, but I swear to God, BJ, if you call me racist one more time, you will hear from an attorney, especially after the shit that you let your husband say, excuse me, your wannabe husband, sorry, he won't marry you, on your panel last night that you deleted.
oh, about
off.
hating Islam's.
Right. You deleted it off your stream, right?
But we got it, bitch.
This. Another thing about that, Clue, from my understanding, if you go back in the Twitter, there's videos that he used to proudly post quite some time that go along with the anti-Islamic rhetoric too. And
Yes,
that's
there
again,
is.
yeah, that's
well, and it's just super annoying to me because you have the audacity to sit on a panel and say that you don't speak on something unless you have 100% proof. Well, I've been asking you, show me. Put the phone calls between me and my ex out on the internet. Show me where I supported him when he was in prison after I put him there. I want you to show me. I want you to show me when I dated him or when I stayed with him after he was a predator. You won't be able to because it doesn't exist. The reason he went to prison was because of me. Don't assume because you are a shit mom that every other one is too. I said it and I stand on it.
And you know what else? I want you to show me how that's not going real life. Show
I'm
me that
sorry.
too while we're at it.
It's the most disgusting thing to continue to, instead of going back at Clue over her words, they've tried to imply that Cletus was the one that was charged with those things.
Yeah.
They've tried to slide that in there multiple times, which is not fucking true. And then to say that it needs to be highlighted. Okay, highlight it all you want, but stop trying to use that as she didn't do something to protect your kid when she has been very vocal. And you all know that she's the reason he was in prison for protecting her children. All you're doing is shaming people that didn't know. Like, it is so fucked up what they're doing with that whole thing. That just drives me nuts. Re-victimizing your child over and over again over her trauma is fucked.
Well, that's the thing, right? They are attempting to re-victimize her, but she doesn't live like she's a victim.
I know.
You know what I mean? So, but I want to get back to this whole Nana thing and Emmy Joe. So last night, Emmy Joe came into Jay for Justice's chat, right? And we were talking about the whole computer thing because I've been having technical issues with my computer. And the other day, fiance had made a PowerPoint presentation to show these messages that were in Emmy Joe or in BJ's chat from Emmy Joe. And she's like, Justin's chat, I'm sorry. She was like, I peeped the files on Clue's or desktop, right? She's like, I'm a tech something. Clue pretends to be an idiot, but she's not, right? And he just gave her a, fair look. If you are the person that is messing with her computer, just stop, right? That was it.
I
Well,
think it's her friend Crafton. He's proud hacker, so he says. Just saying.
oh, well, good to know. So anyway, last night, Emmy Joe comes into Jay for Justice's chat, right? And we're talking about this, having a little conversation. Well, later on, BJ goes live, right? And Emmy Joe goes in there. And they're already coming at her and like, oh, well, I saw you in Jay for Justice's chat. Da, 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 da. Well, Emmy Joe puts a comment in the chat and she's like, Nana saw everything I said. She was there with me the whole time.
Right. Well, not only that, but I thought BJ said, we don't control where people go, y'all. You're welcome here so long as you're not doing X, Y, and Z. I told y'all she's an insecure bitch.
Oh, I know Crafton and Kim do that. And meanwhile, there's like threats. I heard Kim on BJ's panel one day saying she was gonna dox my yard, and I'm thinking, bitch, I've shown my whole fucking house. What are you accomplishing there, bruh?
Isn't
Then
that
she
something
thought
that Brittany cried about? Her yard being doxxed?
sure was. And
Oh.
she didn't say a damn word to her when that girl was on the panel and said that. Well, then she goes in the chat and she's like, Ricky and Davey. And he, on my live in the retort, he was like, you do realize that she plays my music all the time and it tags my album that is under my name. You're not doing anything, but keep going, right? And
Well,
it's
they're
like,
real lifers. That's the point. But Brittany claims she doesn't go real life, right? But this is what she does. She buddies up with real lifers so they do the dirty work so she keeps her hands clean.
Dirty shit.
And what the fuck are you gonna dox my yard for? I have like a fucking $6,000 mower. We keep our yard clean. Unlike T-Rev, you want to show a hot mess, go down the road.
Didn't Betty say that she was going to come piss in your yard?
She did. She did.
Maybe they want to dox it so they can see if they can get Betty snooping around your yard.
That will forever be the funniest thing I think I've heard in a
Ever.
couple of years. Like,
Yeah.
that's funny as hell. Maybe I'll come piss in her yard.
She didn't show up though.
Of course not.
But we're hillbillies.
Right.
Oh, these people. Emmy Joe. I think Emmy Joe has been trolling her from the jump when Emmy Joe proudly got on panel and said, aren't you glad I, basically encouraged you to give Nick and those guys a second look or whatever. I said, she's got to be fucking trolling them. She's got to be trolling her from the inside because there's nobody that would do that.
That's what was so funny about last night is she literally sat on her panel and recited what we had talked about on Jay's because they were trying to encourage Emmy Joe to come up. And I'm like, Emmy Joe is a troll. Emmy Joe goes in there and she gasses up BJ to get her spooled up. She goes everywhere else and gets everybody else spooled up. She's just a troll.
Yeah.
And what does Brittany say when Emmy Joe comes in there? You're trolling me. I was like,
Well, I thought it was Emmy Joe that convinced Brittany to sign up for this litigation and to talk to Nick.
Well, that's what Jay was saying on her show, but then in the chat, Emmy Joe denied that.
Oh, okay. I thought Brittany herself said it. Regina,
And
thank you.
to be fair, the trolling thing, like maybe I didn't help. I don't know. I thought I was blocked. Okay. The last time I ever went in there and actually tried to talk, I sent a super chat, right? Because even if you're blocked, you can send a super chat. So I sent a super chat. And of course, I said something smart ass because I can't stand the bitch. But anyway, I tried to send another one and I was blocked, right? So last night, after we got off Jay's, I was sitting here and I'm like, I'm going to send a message because even though the chat can't see it, she can see it in StreamYard, right? StreamYard shows you blocked messages. So I just made a little message and I said, "You look like you smell like cheese and French onion dip." Well, fiance is like, "Oh my God, you're not blocked." And we saw it scrolling up on the TV and I was like, "Oh shit." So real fast I like removed it, right? Because I didn't want to disrupt her show. I just wanted to piss her off behind the scenes. So all of a sudden, Emmy Joe comes right behind me and she says, "I love French onion dip with wavy lays." And she lost her mind.
Oh no. Oh my God. You took that as negative. You were saying BJ smells like that, and Emmy's like, "I love that." Like, but she took that as, oh man.
Yeah, I think she was
Oh,
just trying to make a light of the fact
yeah.
that I was in there talking shit. And no, BJ wasn't having it. She was like, "See, this is what I mean, Emmy Joe. When somebody says that, and then here you go agreeing with her that I look like cheese dip." It was it was too much.
Oh, I need to catch up. I missed a lot of the crap over the weekend. What is this? Can anybody give me some context? Because I haven't watched it yet. What happened with Seth going on panel with
Oh,
that?
the atheist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
sorry.
guys-
I'm digging for Brittany's Twitter tweets that her buddy Kim Crafton exposed on her and her boyfriend at the time. Shows just exactly how she thinks.
Gosh, they exist too. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. They exist. I have them. Just got to dig for them. Along with plenty of the BJ. So I'll let you go ahead, Chloe, explain that.
Seth called into a atheist podcast, and he called in and he set them off right out the gate by saying he wanted to speak with them about get as many prayers as he could. Well, that kind of put the guy, the host of the show off, but he took his call, and they had a little bit of a heated exchange, but I think the big thing everybody was pointing out, aside from the fact that he called into an atheist podcast, was that he never mentioned Sebastian's name. He just said his name, and he said my son is missing, and a lot of people were, feeling some type of way about that, and feeling some type of way about the fact that he called into an atheist podcast. I don't really see the issue with him calling into an atheist podcast. I think if you give him the benefit of the doubt, he was trying to spread the message. But then when he doesn't use his son's name in spreading that message, it makes you go, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, I can see that. Okay.
And the guy took it as he was just trying to preach, right?
Oh,
That's
so
what he said. He was like, Seth just wants to preach. He just wants to preach because he was talking about, I was raised Roman Catholic and I think faith comes from within you. And the guy was like, I don't have faith.
Yeah.
And then he was like, if you have a missing child, right? Like, let's say in your case, and then the missing child is found, what do you think it was that found the missing child? Prayers, or the fact that you have flyers out, law enforcement is working on this? He's like, it's not the prayers. He's like, it's the actions of the people or whatever.
It's interesting that he would have even ended up in a space like that, though, because I've never had something like that even pop in my algorithm. So
Not me either.
How would that have ended up like being? I don't know. I mean, again, I can understand what Cletus is saying. Like, he was just trying to get the word out, but then not using his name. Like, that's a little. But how does that? How do you even get to where you're having that in your algorithm? I don't know. Interesting.
The funniest part to me was BJ having an entire fucking meltdown. They're stalking him. How else would they know he called? How did they even know? They're stalking him. They're watching every movie he makes. And I'm like,
That's not
it
even
literally was put into the chat in Jay's by somebody.
No, it was put in my chat and then she went
Oh,
live.
that's right. It was put into, your
I didn't see the comment.
by somebody that's a regular and has been a regular. And they
Yep.
they said, I was listening to it. I listen to them every Sunday as I'm driving, and I heard it.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that the Bible has 1 million pages?
Nope.
I believe that.
No, that was said on the E's the other night in one of their deflections. You guys are all like,
What?
what are you doing, Becky? The other night, I'm not even joking, during their reading of this judge's order, something was brought up, and all of a sudden one of them says, the Bible has 1,000,000 pages, or the one asks, how many pages does the Bible have? And the other one says, like 1,000,000. And I was, I mean, just the densest shit.
So as I'm looking for these tweets, I did find this, right? My third day ever of live streaming, I had somebody come in my chat named I'm a Clover, and I wasn't too familiar. Apparently they had changed their name from something else, whatever, but they strongly disliked that Melissa Jade woman. Well, at the same time on that stream, her ex-boyfriend came up on panel, and apparently I broke girl code that day by allowing him up. Anyway, this is how far back Brittany's jealousy and disdain for me goes. These are from 2021. Okay? These are from 2021. Brittany, this is in private messages. Look at the date on this, but she didn't know Clover. She don't remember Clover on Natasha's panel that whole first week. Bullshit. Jessica was there the entire time. I talked to her all the time in chat. She's a bitch for lying. That I didn't know this person who changed her username was her. Jessica also says she didn't see anyone talking about Melissa, but she had no issue highlighting, reading every comment that she found interesting. Bullshit. This was my third ever live stream, guys. Third ever. Like, my audio was horrible. I was nervous. Since we were a mob, can I say Kim and Jessica mobbed me? I had to go against both of them. That's Kim, her BFF right now. Do you see anyone from Mel's chat siding with Kim and Jessica? I'm just curious. I'm not saying exile them, LOL. Sound like envy to anybody else? Wait till the next one. Jessica Lynn can't be trusted, I promise. Ready? Everyone who is in every chat we go in is in Granny's, and they all adore her. Her envy with me goes all the way back to 2021, the third time I ever live streamed.
Girl, same. I went through the other day and I was like, you know what? I'm over you trying to be a victim of me when you put yourself in my world, right? So I went through every video or every live stream I've ever done and looked for her comments. Literally less than 2 months after I got on this app, she was in my chat. I like Clue. Your voice is so pretty.
Oh, now she talks shit on it, right?
Yeah.
Funny how that works. I actually pulled up streams of me and Brittany arguing 4 years ago over this shit. Like, the bitch is wild, dude. There's just something wrong with her. She don't like Sinsal. They don't like each other. They both just hate Queen. That's why Brittany loses large amounts of people, because she hate bonds. And then when they turn on her, she plays the whole, y'all, I thought they was really my friend. We was really thinking. Like, no, you know these people don't like you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now that I'm still looking, I'll find it because I have them. I came across them not long ago. But did you hear how Seth called in? Like, I'm Seth Rogers. Like the whole world knows who the fuck Seth Rogers is.
Yep.
It just, whoa, okay. Seth Rogers. And who are you? Oh, gosh, what you got, nonsense?
Here you go. Just so you guys can understand why I brought that up, because it's actually kind of fucking funny as hell. So let me play this really quick, just because people will be like, nonsense is lying. Yes, the Bible has about 1,200 pages, depending on what version and all of that stuff. But this is why that was brought up. Here you go.
Evidence of these things. I'm not sure what evidence they actually received. I mean, they did receive some evidence. It seems just late.
And it sounds like they didn't have enough.
Well, that's what. That's the thing, and we talked about this. How many pages is the Bible?
I don't know, but this was supposed to have been 200,000 pages. But that's what we're saying. This might have just been just almost spiraling out of control.
So daunting.
They were still trying to convince people in that moment that this filing had 200,000 plus pages. They were also trying to misrepresent that the 7,000 frivolous documents were attached to the emergency protection order instead of the actual injunction. That's why that all took place. And they go on to talk about, well, it's likely that the evidence was just too much. There was just too much that the judge couldn't get through it all, like trying to misrepresent again. That's where that.
The judge made it clear not only did she go through all of it, but she went through all of it through different lenses just to make sure that what she was saying and doing was legitimate and fair because she knows it's President Sutton.
Yeah.
She literally said that.
It's the wild. I've never seen something so weird as that stream of them trying to spin all that shit. When I say the distractions and the way that they were trying to like distract the chat was talking about something completely different majority
right,
of the time they were doing it. Crazy though.
Hey mods, grab this link because this is part of the reason why Brittany's being sued. I love that for you. I love that you were so smart to comment that in this chat.
These people.
Where the hell? You guys already blocked it. I hope you grab the link, mods. Grab that link. Yeah, Green's watching Queen of Genital Herpes. I'm so glad you said that. I'm usually in the bushes. Last night, Britt had a fit on how Trisha knew anything about her kids. She tells it all, even during her fit last night. Right? She talks too much. She's a liar and says they've never been on YouTube. I got literally plenty of proof that she's not only had them on her stream, but uploaded videos of them. Oh, is that the one who's all over Twitter? I love that for you. You're so stupid. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want people to know your personal shit, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Seth got into an atheist channel because he gets off on bamboozling people. His goal was to try and use Sebastian as a way to get the atheists to bow to a prayer. Oh, it's like, you're right. It's like he was using Sebastian once again, but in like a sinful way. That's one thing a lot of them have in common. They like to shield themselves behind children. Oof.
If I remember correctly, wasn't it last year, right before Easter, that they were hoping for an Easter miracle?
Yeah, you
and
heard
there was
that, right?
something odd about like the RV and the things going on with his parents being there was something significant about that. I can't remember what. They were there visiting and there were some weird things being said a year ago.
People made it a big deal that the Proudfoots, the Bowersox had an RV, but so did Mrs. Bowersox. I mean, so did Mrs. the Rogers. She's the only one that's disappeared.
And they moved into a bigger house.
Oh, yeah. And like a more private location too, right? Like out of the city into the, or vice versa.
Yeah, and like, I mean, an older couple gets, more bedrooms. Just weird to me, right? Typically when you hit their stage in life, like you don't want to clean that many rooms or keep up with that much crap. So
you downsize usually.
Right.
Speaking of funny Brittany, you guys want to hear a funny clip of Brittany from 2022? You want to hear how nothing has changed in all the years?
That fake fucking avatar. Who
I
is
know.
that? Who is that?
Who is that? Listen to this shit.
So, here lately, there's been this narrative going around.
Does she sound different to anybody?
Fake as fuck.
People are in like they're saying it like outright, just saying it, and then outright and just not outright because it's not outright when you're being passive, but people are coming out saying that or insinuating that I'm fake.
Can we laugh for a moment?
Oh, that aged well.
Oh man. Yep.
That I'm a fake person and that don't let my sweetness fool you. That's not who I really am. Or watch out for the sweet ones because they will, those are the ones you got to worry about. Let me ask a question.
Wait, let me ask a question. How many of you think Brittany's actually going to ask a question right now? Do you think she's going to actually ask a question, or do you think she's going to make a statement because she's that stupid? Again, defamation, opinion, statement, question. But anyway, let's hear it.
Ask a question.
Nope.
I try to be nice to anybody who hasn't done anything to me that warrants or who hasn't done
the views dropping.
Anything to me that warrants a negative response. right?
So she tries to be nice to anybody who doesn't warrant it. Does she get some praise for that, or I don't understand? But all right.
So what do you do? How are you nice? Because that's the point I'm at. How can I be nice to people without people accusing me of being fake? Do I need to come on here every day and just start shouting and cussing and showing my butt because
Please don't.
I'm afraid people are going to think that I'm being dishonest and fake?
So she's had this issue for years where people can see right through her. That's the whole point of that clip. That's the whole point. Because again, it's a you problem, Brittany. It's not everybody else, it's you.
So let me guess. That was how many years ago?
That was 2022.
Okay. So in 3 years, she went from being able to have 90 people in her chat to 400 to 1,000. And I'm guessing she got to that level because of some case where she was fake in. Is that fair? Okay.
Kylie Rodney's case kind of really put her up there.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. You
And
got
then,
it.
and that I would say around that time is when she started cycling through viewers pretty heavily.
Absolutely right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And actually, to prove a point, she always grew in the Dramaverse by going at me. And I'm going to show that right now just by putting up this little image on the screen. Well, you saw what her views were in that video, right? 90, dropped down to 81. Here, Brittany, again, is a victim of me because somebody else is talking about her. She has 191 in chat. And here's the comment. How can GW allow her friend to do this in her name is ridiculous. So somebody was doing something, but it was to be blamed on me even back then. That's Brittany for you. Been years. Years of perpetual victimhood. Ah.
No, she's a loser. Sorry. Not sorry.
Yeah, and for her to say that you and Cletus only go at her because of me.
No, that bitch came for me and she knows it.
She knows it.
But gets mad because I literally, it's so funny because it is like dealing with a child. I match your energy. And then you want to sit there and say, but if you talk about them, they can't take it. No, honey, you don't affect my day at all. But when I do the same thing that you've done to me, then you have a meltdown.
Oh, remember her recent statements recently about how she hasn't asked for anything for a long time?
Mhm.
That. Granny, can I play a little clippy clip? May 13th, 2024. Here you go.
I'm listening to clippy
The reason that I am able to do this full time.
Holy shit. I remember this.
Yeah.
This was the first time I ever heard her. This was shortly after, if I'm not mistaken, she came in when we were driving around one day. She came in and super chatted. And then people were in the chat saying all kinds like she just scams people for money and this and that. And it was like, well, let's give her a fair shake. And I swear this was the first stream I ever heard of her.
I'm gonna just ask. I'm just gonna put it out there. If anybody would like to throw in a couple of bucks tonight on the Cash App or the PayPal or the Venmo, either one, it would be greatly appreciated. I am this is really freaking hard because I know they're listening to everything I say. I have something that I have to take care of, and it's God. It's God. I don't want to do this. Anyway, if anybody would like to help, that's all I'm going to say. Because if I say any more, people are going to rip me a new one. I could really use your guys' help if anybody could help out. If you can't, that's okay. We're still going to do the stream. I'm just putting it out there. If anybody would like to help, at all. Yes, Scrap Owl, very much so. And I'm like, I'm not worried about, I'm worried because I know that all the haters, the people that I don't want to cause any more hate towards myself, and I know that that's going to come. They'll be live about me tomorrow for this, but I don't know what else to do. So anyway, I just want to put it out there. If anyone could help, it would be greatly appreciated. And if you can't, that's okay. We're still.
So, tell me again how you never ask for anything. That's just one example of so many.
There's so many. You know what she used to do? She used to make community posts, and she used this so many times because one particular chatter, one that we knew of, would always cover her way. But she'd make a post like, "Good morning, y'all. Man, I woke up to a charge on my card because I had, my card set up, and she named one of the kids, purchased a game, y'all, and I really didn't have the money for it. Lesson learned, make sure you detach your card from, your kids' devices." And then people would fucking give her money for it. And she used that one relentlessly too. All the time. You guys want to hear another old school funny, Brittany? I like it because it proves that this is going on for years with her. Because again, it's always grainy, and then I can be done with this dumb bitch. But listen to this one. Now, this is recorded through a phone to a computer by somebody else. So let me put on closed caption.
It's just so frustrating. I don't want to cry. It's like, I wish y'all knew, like, people turn on, like, every day I'm seeing people turn against me. And I don't even know what for.
140 plus people, and she can't figure out yet what for. Can't figure it out.
Believe me, I wish I did it. If I knew, if people would come talk to me and tell me whatever.
And how many people tried to email her, tried to talk to her, and she wouldn't respond to them?
No, look, she knows exactly what she's doing. She's
She's
not stupid. She's a con. My opinion.
Thank you.
That just is what it is.
So, Cletus, you're probably the only other person that agrees with me that Brittany is not as dumb as she portrays herself to be as part of her fucking grift.
That's what I see.
I agree with you guys, actually. I think she's more manipulative than she is dumb.
Thank you.
I do. I will give you that. I think she is stupid, but she is more conniving, manipulative,
Calculated.
Yeah, absolutely. But I believe that this is just genuinely her baseline. So a lot of people think that she's dumb, but she is very calculated, very vindictive, very, like, she is, like you said before, she aligns herself with people who will do the dirty real life. Like, she becomes friends with them so she can keep her hands clean, and they do all of that is manipulation. And so she keeps this persona that she is sweet and innocent and would never do those things. Yeah, bullshit.
Yep. And here's another good point. Well, making fun of how Katie Proudfoot says snacks, banana too. BJ said, well, my kids are going to be 7. I picked them up today from school because no McDonald's because I don't have the money.
Well, and it's like, that is something that irritates the ever-loving piss out of me. I heard her say, we don't sit over here and go after people's looks and appearance. Meanwhile, Katie comes out and does an interview. She looks like a fucking lunch lady. Oh my God. Like, she looks old as hell. Why is she so red?
I wonder where Brittany Heard looks like a lunch lady from.
The mirror.
Yeah. She definitely goes at people all the fucking time. All the time.
If she has a mirror, she knows why the lunch lady's in her head, because I swear to God.
Yep.
Knows one that works out.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, I can't stand her. Oh, you want to talk about racism? How about when Brittany allowed these comments against me? I bet Granny is in here now, that sneaky Jew.
Wow.
Still there, never delete it. Now you got Nanek saying, please stop saying that, but still didn't delete it as a mod.
Well, the thing with with last night that really like I was laughing at reality because I don't know, her voice, her noises and shit are just hilarious to me. But it really is just wild that her and Nana sat up there after Craig said what he said, right? And neither one of them denounce it or disagree with it or anything. They just say, well, everybody's got their right to their opinion. And it's like, this guy is literally an extremist. He is 100%, in my opinion, based on things I've seen and heard from him, he is an extremist.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you will get up here and denounce people for words that they've used, this and that. But this guy literally declares that he is what I consider to be an extremist, but you got no problem with that. You just want to make noises and cover it up to protect the biggest fucking con artist on this platform that I've encountered. That's crazy to me. What are you doing?
Well, they will also excuse I mean, there's been so much that he said, the visions on his own channel, the things that he uses. He'll come in the background and say things, the things that he posts on Twitter, the constant, like you can see it's horrific, but you know, it's look over there, not over here. It's
Well,
dangerous.
and I love the idea that everybody has a right to their religion, but he hates Muslim people. Why? Well, it kind of goes with this comment here. People shouldn't be judged for. How many times did Brittany say, "I'm judged for being a Christian," but you sit there as your partner? And I'm sorry, but you don't marry somebody that you have such strong beliefs against. So is it
Thank
far-fetched to
you.
believe? Come on now.
Thank you.
And here's the thing, right? If she hadn't have silenced him and let him speak, that could have been a conversation that could have potentially changed his views or his verbiage on things had he been able to have a conversation like he was wanting to do. And that's the other part that pisses me off, is it's like she wants to silence him because of the reaction, when at the end of the day, she should have had that conversation with him. And she's so harshly against what he said, have that conversation and educate him
Right.
on your view of it. Don't just treat him like he's ignorant and he can't speak because you're too worried about your money. Have that conversation, change his views. You're supposed to be a Christian. You want to proclaim what a
She agrees.
Christian you are.
She agrees with his views. And I
She
want to point
does.
out, a lot of these commenters, you no longer see their names in Brittany's chat, but you will see them in mine. Keep bringing up Granny. She replies tomorrow. So, but no, she agrees with them. Like I just said, you don't marry somebody you have this much of a different opinion on.
Well, maybe that's why he won't marry her.
Can I ask why this channel was demonetized? Of course, Brittany didn't tell the truth. Why? It's because he, got on there and said his shit. Yeah, how are people, you Christians over there, you're okay with that? And Nana didn't speak up. That sweet Christian didn't speak up and say, wait a minute, we don't have hate heart like that.
No, honey, was it Reality or her that spoke up and said, I'm with him.
No way.
I swear to, she did not. Did she not?
I don't remember somebody saying I'm with him. I remember Nana saying something like everybody's entitled to their views or something like
But at the end, she said, that's how I feel. Oh, well, like I'm telling you, after he said that, like the response from the panel was not what I expected it to be, right?
Wow.
A Reality. Okay, it was Reality, not Nana.
That's horrible. Reality agrees with him. Wow.
She agreed with him, and so did others. Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy.
And so did others. How sweet Christians are they? And Brittany's crying things like this, even back then. Not obvious to anybody. Oh, God.
I just don't get it. I really don't.
I told you that.
If it was like somebody that I had trouble with, I'd understand. Jessica Lynn, I understand. I talk shit about her.
Jessica Lynn again, even back then. Holy shit. I didn't realize she said my name in this again.
I get why she don't like me.
Oh, because you talk shit about me 3 years ago, mind you. Holy shit, I can't stand her.
And like the last time I had a conversation with you, we were cool. Like, what is up with
Does she realize that subscribers are able to leave and go wherever they want? No, that was the volume. I'm sorry. That's why I had the thing on, because the way it was recorded. But like, she creates this parasocial relationship where, like, if a chatter leaves her, it's like a personal hit to her. You know what I mean? Where it's like, no, these chatters aren't your fucking friends. Some of them may be. He said, Islams are bad. He's anti-Islam. So this is actually how it went. Hold on. He made a comment about, let me get it. I'm not going to play because I'm not going to let them hit me. He came in and said he had a bunch of Muslims arguing with him on his account. Not sure if it was YouTube or X or what. BJ says, don't worry, guys. We aren't anti-Islam. A minute goes by and he says, no, actually, I am anti-Islam. I guess they do their little agreements, and then she mutes and then deletes it. So, yeah, that's pretty damn hateful, don't you think? I mean, holy shit. It was on X. Wow. He is anti-everything but white man. Well, I told y'all, Brittany's tweets, as soon as I pull them out, Brittany, people are going to see exactly what you think, too. You don't marry somebody that has that difference of beliefs against you. I'm sorry, you don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, that's what I said last night. I'm like, one of two things has to be the case. Either you agree with him and you absolutely like have and share the same beliefs, or what you show on your show is in fact fake, if that's the case, right? There's only two options there. Or you and Craig really don't mesh well and you're only staying together for your kids, right? Those are the only options.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know people are asking, like, you know, is he a white nationalist and all of that? I will say Brittany's newest BFF panel guests, the powerful DV, you know, couple there, they're the ones that exposed him as being a Proud Boy member before. They did that. They exposed it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know. And it's funny too, because most of the values that Brittany would tweet about, like pull up by your bootstraps. There's no such thing as white guilt. There's no such thing as white privilege. All that shit. But yet she comes on the internet and she begs people for handouts. Well, I thought, you know, you don't believe in that. I thought you believe in pulling up your bootstraps. So I don't know, but that's the type of shit. She made tweets about transgender people shouldn't be allowed to go to libraries. Because back then, you know, they had like the library readings going on and stuff. And she even uses the R word all the time offline. I wish I knew how to collect that shit back then. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. About others being racist. Right, it's a deflection. It's an absolute deflection. Matter of fact, I seen a post somebody made that was pretty much defending all of that, because I guess it was stated again about you, Clue. And then, of course, what's her name? Exhibit 35 goes up and deflects onto me, because that's what she's known best for. So I seen this today because my friend Megan shared it.
You guys got me over here trying to find that. She said, and I have it somewhere, it exists, it's probably buried in all my stuff, one of the 10,000 screen recordings. But she said she came from the political sector, and I know I have it. But that's why, yeah, oh yeah. And there was more conversation in regards to that too. So I'm going to find it.
Wow. Here's all her hypocrisy right now. So, you know, Exhibit 35, you should be ashamed of yourself. Now you go on a panel after being called out for Sebastian's name hashtag in a drama live that truly has nothing to do with Sebastian. You contribute to the drama with his name hashtag, which is ironic because they love to call that shit out, right? You are no advocate. You are a fraud. I called you out for something. Your response was deflect to granny. BJ's, you want to talk about racist people? Let's go. BJ's husband used the F word on BJ's backup channel, and he never apologized. BJ did because she lost her monetization, which she blamed on me until we pulled out the clip. You want to talk about Clue being a racist? Meanwhile, Julie the dog handler, who was also in the injunction, was also in that chat with Clue saying the same damn things. Guess where Julie goes every day? BJ's channel. Or let's talk about your bestie Irish supporting Loon up to very recently. Irish was on Loon's panel every single day for weeks, and Loon drops the N-word all the time. She just did it a couple weeks ago. She also proudly says she calls her kids a racial slur that ends with lit, which I won't repeat. Let's talk about BJ trying to hate bomb Lycan and her going to his channel. I know you know about his history. Or BJ being a mod for Save Robbie, who is also a racist and has made horrible racist comments against Chinese people, who has made an Asian creator, who contacts CPS on creators, who does and goes as far real life as she can. Or what about Crafton trying to frame another creator and type in the chat the N-word with the hard ER at the end? But yes, let's reflect back to Grady. And get some head pass from Brittany's audience because you're calling out the big bad racist Clue, but ignore all of that racism you hear in between. Fucking love that. She is the biggest hypocrite. They all are, though, to be honest. Yeah, called a funeral home to see if someone's child really passed. Is over there now doing the most real life shit I've ever seen. Professing an active Christian, you can't be pro-Islam beliefs, I think is gross to judge anyone's religion or beliefs. Well, I just think it's hysterical that that's why she hasn't. Because unlike, she tried to mimic what you and Cletus do. That one day, remember when she had them on because everybody loves when you two speak together?
Yeah.
And how awkward that was. Boy, let me tell you. But I love the idea that she can't have him around because of things like this. Because then world glance at who they are.
I'm not gonna lie. Don't think he's a very good human, but I at least have more respect for Craig than I do her because he will say how he feels and he doesn't care.
That's true.
I'm sorry, but at least he has a fucking spine.
Oh, she was making fun of your accent too, but she doesn't make fun of people. Yeah, well, that's because he knows that it's Brittany that has to please the audience for the money, not him. Yep. They're all hypocritical. Oh, there's plenty of proof that people were threatening and talking about my kids. We have plenty of it. I don't need her to do anything. The day I turn to Exhibit 35 to call out anything is the day I have value in what she says and does, and I simply don't. That's the problem with these people. They place themselves at such a value spot that others simply don't see them. I should have that clip where she told Kylie Rodney's mom, F you, when Kylie Rodney's mom asked people to stop their speculation.
I found a fun one. It's random, but it's kind of a funny one about her kind of talking shit on her own buddies. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah.
I will find that because it was said that that's where she came from. And I remember sitting there and like double taking my head, almost spinning like, what the fuck? You would have never survived in that sector. But
he's not using sonar.
Oh, here we go. This is in regards to when Seth and Tony did the search that was photographs on the news, and it got put on there that people were calling it a photo op. Well, you know where the source of that was? Here you go.
Seth isn't using sonar. If y'all think that Seth is the one that's in that boat using the sonar, he's not using sonar. That video that we see on the news was
he literally was.
It was just,
yeah, it was. He borrowed it from Crabtree.
He's riding in the boat for the news footage.
So it was just a prop footage?
Yeah. Well, listen to
Sebastian.
Wow.
Wow.
Right. That because it was for the video, but if he's not doing that,
it was a photo
the
op.
actual search. It's a photo op. Thank you. Yes.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
The actual search there's experts with it.
No, there wasn't. There was nobody else there. Nobody at all. They claimed there was 42 searchers, but even Crabtree said that they didn't want him there, and there were other people there, but they weren't searching with them. There was nobody else. We would have saw the footage of that, you idiot. You don't think the news rather have footage of a big search effort going on that Seth Rogers sent over a sonar that he doesn't know how to read? Are you kidding me? And it was for the documentary. They put that in the legal filing.
Sure
they
did.
were having a photo, whatever. Yeah, they did.
Yes, they did. And they tried to spin it too. Some of the green team that how dare anybody say it was a photo op? It was BJ that started that. Just like BJ was the one that was saying that Nick might have been in jail because that's what she was hearing.
Right, she started
Again.
that rumor.
Yes. Oh.
I can't believe she just said that was a photo op. Yeah, everything Seth has done as far as quote unquote searching goes has been a photo op. Absolutely agree with that. What an idiot.
There's so much. I mean, like I said, I could play jackass roulette on the daily for the last, whatever, and just find one after another of insane things that have came out of their mouths.
Oh, I agree. You know what I can't stand though, and this is the God's honest truth, because I spoke about Brittany today, and the stream did kind of go more into Brittany than I would have liked. She will now go live and use this and cry victim and act like she hasn't spoke about me since Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know what I mean? Like she'll act like I came out of nowhere today and spoke on her, despite her speaking on me all fucking weekend. And that's what I can't stand. I know I responded perfect time. And so it was a photo op. Yeah, it was a photo op.
I'm sorry, Jess. You're in a
No,
matter
that's
what
okay.
is said, what is done, anything of that nature. I just can't believe the shit that comes out of her mouth over
Yep.
there at times. Just like that filing. It's
Well, I do plan on speaking about her, so I don't care. Like she can cry all she wants. She can cry when I do it again tomorrow, and when I do it on Wednesday, when I do it on Thursday, and when I do it on Friday. You accuse me of it. Let's see what happens when it really does happen, bitch. Yeah, right. Is that you, Queen, or is it Josh? I know. She'll do that. She's been doing it anyway. I mean, Cletus goes off on her, which I didn't get to hear. Is that on members?
No.
Oh.
Did you make it public again?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, I got to listen to it when I end.
I
But
had it-
apparently that was my fault that you guys went off on her.
She thinks you direct everybody to do shit. And it's like, I don't listen to no other grown adult. I am an adult.
First off, we know nobody doesn't listen to me because remember when I said if everybody just ignored her for 1 week, nobody did. So right there proves it.
And I had her private it for, number one, when I get that angry, I don't really know what I say. And I didn't know exactly what I said, and I didn't want it to affect her channel or anything else.
Yeah,
Right.
they've been
the other side-
striking me left and right.
And the other
Yeah, I'm
side of it
sorry.
is I know it's triggering for a lot of people when, a man talks to a female pretty harshly, and I know I did. So, yeah.
But at least you recognize that. That's the difference. See, when her boyfriend sat back there and told another creator that she's a whore and that's why her husband doesn't love her, or told me I have nothing of value to offer my kids, or when he sat there and called, the guy that she's now friends with an FA, all the things. He's never once apologized or acknowledged the fact that, is perceived differently. At least you acknowledge that. You're manly enough to acknowledge that. But here's the fact. The way BJ has come for you and try to make allegations on you, of being what Clue's daughter went through, fuck that. You have every right to be angry.
Oh, no, I stand on what I said and my tone and every word that I said. It is what it is, but I just, out of respect for other people,
I get it.
Yeah.
Hey, Tammy. I want to make sure you're not a fake account.
Happy Easter, baby. Are you
Happy.
available? Are you available on
Oh,
Friday?
it's you asshole. Why do you always have to do this? God, he's so annoying. He's like, thinks it's like a cute troll or something. It's fucking weird.
Available for what?
Always saying, like, let me take you to Olive Garden.
Oh, Jesus.
I'd ignore that bitch so she can't have content. Well, that's what I was trying to do, Chico. But at this point, fuck that. I'll make you my content. You can have content, but I'll still have content too. She's been talking about me enough without me responding. Everybody else is responding, and I'm in it now, bitch.
Clue. Have you seen her Google FUPA yet?
Google FUPA?
I don't think so. I know she pretended like she didn't know what it was.
Well, back in August, because I titled the stream like something about FUPA on the loose or some shit like that, just because that was something I did. She actually tried to say that my title, she's like, what are you insinuating nonsense? And she Googled FUPA and she was like, I can't believe how disgusting this is. And then just recently she tried to pretend like she didn't know what it was again. Yeah.
Girl, I was about to say, now hold on a minute, because it wasn't but a near week or two.
Yeah.
She was like, what is a FUPA?
Yeah.
What is a FUPA?
There's streams of her Googling it and bringing it up. And she's like, what are you trying to imply nonsense? And I was like, actually, the title had nothing to, like, it was self-deprecating humor against myself, but she did a whole spin of that too. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at Fupa Mario comments.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. And that's where I think Cleta sees it too, that she plays fucking stupid. You already Googled it. I mean, unless, again, the gummy bears and the other things that keep her mind flooded. I don't know. Maybe she did forget.
No,
She tends to lie within the same stream, so who knows?
Yeah.
she is a con. Like, she is 100%, in my opinion, sue me. It is what it is. I believe it. And I think I got enough to document it and show it. I think I already have. She's a con. She plays games on people's emotions for money. And it's sick.
Yep.
Sounds like somebody
Everything.
else I know who may or may not have a missing child.
That's why I said birds of a feather will always flock together. Just like when Julie brings up she's going to be calling out shit pertaining to Tony. What does Tony do? Oh, go ahead, Julie. Expose how my wife and I had financial difficulties back when our son died. And then or our child died. And here goes Betty. You use this man's deceased child against him?
Which we've never heard about.
We
Never heard about.
Never knew he had a deceased child.
Yeah, you would think when you're giving your whole spiel about why you want to be like a public spokesperson or a self-proclaimed activist for these parents that you would say, I know what it's like to lose a child. Never heard that.
Never. Not until it came down to him. And something she has him terrified, I'll tell you that. Joshua here says BJ is 100% says she comes from the political sphere. He misses when they did politics together. Brittany speaking on politics would be like Brittany speaking on legal shit. Like, I don't even think she can comprehend politics.
Probably not.
Oh, the clip definitely exists. I just got to put my fingers on it because the people that are in here too, like I think Brett said that she heard it too. She definitely proudly stated that. And I remember about falling over. I just got to find it.
Exactly, Queen. You know what makes me sick, though? Like, these people, again, they hide behind being Christians, like even Betty. But did you hear the way she went off on Julie the other day?
Mm-hmm.
And then ends it with God bless? Fuck you. Like, the only time Betty ever prays for anything is praying harm to people. It's disgusting. Why are people like you, not you, B-Fam, always worried about watching somebody else's pockets? Is it because you know nobody supports you? Is it because you know that if you ever found yourself in this predicament, you wouldn't get a third of the support I got, so you're ridden with envy? Is that what it really comes down to? Because you bitches love to pocket watch other motherfuckers. Why don't you worry about making your own fucking money so you don't have to steal cheese to make fucking, whatchamacallit anymore? Cheesecake anymore. Fuck out of here. These people are always worried about somebody else's money. Why do you care what people donate to? Because they want to donate to you? Don't worry about it. So if he has had a child that passed, I don't know. And it has nothing to do with what Julie was going to call out. He used that as a sympathy, a sympathy ploy. So that people like Betty would say what she said. Julie's attacking him on the fact that he lost a child, which simply wasn't true. And then to go on and say about Julie, God didn't want you to have kids. That's why you adopted them. Ew.
I thought she had a kid. I could be wrong.
I don't know if she did or not, but the fact that she stepped up, married Al, and took on his children that are autistic. And I don't care what anybody, I disagree with a lot of shit she does. I disagree with her using them as content and all, but you can see there's love there. So the fact that, and why are you insulting people that adopt anyway? Is that something to insult somebody over? I mean, Betty's just fucking horrible. And then Betty always makes these bold statements like, nobody will ever fuck with you again. I'll see to it. As if she has any power or movement. Nobody fucks with you, Betty. The only people currently fucking with you are your co-plaintiffs and Justin, who all hated you until at night told them they had to like you. Nobody fucking likes you.
Here's
I've
this
heard
one.
Skolnick does an adult child from a prior marriage. Oh. God, this bimbo.
Here you go.
Get your
Just
Tylenol ready.
This is from August 15th. Here you go.
Appreciate it if you do, guys, and thank you everybody who's a member, and for clicking that thumbs up and for just being here. Okay, so I know people are probably like, "What the hell is Brittany doing? Like, what do you got on the screen?" Okay, her title for tonight's live stream was "Fupa." I hate. I'm not even lying. It's not even just because of her, but I cannot stand when someone uses DA, the letters DA.
That's how you speak.
THE. I think it's so ignorant. It's so stupid. We're not kids. We're not teenagers.
Okay, bruh.
Her title was Fupa on the Loose. God, I feel stupid. Even
DUH would have been cute. I would have went with what she does.
Stupid for the way that I like on the loose, like I'm ignorant.
You are ignorant. Can you pause that for a second?
So
I do gotta jump down, Britt.
Can we acknowledge the fact that Brittany says things like we was gonna go over this, and we was just talking about that, and she just said the other day, this is who people thinks is a good person, like by saying duh made you feel ignorant. Nothing else. The fact that you okay.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
I just wanted to come up and say those few things, and I got your back. I'll be in chat, and I already know you're probably gonna get reviewed. So hey, nonsense. Hey, boo. Hey, everybody.
She doesn't like duh, but she's okay with boo. Hey, boo.
And yes, I love you, Brittany. That woman that's speaking on our panel is the one that shamed everybody that had potential infertility issues, because that bitch was so
right.
I think that I wasn't able to push a child out of my twat, and tried to come for all women that suffered for infertility. So hi, Sarah, fuck you.
That's why they like Betty.
You're a wonderful mother, and you're a wonderful friend, and
Thank
I
you.
will be in chat.
I'm glad you feel better. I've been praying for you. So
shut up. Get back to food.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Just got to get rid of the ear infection. Still on my animal, so I had to start over.
Loose.
There you go.
You're shitty.
Oh, hold on. She reads it.
Hold on really quick.
Don't be passive.
Gotcha.
Barbecue says, I'm behind, but Tammy's ex-husband's wife messaged me. We never exchanged numbers. Isn't that the same excuse they give when it comes to your mother? Like that your mother messaged them? Like, does it really make it any better that we're going real lives into people's like family trees and relatives and shit? That's all. I just wanted to point out it doesn't like change anything. It's still fucked up.
Yeah. Taking them, and it's like, nope.
No,
my
you
doctor's
can't
like,
do
you know
that.
better. You got to take the whole dose, and I'm like,
well,
my
not
God,
just
here
that.
we go
It's not just that. You're going to make yourself immune to them, and you know what I mean. You don't want to do that. So I'm not going to let you though.
Yeah,
I love you.
Well,
How do people listen to this shit?
All right, guys. So, I listen.
Look how quick her voice changes too. She's so fake. It'd be like me being like, "Hey, Clue, what's
I'm
up,
just
girl?"
like, don't be passive aggressive. Just say it. Just say it. Like so.
I got a fupa.
Made her title.
What fucking mother doesn't have a fupa?
My fupa was on the loose.
On the loose.
Was it not about her?
No, it was nothing.
No way. Shut up.
No, it was self-deprecate. I'm not joking. You can go watch that stream. It's still up. I never once said anything about her having a fupa or anything about. No, it's been a joke.
She took it personal to herself.
Yes.
Fupa guilt. Am I right?
Yes, I was doxxed on this app, and the first thing, like, I stood up and I was showing like leggings or something, and somebody said fupa cam, and it became a fucking joke, and it's always been like a long-standing joke. Had nothing to do with her at all, and she twisted and turned it into this.
That's because she's insecure as fuck.
Yeah.
So that's what I said. It's fupa guilt.
But she Googles this shit, and now recently she's like, "What is that?"
The fupa? Fupa is an acronym for fatty upper.
You need to clip this right here where she reads it and add it to one of your things.
Pubic area. It's a slang term that refers to the excess fat that can accumulate in the mons pubis, the area above the pubic bone, and the labia majora. The tissues on either side of the vulva. It's so gross, man. So
you just can't read. Shut up.
I love that part though. I fucking
She just can't even read it. I love that the FUPA guilt was real there. I mean, holy shit. I can't
Yeah.
believe she took that so personal and had nothing to do with her.
I FUPA shamed myself.
I mean, listen, after I don't know, my first child, I went back to like I never had a kid. The second one, I got a little mama pouch. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's not really a FUPA, but you know.
Yeah. I
FUPA
couldn't believe she
politics.
Googled that shit.
But
trying
she
to-
just said the other day to Clue that she doesn't even know what FUPA is.
I know. That's why she lies, just lies out of every orifice.
Oh, I love that. I
mean,
love
it's
that.
just, it's pathetic because from one moment to the other, it's one. I mean, you can go back to back streams just like we've seen. One in the same hour. Oh, I've never talked to them. An hour later. Oh, I just talked to them. What the fuck? Can you land a plane? Like I don't even know.
Can she land a plane? No, I think she's constantly flying off her own victimhood and delusions. Well, she's not comfortable in her own skin, and it doesn't help when her boyfriend says horrible things like, we should go to the gym. Gym couples have better sex. I mean, how could you feel comfortable with yourself? Honestly. That actually felt bad for her. Like, wow, that's embarrassing.
Not me. You stay with him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I would just tell Kyle to go to the gym. If you want, you go get strong so you can lift my FUPA. That's on you. You do
Lift
that.
my FUPA.
I'd probably kicked him in the shin too.
I mean, to say that while you're publicly on the air too, like, do you guys not have any offline communication? Is it because she's always online, you can't talk to her?
I don't think they do.
Shit. I don't think they do either.
I think they literally, like, I called it forever ago. They have the worst relationship. They
Yeah.
really do. Like,
Well,
he came in there the other night and he doesn't even know that, like, she uses, like, gummy bears. And then I meant to play this stream and forgot about it. But he comes in there one night and he's, like, a little irritated and sounds, like, mad because he's like, I can hear you, like, screaming. Like, what is the problem? And then she starts going into, of course, everybody's coming for her, blah, blah. And he's like, well, why don't you save that till like the last hour or so? Like, call it argument hour. And then you just go in on people.
Oh, wow. Well, and you know what else proved it for me? When he came in the middle of the night and said something about the several bags of fast food on the counter. And she's like, I made Poppers crying. You never listen. You never let me finish. And it's like, well, where's he been until 4 or 5 a.m. that he didn't know you made dinner? And what time's dinner time for you? Holy shit. Like, food's sitting out from like 5. I mean, I don't know about you all, but for me, dinner's between 5 and 6 every night. My kids know it. You know what I mean? Like, they know it. They can expect it. We're not eating dinner at 9 o'clock, 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12. Never, never.
Listen, this is how bad it was last night, though. I do want to point this out. There were people, and it's gone on for a little bit, right? She's on this mission to restore her true crime channel. But she keeps going on there and talking about all this drama, right? And it got to the point last night where people in her chat were having their own conversations about true crime cases.
That's been happening for a while. Yes. That's been.
I was dying. I'm like, wow, that's funny as hell.
This is how she always loses people, because you have people saying it all the time. I mean, I was just showing comments from her stream over a year ago where they're like, can we please get back to true crime? Like, can we please stop the drama? Why is it always drama? Somebody needs to stop the cycle. But that's why people don't listen to me when I tell them drama is her heart. She's not a true crime creator. She's drama at heart.
Well,
she'll lose this chat again. And my own person told me the other day, they tuned in on Easter Eve. Don't even know why. It was late night. And this is how it went. Let me see. I came last night. Well, this morning, technically. This idiot is on. Oh, I'm moving back to true crime, this and that. And then somebody comes up and, yeah, I'm moving on. A minute later, back to you. Right back to me. What happened to moving on, true crime, or you're not going to speak about me anymore? But then again, Craig asked her, how's your hate train going, right? So.
Yep.
That shit was funny, too.
Ooh.
Because it's a money train. That's why.
He did? He asked her that?
Yeah,
he said that
last night.
He was like, how's your hate train going?
Wow.
I haven't watched last night yet. See?
She openly admitted that she makes more money off drama. And that's why, you know what, I was saying before, like, I don't like that people restream her and all that because it was being used against me. And matter of fact, I don't give a fuck what anybody does. I'm glad you guys restream her because that gives her less viewers. Everybody wait for the restreams. Go ahead and tell the judge, I'm taking money from you by saying that.
Oh, listen, that's what got her. That's another thing that got her so pissed off at Emmy Joe. I think Emmy Joe had pissed her off the night before because she apparently, this is what Brittany was talking about last night, said, you know, that was rude of you to come on my panel and say that, you know, the majority of the people watching are hate watchers because you got 800 people in here and only 300 likes.
But that's a fact, though, and that's what I mean. Brittany won't acknowledge that that's a factual statement. You have more hate viewers than you do supporters. Remember, she said, y'all giving me a complex. Hey, Sweet Jones. I mean, it's just true. She won't accept it.
Wild. It's fucking wild. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna work on. I'm over here distracted trying to find that clip. So I'm gonna get off here because I'm just over here scrambling anyways. But if and when I find it, I will find it. It might take me a couple days just to weed through this, but I'll get it to you guys so you guys can hear it because it was the most weird shit to hear out of her mouth.
I'm still waiting for the statement where she says, you know, have y'all ever met a snitch who isn't a piece of shit or a rat who isn't a piece of shit? I know she said that shit. I've been on vacation. So GW won the anti-slap. Did the RICO case get dismissed? Yes. Everything they filed was dismissed with prejudice. And then we won.
There's been so much said. Thanks for having me up, Granny. Sorry, I didn't mean to take you down that hole, but I thought what she said about the judge, I was like, where's this ruling? I haven't seen this ruling. But
oh yeah, no, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Of course. I hope
she's
you guys
delusional.
all have a great day and protect your fupas. Bye.
Fupa's protected. Did you hear that, Chloe and Cletus, where Brittany said the judge told them that they should refile this as a defamation and harassment case? Yeah, she said that with confidence, that the judge didn't say that they didn't have proof, that she actually said that they should file it as a defamation and harassment case. That's what she said. Despite the fact that the judge said with prejudice, meaning you can't file anything again on it. Yeah. Got out of the mess? I'm still confused on why Seth Rogers got out of the mess. What Seth was doing, if you people haven't realized it yet, Seth was doing was staying quiet for this litigation so he could pretend that he was a limited purpose public figure. That's what he was doing. Him and Tony kept a low profile because of that. They'll be back everywhere. I bet you they're back in chats already. And they'll be back on panels and shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. They're just being, you know, they were trying to be slick and it didn't fucking work. Do you think they're like falling apart behind the scenes? Like pissed?
I mean, I would be.
Can you imagine like coming out here with such conviction and confidence that this was like a slam dunk for you and for them, and all to find out that no, it was all a wash, it's all fake, it's all bullshit? You see this? Brenda Stapleton suggests it was the FBI hacking Clue's computer over the threats to the court before Betty's hearing.
Yeah, Betty is on some tirade of, well, we know Clue knows the judge.
Well, of course she does. She's FBI, remember?
Right, sillies. Locked and Loaded, they both lost. They're all part of the slap, all of them. Oh, yeah. So don't worry. It's just the FBI hacking. And that's the other thing. These people say that the FBI is watching all of us. The judge even makes the statement that there is no police reports going on.
What the hell would they want to watch us for?
Right. Like, what kind of crimes do these people think that we're committing? Are you fucking serious? I mean, their LARP is so pathetic. I saw somebody the other day. It was in Julie Skolnick's chat. Karen. And Karen was trying to claim that At Night is a private intelligence group and that they have PIs. And I'm like, no, they're not. She's like, I saw the proof. I'm like, what kind of proof could you have seen? They're not even licensed or recognized as a private intelligence group. So no, you didn't. She's like, well, I spoke to their PI. I'm like, okay. And I spoke to the Pope. You can say you're speaking to whoever you want to think you're speaking to. I could call Clue right now and she could tell me that she's the princess of Egypt. Doesn't fucking mean anything. But it's gullible idiots like that go along with this and they still believe it and they refuse to accept it. Their whole case just fell apart in front of your faces. And instead of admitting that it's because their case was as weak as the judge said it was, it's because the judge is just not smart enough to comprehend it. Like, this is what these people do.
Yeah. BJ still won't say out loud that she lost.
Nope. She said it reads like a dismissal. Y'all, I can't wait for this hearing. Because I don't understand. Like, it reads like a dismissal. Yeah, yours was dismissed with prejudice and mine was granted. Which means I won, you lost. Which means you now owe money. And for the idiot saying the judge didn't give punitive damages, she particularly wrote at this time. You're nuts if you don't think she's going to grant punitive damages for something such a gross misuse of the courts. And if she doesn't, then we file. And the E saying that means we can't countersue. You're stupid too.
They're weird to me. Those.
Well, you know, their little son, their one son is a child actor, right? They've been seeking fame for years. Mm-hmm.
Seems like there's a lot of people like that in this case. Huh? Dog
That's
walker.
what I said. Quite ironic that so many of these people want to be actors or try to be famous, and that's why they're always celebrity boasting over there, like, oh, Dog the Bounty Hunter and Miley Cyrus, and because these idiots believed that you know they're going to get fame off of this. No, you're not. And you know they didn't even start their channel till April 2024.
I believe that.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the countersuit would be for malicious prosecution, gross abuse of our court system. Yeah. Yeah, and they're miraculously a family that always has these like large tragedies. Like huge, unbelievable, like wow, like one family to go through all of that. Yes, pretty ironic. Point out, Nick's parole orders him to not have police interactions. Like, does the judge know he's not supposed to? Well, she read through their filing, then he submitted that himself. Hey, Dapper. So, if they actually read through it, she says she did several times from several angles. They did, right? They're Tony. Remember how they kept saying they had a sponsor from Tennessee and we all just assumed, hey, Allison, that they were implying it was like from the Cyrus family?
Yeah.
Well, I want to doubt if it was the E's. I mean, Mrs. E used to be a principal for a school. There's no way she's fucking uneducated the way she acts.
Could be.
I don't know. I think these people play stupid. Like, I don't know if it's because of the NDA they signed or I don't know. Where what type of harm has occurred, right? Which means the judge needs to hear how this filing impacted the defendants, right? Which is why I'm going to orally speak to the judge at our hearing about the harm it has caused. Am I serious? Yes. I thought she said who it was in court. Something with vet in her name. Oh, that pays all Betty's money?
Vet girl, maybe.
Vet girl, yeah. And then what's her name? Molly gave the lady's like government name. See? Seth was in BJ's chat last night commenting all over their place, right? Because now he doesn't have to hide anymore. We are demanding that. I think it's only fair that they all have to come to Pennsylvania where they decided they had jurisdiction over us. So it should be no big deal for them to have to come to PA. You want to use PA's courts? Come visit them.
No, it's fair.
Krama contradictions. Granny, did you see that Barbecue is saying she has everyone's name from buying her cookbooks and threatening to dox them? Where does she say that at? That would actually be horrible. People supporting your small business and you're going to use that information now to dox them? Actually, I got proof. Shit, hold on. When will you ever learn the internet's forever? You just want your RICO, whatever. You just can't stop. You're now going to dox people who bought and spent their hard-earned money on your cookbook. Here's to all of you have purchased one. Read more. And then it's a clip.
But like this picture that I've got up on the screen, you know, people are out here burning my cookbook, which whatever, you know, and they're up in everybody's chats.
Who did that, by the way?
Oh, we'll find out. You want to know how we'll find out? Because I got everybody's address that ordered a cookbook, and Google is a wonderful thing. Google Earth, Street View. You don't think that fucking true crimers are gonna find that fucking sidewalk or driveway?
Oh, I can find it. Send it.
Oh my God, I can't. She said, "Oh, I'll find out."
I will.
When is this from? Oh, because I see here's a photo of somebody burning a cookbook. She's not necessarily saying she's going to dox them. She's saying I'm going to find out who burned it. Well, let's finish.
I can't.
We've already started going through the list, but like this picture.
I thought this justice for Alyssa. Nobody liked this. Is this an old clip or something?
That's what I'm wondering. I thought that sounded like her.
Yeah, it was her.
You know, when the devil talks, you get a chill in your spine.
It was like a week ago. Wow. So everybody's okay. Yeah, right. Oh my God. These people, I thought she called the cops on Queen. It was this horrible person, and now everybody's cool with her again.
That was like a week ago.
Oh my God. Okay.
See, I'm trying to tell you right now, like,
I don't do this shit. I can't.
I don't do that. I don't do that fuck
right.
shit. Like,
weren't
That
they just
clip
having
is
like super chat wars?
That clip is a week old.
Yes. That's what the whole chat's saying a week ago.
see, that's that shit I'm talking about. Like, no, bro. Like, I can't. Like, I've been on the fence with barbecue for the longest time, and I've tried to give her like the benefit of the doubt. I've been nice, you know what I mean? Played nice, whatever with her. Like, I try, right? But it's like every single time there is some shit that comes out about that girl. And no, like, I'm sorry, but you can't have so many negative things that just happen to just circle around you. That's weird to me.
Oh, Queen saying that's.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Queen, get up here. We need some explanation.
That's what I just dropped the link and was typing. Here's the link, Queen Bee, if you want to help. Because I don't know. I don't understand the background here.
And bitch, did you spray that damn throat spray yet? Girl, like you're eating a damn tree from the inside out.
Me?
No, I'm talking about.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, she okay, you're talking about Melissa, right? The one that
Yeah, Justice for Alyssa. Is her name Melissa?
Or Melissa, yeah, sorry.
Melissa.
I'm sorry, I
Okay,
said it wrong.
okay. No, you said it
Yes,
right.
I was like, hold on, that's not how it went down. I just want to say this. She was over talking shit in my chat. What brought her over was her and Barbecue had a big ass blowout anyways. And yeah, she did call the police on me. That is exactly who it was. She it was a whole setup. She was in Brittany J's chat and was like, hey, let me go troll. I'll be right back. Came over to my fucking stream. Clue, you were in the back chat. You seen her. You were up on panel with me when she came in the back chat, was running her fucking mouth, and went back over to Brittany J's, and well, on her way back over there, called the police. Then went and got on Brittany J's panel and encouraged everybody else to call the police. When Barbecue went live that night, I don't even know if it was that night or the next night or something. Melissa jumped on her panel and was talking with Barbecue about their issues previous to YouTube. Because I guess they were involved in her daughter's case. They had a GoFundMe thing. They helped her. All, you know what I mean? Like, they have history. They have history. Like you and Brittany have history. Like me and Jones have history. You know what I mean?
Right.
History. Like, you know, they had a blowout. So they were on panel. Melissa went up on Barbecue's panel to talk to her about things that were going on with them. The next day, she was supposed to come up and talk to me and apologize on my panel, which she did come up for a few minutes, but she wanted to talk privately. So I gave her that respect. I said, that's fine. We'll talk privately instead of my panel. You know what I mean? So that's really all that was.
Okay. So people are cool with her now. She apologized.
I'm not cool. I'm not cool with her.
Just accept the apology.
Barbecue is. I was gonna say, as far as I know, she was up there talking to him for like 2 or 3 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I didn't catch the whole thing. It was really long, so I mean, I don't even know what all was discussed. Probably a bunch of shit I really know nothing about.
Right.
You know
I
what I
can
mean?
never
Bunch of
catch up with
fucking
it all.
TikTok drama shit that I don't know fuck all about, you know? And I don't really care about it. I just, yeah, I don't plan on having her in my chats or my panels, and I don't want nothing to do with her. I don't want nothing to do with anything going on with her. You know what I mean? I
Right.
appreciate the apology, but that's that. So
Right.
I just
And
left it at
it's
that.
kind of like over here, right? There's so much history that it's hard to even like follow where people are coming from anyway.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't think they are cool. I think it just calmed things down.
Yeah, I was gonna say because they had issues well before she came over here. You know what I mean? Like there was.
Yeah, but I gotta admit, I find it ironic that the moment she falls out with Saudi, now all of a sudden, like Melissa's over there apologizing to barbecue, right? Seems more to me like kind of hate bonding.
Well, that's what caused the issue with her and Salty.
Oh, really?
Because yeah, Salty was pissed that she was apologizing to barbecue. She was also pissed that Melissa sent her a $400 super chat, and I guess she had made her some artwork and said she didn't give her money for it. She didn't pay her. But then Melissa dropped
Melissa showed proof, man. Yeah.
But then Melissa dropped screenshots saying that she did give her money, but she didn't do it on a live stream. She did it. See what I'm saying? It's so fucking messy.
Well, when I saw, because at first I'm like, damn, Saudi always seems to be Saudi about somebody else's bankroll, right?
About somebody else's money.
Always. And then Melissa came out and showed the proof, and I'm like, sure enough, she did pay
Oh, she
for
did
what
drop
she said.
like $700 is what it showed.
Yeah,
like $100. She kept cash, but she would do it privately in Cash App or not drop it on her stream.
Right, which is how you want it to be because YouTube takes a percentage. So she sent it through Cash App, especially if it's a business deal. But then I saw Saudi being like, well, you're not getting it now. And it's like, oh, man, you're
how
like,
shady is that? But I guess she was mad at me. She made this little wooden plaque thing, and I thought it was badass. I really liked it. I mean, honestly,
I saw that. That was early. No, that was, I mean, her work's fantastic.
But she, you know what I'm saying? I guess she was pissed off at me for not sending her money for it. And I didn't even know she wanted money for it. She never said anything about money for it.
Oh my God. You know who tried doing that shit before? Oh shit, I won't say it. Never mind. But I had somebody offer to like make me this 3D cutout of like my own cat, and she did it with other creators. And then after making it, told the creators they owed money for it. We're like, whoa, wait a minute.
If you want to make it out of the kindness of your heart, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. I love it, but don't hold me to some bullshit when you make it. And no.
Wait, when she made that, she even said like, I made this as a gift for Queen. She never said anything about a business deal with it.
Exactly. That's what I thought. I thought she made it to be not. I thought she made it to be fucking nice. I didn't know that there was anything behind it. I didn't know she was pissed off about it. I mean, I don't know. I found out after the fact, but it is what it is. I still liked it. I thought it was cool. I thought she did a good job. I'm not gonna take that from her.
Dude, her work actually is really impressive.
It really is. I mean, she
really
did a damn good job. She might be a shit motherfucking person, you know what I mean, being shitty as hell about my mom having cancer. I'll never forgive her for that little shit stunt she pulled. But other than that, you know what I mean? Her artwork is pretty good.
Well, it's shitty to withhold a painting of somebody else's child that way too. Like,
right?
You know what I mean?
Out of the kindness of your heart, you know, to a mother. You know what I'm saying? As as
right.
I think that's really shitty that she did that, but.
And then she's like, I'll keep it to advertise my work. And the girl had a point. Like, you want her to pay all this money to ship this photo, and she's telling you it's not necessary to do all of that extra shipment type of thing.
Right.
I don't know. It just and then I saw something. Saudi came up again the other day. And it was something about you guys mentioning Crabtree needed help, but why are you guys helping them? And blah blah blah.
Well, she got $1,000 from him for a truck payment. Why doesn't she give him back the $1,000 that she got from him?
Right.
I mean, let's keep it real. Let's do that. Let's do it that way, you know?
That's what I mean. It always just seems to be about money sometimes with Saudi. Like a few times now I've seen her flip out about money. You do, Camus and Crime, and it's beautifully done. Thank you. I'm like, oh, you're super chatting for 100, but you won't pay for the shipping. I'm not paying no 400, 500, 600 for shipping either. That's ludicrous. All right, she did refund Melissa for the painting. Good. But still, I don't know. And then the cookbooks, right. I see she's saying she'll figure out who burned it, but she's not saying she's going to dox everybody's information. That's a lot different. Like, you're presented as if she says she's going to dox everybody who bought a cookbook. That's not what she said. She says she's going to Google search everybody's addresses to find the sidewalk. What are you going to do when you find out who burnt the cookbook, though? Like, what can you do with that information? 300, she says she's keeping the rest of it. Oh, bless it. I don't know. Pettiness. how Nana and the rest of them said that even military can be bad people and use all kinds of same. A little bit ago, they said you should never disrespect somebody who served in the military. And I said, well, wait a minute. You disrespect the Proudfoots all the time. And I'm the one who's always said not everybody who serves is commendable. She was looking up. Right, she did. But again, if she's looking up people's houses, I mean, that's still not doxing necessarily. That's still intimidating to do to people, like, grow up. Yeah. I mean, they paid for the book before they burned it, right? Sin. I hate when people do that, because if you have a business, first off, it's going to always reflect on you. You got to be careful how you let your emotions ride out here. If you use information, like when people send somebody a PayPal and then there's a falling out and use that information to dox them, well, as a subscriber, I second guess ever sending you a PayPal, because you might do the same to me one day. Like, it's not a good way to run a business. Am I alone up here?
No, I'm here.
Oh, all right.
I'm like, I don't know. There's a huge part of me that feels like a lot of, especially the people like on TikTok, right? They perpetuate drama between each other, right?
And they dramatize the drama. It's always over exaggerated and blown up. Yeah.
Like, for instance, this fight between Tammy and Barbecue. Like, I don't know if I believe that shit or not. I just don't.
Fair enough.
You're not showing me any receipts, right, that would allude to one of you actually did something nefarious, right? So it's like, are you guys just perpetuating this
for attention
or content, right? Like,
right.
I mean, I can't move past that. Like, I
don't know though, because I will say, there apparently was a video done by one of them, their children, that doxed the fuck out of the other. So I don't know if that would be made up. But it sucks because they were friends. And it's like, this is what I hate. This is the negative side of social media, right? If at one point I consider you a good friend, we both did, just because we go our separate ways, do we have to like try to fucking destroy somebody and hurt them as much as we can?
Right. Like, I agree with
about
that.
each other.
Right.
Fuck, man.
Be mature, be an adult, right? Go on about, you don't have to associate with each other, but just go your separate fucking ways.
Right. And that's the other thing, right? Like, I believe some of what Tammy's saying too, but I can't help but realize you were there for 90% of the bullshit you're now trying to call out. So are you much better if you participated? Like, I hate when people do that shit too. Like, they try to use whatever you said in private against you to show you're a horrible person, but I wasn't so horrible that you didn't stop communication at that point. You stayed around. I don't know. Barbecue shares his address as creators help find the sidewalk. Sure. Okay. Yeah, you're right. That would be doxing. I don't know. What are you going to do? Like, I just would love to know what the end goal is. They burnt the book. It's fucked up, but they paid for it. It's juvenile, but what can you do about it?
Yeah.
That's amazing, Canvas. I'm excited for you. The whole reason Saudi and Barbecue got into the fuss is because Saudi was mad that Barbecue would not raise money for her. And we know this because she made herself a whole lie about it. Yeah, we did. I just wanted to know why Barbecue shared my friend's address with Brett Norton and an entire Discord. Who's Brett Norton? Isn't that somebody to do with like Cajun Navy or something?
Who? What was it? Brandon?
Brett Norton?
Brett. She's a TikToker.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken.
How do you know your friend?
Wasn't she in that Paramount thing?
Idaho 4. Okay, yeah, Idaho 4 thing. That's right. Thank you. The Paramount Idaho 4.
Yeah.
With Betty and all of them?
Was Betty in that one? I know that guy Rory, I can't never say that name. Rory was, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's the one where they were like exposing that dot person.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh. I don't know anything about the TikTok world to fully even understand it. How do you know that your friend's address was given, Kayla? I don't know. I don't know. I think you guys should keep that shit over on TikTok. Let me make sure this is real. How'd you find the link? Hey, Melissa.
Hey, Granny, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, Queen. Is
She
Queen
may
up
have
on
stepped away
panel?
for a moment.
No, I'm
Oh,
on the phone. I'm sorry, I'm on an important phone
no,
call.
no, that's fine.
No.
So listen, I only hopped on for a second. I know I have a bad rep around here, okay? But
I
I
think we
really
all
don't
do.
care anymore. Yeah, I just don't care anymore. Like it is what it is. But I hopped on, I saw you guys up on panel. I've had a lot of problems with barbecue, okay, personal and public, but I do want to say something in her defense. Barbecue has very sensitive information that not even family members have. Only
About
myself,
you?
about my daughter's case. Yeah.
Okay.
That only county detectives have, not even family members, myself, and barbecue is probably one of a small handful of people that have it. We have went through hell and back on TikTok and this app, and she has not released it. She has had so many opportunities to release it, and as hot as things have gotten, she hasn't released it. So I just want to give her props for that and respect for that, despite our differences.
Yeah,
And I,
but with
what?
utmost respect, it's pertaining, and I'm sorry for your loss. It is
Thank you.
pertaining to the loss of a child. So if she did come out with it, she'd be pretty fucking shitty for that.
Well, she would, but I mean, that hasn't stopped her from doing a lot of things that have made her look pretty shitty in a lot of people's eyes. You know what I mean?
Okay, fair enough.
And she had opportunity, and she didn't. So I'll respect her for that. I really
Right.
will respect her for that. She kept solid on that. And I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Like I said, I just came in and hopped up real quick. I know you're talking about the cookbook. I know there's been a lot about Tammy and barbecue.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of personal conversations and relationships with both of them. And I got a lot to say. You know what I mean? I float around. I really hate that my back is against the wall, where I can't go certain places or on other people's lives, you know what I mean? Without getting heat for it. Because I really want to be fair and open all over the place. But I think Tammy's full of shit. I
Do
think
you?
Tammy's full of shit. I do. I think Tammy's full of shit. Tammy's very selfish. I took up for Tammy on a lot of lives after she fell out with barbecue. And I don't call people um, for other people's experiences. I go off what I experienced. And whatever I experienced is I had a full apology from a Tammy, which was bullshit. And I saw her just being selfish, only worried about Tammy. And she sat and danced around with these supposed receipts for fucking a month now.
What
And then
regarding barbecue and all?
yeah, regarding
Well,
barbecue and all.
she did that out of respect for me because we were on
That's what I
panel
heard.
together, and I asked her to please hold off on anything she has until after litigation, and she did, and I respect that she respected me as a stranger enough to do so. So it's not that she sat on it because she wanted to; she sat on it out of respect for the litigation.
But why? What benefit was that going to be for
Well, I
her
don't, if
to?
people are faking emails and they're recording people, and the lawsuit has to do with like faking evidence and recording people, it could harm litigation, and I just didn't want it to harm litigation, and she respected that.
But was that in litigation? The
Yeah,
supposed
their
phone
complaints
call?
their complaints were that barbecue was wiretapping people and recording things, and yeah, that was part of the allegations.
Okay.
So it would have kind of confirmed their allegations at that time. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I didn't
Yeah.
know what all they had and everything. And I didn't know if what they had was going to harm like Katie. And, so I
Right.
just respectfully asked that they please wait.
Okay. Well, then I kind of understand that. But I mean, what did she show? She really didn't show anything. She really didn't back receipts. And I mean, to be honest, and I know I'm going to get a lot of backlash on this, but if I was going out with Katie and not knowing, because nobody knows what happened. Only at this point, right? Sebastian knows what happened and whoever was involved in God, right? So if I went out with Katie, Seth, this one, that one, you, whoever, I'd probably record too. Just your mind is all over the place. You want to remember things. I don't really.
Well, and
I don't know.
I
It's
said
tough.
the same thing. Like if she did record, I'm sure she's not the only person that's recorded Katie, right? Like
Yeah.
But I think it comes down to like, why say that you don't? I don't
When
know.
you do.
Right.
I don't know either. I mean, I did have a private conversation with Barbecue last week, I think it was, and she asked my permission to record. She made it very clear. She records everything. I don't speak to her thinking I'm not being recorded. You know what I mean? I do
It should
respect
be
she
that way
asked
with
me.
every creator. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she did ask me, and I wouldn't say anything, different anyway. So I don't know. I'm kind of rambling. Hopefully I could hop up another time, but I did want to just put that out there. And it's just sick. Like all this shit needs to stop already. Like on all ends. It's too much. It's
I know,
really
but
too
at what
much.
point does it stop, right?
I
Like
don't know.
that's
I
what I
don't
don't
know.
know either, because Tammy says that she's gonna stop and like, let me get this off my chest. I'm gonna stop. And then Barbecue's like, well, now that you did that, it's never ending. And it
Yeah,
sucks because they were friends.
it does. It does. I mean, um, it does. I don't wanna my impression, and words from Barbecue is we have a lifetime bond, Tammy and I, and it's really unfortunate that how easily that lifetime bond can fucking go south. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it
Um,
sucks. And it sucks. And
it
it sucks when
does.
people do come out with personal things. Now, as far as proof goes, I'm sorry, but I did find that the message she showed that literally says I'm recording, I did see that as proof.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
But what was that in regards to? Was it even in regards to that day? You know what I'm saying? Couldn't that message have been about any situation? Like, how does it prove that it was in regards to that day they were at lunch?
Well,
You know?
the date kind of proves that.
Oh, the date was up there? Okay, that's right. I
Yeah.
mean,
And
yeah.
it says, I am recording, FYI. I also got that part where she just messed up with his age. Might be nothing, but want to re-listen. I find it as a proof, but what I also would say is, like you just said, if you're out and you think these people may be suspects, or we know that they are at least in the law's eyes suspects, and not
Mhm.
only that, but Chris Prout was pissed and Katie's pissed about it, which means they believe that it happened. I don't know. My big thing is, why is it such a big thing? Either you did it or you didn't, but who ultimately what's going to change knowing that
Well,
information? It's not ours to be upset about. It's Chris and Katie's.
but that's the thing. The internet and the subscribers and the public will take it and run with it and paint their opinion. And who knows? Maybe she was embarrassed that if she did record, maybe she was embarrassed. Maybe she didn't want to jeopardize her relationship between Katie and Chris. You know what I mean? There's probably a multitude of reasons, and who knows? You know what I mean? But I know it's like this is so fucking minute, and
Right.
you know what I mean? It's just so stupid.
Like,
Like
how
there's
does that
bigger things.
escalate to each other doxing each other, or alleged doxing and
Yeah,
contacting family members, and that's where it becomes not like a little
it
thing, and
does.
it
It,
grew.
it does. But you know what? If you go on a public platform and you want to present yourself as, this Southern belle and little innocent girl, you know what I mean? You're on a public platform. People are going to find out about you too. You can't
We're,
cry when your arrest record comes out. You know what I mean?
well,
Um,
to an extent, but she says she admitted that she had a record, right? Like,
She
she's
admitted
never.
it after it came out. I mean, you can't
Oh,
deny it at that point. There's no turning back. There's no denying.
I
And
thought she
I
was
mean,
always open about, like, we're the
no,
MFers. I'm felon friendly. I admit, first thing I did was come out and say I have a record. I was a drug addict. I'm a felon. It is what it
right.
is.
No, that was not the case. And a lot of the YouTubers don't know the ins and outs because they weren't on TikTok for the past year. You know what I
Right.
mean? I started off on TikTok, so I
But
know all
that's
the ins
that's
and outs
still.
when it comes to them.
But even if she comes on and pretends to be a Southern belle, what is her record from 10 years ago? What does that take away that she
No,
can't be a
it's
changed
not.
person today?
No, absolutely. And anybody can change.
I think her mic cut out. That's what I heard you say. Now I didn't watch, so I don't know. What do you think, Chloe? I mean, would you consider that like doxing if you're gonna pull out somebody's? I don't
I
know.
I think if I were a customer who bought anything, the moment you've sold it to me, it's my decision what the fuck I do with it. And burning a book ain't against the law.
Right. And
So
that's what I
why
mean.
the fuck do you need to know who did it? Is my
And if you track down their address, what are you gonna do with that information?
right.
And not only that, but like you didn't give a shit that this person had a record when you were friends with them. So why are you demonizing them about it now? I've had people do that to me too. Like, well, you were cool with the fact that I had a record when we were friends. So why is it a problem now? I don't know. There's nothing that you, I mean, yeah. What do you like? I guess I don't know. I guess I'd feel a little.
If I was just a regular person, like on this internet, who bought a cookbook, right?
Right.
From you.
Right.
And then all of a sudden
somebody burned it.
Right. Like you don't even know that I'm the person that did it.
Right. And now you're looking up my shit to, analyze my sidewalk to see if I burned it. And what if you mistake my sidewalk for that sidewalk? What happens next? Well, what are you going to do with my address?
Hey,
Right?
Granny. Hey, Clue.
Hey.
Okay. I do have something to say. First, I need to ask Clue if she remembers this. Clue, do you remember in Discord a
Thank
few
you,
weeks
baby.
ago when I had said something to you in the Discord when we were on the voice chat about something coming out about my name in one of your chats that somebody was trying to tell me, hey, I know who you are, but only something that I would know. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the other day when I was listening to Tammy, she said something very similar to that. That when she would go into Queen's Discord, the Queen's chat, there would be people in her chat that would drop stuff that only she would know, but was threatening to her.
Right, like using names from her real life and shit. I hate when people do that's fuck shit. That's the fuck shit that we don't do here. We don't go real life. We're not using relatives' names or names from people's past. Or I've had people do that shit to me. It's not fucking cool. But sorry, I digress. Sorry. Go ahead.
They done the same. Well, they done that to me with my name, my middle name, something that only I would know.
Well, you don't know who did it to say they. Let's clarify.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Somebody did. So whenever I'm saying they, I mean somebody. It was a girl named Micah. I don't know if that was a real name. She said her name was my middle name, but her name on the thing was Micah. Well, so when Tammy came on and she said, hey, they're doing that to me too, it resonated with me because I know how that feels because it happened to me right after me and UA and all the fallout with everybody. Okay, well, I'm not going to lie. It does kind of seem like UA and Barbecue have been in cahoots together. And it makes me wonder if Tammy's telling the truth on that because it happened to me also. You know what I mean?
Well, why does UA come into this?
Because UA is who UA is who caused all this shit with me.
Oh.
When I defended her that day, everybody assumed that I knew her in real life. And so whenever I got on Queen's panel and I was like, no, I don't know her. I was unaware. I shouldn't have, I stuck my foot in my mouth. I shouldn't have defended it because I didn't know what I was talking about. Well, after that.
Well, to be fair, that's not UA's fault that by you defending her, people took issue with it. Like, you can't blame UA for that. She didn't cause you to get attacked because you defended her.
No,
you know what
I know
mean?
that. But then whenever I blocked her because she manipulated me after I got off that live, it caused a big deal with everybody in the chats, like attacking me over it. So I blocked UA because she did manipulate me. She called me. She did the same thing she did to Granny with the crying. And I just don't have time for it. Like, I have my own life. I can't deal with shit like that. I am very emotionally manipulated when it comes to shit. And I just knew that my boundaries had been crossed at that point. And she barefaced lied to me on the phone about some of the messages that was released after that she read to me. So in my opinion, I felt like I needed to I needed to block it. And so I did. I blocked her. Right after that, the next day, everybody, all these people that I've never seen start attacking me in Clue's live and Granny's live and Queen's live. And I was like, huh. And everybody always put UA with it. Like, it would be like, well, we know that you're friends with her. We know what you're doing behind the scenes with her. We know that you're a snake and you know who she is. Like,
see, now I do have to interrupt for a minute because one, I will say I don't feel like UA emotionally manipulated me. I feel like her emotions were real. They were just very dramatized to her because again, these I feel like a lot of the people that have come from TikTok, everything's exaggerated with them, and maybe it's because they're so deep in the drama that everything feels more surreal than it is. Also, I do recall that you were saying the chats were attacking you, but I personally didn't see anybody attacking you.
Well, Clue can tell you. I dropped them in her Discord. Like, there was people absolutely attacking me. Which is, it's not that
Oh,
big of a deal.
I'm
I
not
blocked
believing you, Alabama. I'm not believing you. I just want to make that clear. It's not that I don't believe you. I just personally didn't see it. I wouldn't allow people to attack you or anybody in my chat to that extent.
Which I mean, I blocked them. You know, like it's not anybody else's deal. It was mine. It was my problem. I stuck my foot in my mouth and I made people believe that I was friends with her when the truth was is I was just trying to be helpful, which is who I am, and that's just me, who I am, and that's who I'll always be. And at the end of the day, it was on me. So I blocked people that continued every time I went on panels, every time I went into chat. But that's not here nor there. The reason I said anything is because I feel like Tammy, what she said resonated with me. Like I do believe that happened.
I get that, but I do want to ask this, right? So if you were defending UA and people started attacking you on the basis that you were a defender, saying like, hey, you did know, blah, 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 why would you think then that UA was involved with barbecue and doing the same to you that was done to Tammy, instead of thinking, you know, maybe somebody else did it to you because of, like, why would UA be involved in it if you were defending her?
Because I had blocked UA after that.
Oh,
because she called me.
Right. Okay. But UA and barbecue are not friends. I can assure you of that.
And then when barbecue came on, you know, Clues Live that day, and she was like very sketchy, it did make me feel like, there is something between them two.
Yeah, see, I disagree. I think they were friendly before, but I don't think they've been friendly in a long time. I think barbecue, and UA went with like Tammy and them.
Well, see, I didn't know that. I just that was just my assumption. You know, like I don't know who's friends with who. I don't go to TikTok. I only go on a few panels. I don't really talk in other people's chats except yours, Queen's, Jay's, and Clues, and Truth's. That's it. That's all. That's where my people that I like to talk to are. So I don't know what the TikTok drama truly is. You know what I mean? Like I just felt like there was something off there.
Yeah.
And it could
Well,
be.
I mean, I believe what
Tammy-
Tammy said, that was happening to her. There are people that will do shit like that. I don't, you know, and I believe it was happening to you. I don't think we can say UA did it.
Well, okay. Well, then my next thing is maybe it was Tammy knows it was happening because they were doing it. You know what I mean? Who's to say?
Right,
I don't know.
Maybe Tammy was part of it before when barbecue would do it. That's how she knew they were doing it. Who knows?
Yeah. Which is wrong. And somebody was, when that person was, I saw somebody in chat was like, well, you know, like if you get on here, or the person on your panel was like, well, if you get on here and you act like you're a Southern Belle and then you have all this, your records come out, nobody's records should be coming out. Like that shouldn't be happening. It's not nobody's business, but somebody's background is like that.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Irrelevant.
Well, that's what and I agree, Pineapple. If that's happening in a chat, don't call it out in chat. Wait until, you know, email the creator about it. Hey, Sarah.
Hello,
Hey,
I'm a
Smarty Lee.
girl. I'm a girl, and I have an opinion.
Why are you so annoying? Why? Well, email afterwards and tell like, hey, these are the names in your chat that are actually there, you know, doxing people from my real life. Because if you call it out while it's happening in chat, then people know the dox. You never admit to a dox.
Yeah, see, I didn't. I actually just quit talking that day, period. And it was only in Clues Live was when the docs happened. And I didn't say anything until after we got off live because honestly, like when I read it, I was like, that was weird. So
All right, can you ladies speak really quick so I can know you're real? Smarty.
I'm real. I'm here.
Gypsy.
I just didn't want to be rude.
I appreciate that. How about you, Gypsy?
Yeah, I'm real.
Okay, thank you. I'm pissed because what did Granny? I don't know, Rachel. I don't know. I mean, again, this goes back. All right, so Melissa and Barbecue make amends. That's fantastic. Queen forgave Melissa for what she did, but they're not friendly. She's never been friend. I mean, you know, everybody's not friends for fuck's sake. But where does this leave? Like, where does this leave everybody? I just, what are we doing? All right, hold on. People are sending me messages.
It leaves me nowhere. It leaves me sitting at home watching a bunch of people be crazy.
Here, let me present this. Can I show these? Whoever just sent these, can I show these or no? Am I not to show these? Tammy was live multiple times in her live saying, I exchanged numbers with her ex's wife. Lie. Yeah, I guess that wasn't really proven, was it? All right, is this real? Are you real, Queen?
Yeah, baby, it's me.
All right. These motherfuckers coming up with these alt accounts.
Little bastards. I know they're
I
trying to
know.
do it to me too, but I just block them right off the jump. I don't even fucking play games. So
I'm
here, I
just
wanted to
keeping
say
them now
this.
at this point.
Me and Alyssa spoke for maybe 5 minutes. We didn't really have a chance for her to apologize to me. And she sure as hell didn't apologize publicly to me on my platform or to my subscribers at all. None of that.
Oh, she didn't?
No, not publicly. No, she came up, we talked, and then she wanted to talk privately. We still have not had a chance to talk privately, not because of her, probably more so because of me, because I'm busy. You know what I mean? I've been busy, and we haven't really had a chance to line up to connect with each other. I just want to make that clear. You know what I mean? I'd rather she wanted to talk privately. That's fine. I'm cool with that.
Right.
I don't have any
Okay.
issue with that. You know what I'm saying? But no, she did not come up and publicly apologize. No. She did want to have a conversation, and I respect that. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on, which I missed. I had an attorney call, so I had to take that call. So sorry about that.
With utmost respect, barbecue, I don't give a fuck who you fuck with. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to explain that to me or to anybody. I don't. Nobody's saying you can't.
I think she was talking about her panel when she went up on her panel or whatever after, because they were like she went up on the panel after she had called the police on me.
Yeah, I think they were just on a stream together last night, is what people are saying. So I think she's responding to that too. Like, that's what I mean. Like, if
last night. See, I fucking hate TikTok. You can never catch that bullshit.
And it always disappears, right? Like, that's why I don't even understand it. Law nerd, thank you. That's what I mean. Like, if they decide to forgive each other, that's their business, though. If you decide to forgive Melissa, that's your business, though. You know what I mean?
I agree with that.
Who cares? Like, people don't have to explain that to anybody.
And where I stand, I get along with you. I get along with Jay. I get along with Clue. I barbecue. I get along with everybody. I ain't really got any issues with anybody but fucking BJ and Predator David. That's about it.
Right. Exactly. I'm trying to see if I can, like, I don't know what these messages are kind of proving, but it's basically somebody saying, hey, I saw you last night. You burned your cookbook.
Yeah, they found out who burned it, and I would want to know too.
And then it says, I did burn the coloring book. No, I agree with wanting to know, but to hand out people's addresses to find out, like, why? What are you going to do with that information? Like, they burnt the book.
I didn't know who was handing out her address. The girl that burned it, or did I miss something? Or
here, let me play it really quick. It's really not. It's not what they're saying it is, but I'll show you.
But like this picture that I've got up on the screen, you know, people are out here burning my cookbook, which whatever, you know, and they're up in everybody's chats.
Who did that, by the way?
Oh, we'll find out. You want to know how we'll find out? Because I got everybody's address that ordered a cookbook, and Google is a wonderful thing. Google Earth, Street View. You don't think that fucking true crimers are gonna find that fucking sidewalk or driveway?
I guess the fact that you said we and then you said true crimers are going to find it implies that you're giving out the address to others to help you search to see who did it. That would be the implication I took from that. I mean, does anybody disagree, or is that how it sounds to you? Like, between all of us, we'll find it. Maybe she was saying that to intimidate people and doesn't have intent on doing it. But then somebody got these weird messages. I don't know the order of operation here or the relevance, but
well, I mean, we know fucking how shit goes, and I mean, you know, shit always comes out in the end. But I want to address Indy real quick. She says, but some of the hive says a friend to all is a friend to none. Yeah, but you know what, honey? I keep an open panel and I allow everyone to come up. Doesn't matter if I don't like you or I do. I've had several fucking people come up that I don't fuck with, that I don't like. But again, I'm an open panel channel. I don't get to choose that just my friends get to come up and only my friends. No, that's not how it is.
Yeah, and
that's what we love about
Some
you,
people
Queen.
need to distinguish. I'm an open panel channel and I host an open panel. That doesn't mean I'm friends with everyone. It doesn't mean I'm friends with everyone I speak to. It doesn't mean that just because you come on my panel, I'm best friends with you.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, everybody calls everybody friends, right? Just because somebody calls my panel doesn't necessarily make us friends. Like, that's so dramatic.
Right. I mean, it just.
Now, the implication.
I appreciate you having an open panel, Queen. Honestly, I really do. Because sometimes you don't get all of the sides because people will just block you. At least sometimes we get the chance to hear other sides on your panel.
Right. And I think the thing here, like where you're saying, barbecue, I get what you're saying. Like, where did I share anyone's address? But the thing is, you did imply that you would be. And people are going to say that.
they're going to take that with and believe what they want and run with it.
Right. And then, so these messages come into play, which they're asking to be shown, which again, they're just kind of like saying, this is Brett Norton. Hey, girl, I saw you say last night that you burned your cookbook. I'm assuming you're the other SBA account too. I did burn the coloring book. We were able to match to your driveway and grass. So that does imply that you gave out somebody's address, to be honest. I mean, right there shows it.
Is this the same kid? Hold on. Is this the same kid that got messages out of my Discord and put them on a video?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know these people.
Let me ask here. Go ahead, Kayla.
Yeah.
Is this the same kid that got messages out of my Discord and put them on his fucking TikTok? Is that the same Brett we're talking about?
Oh, Brett. Okay. I didn't know if you were saying kid or kits.
Brett Norton is the person, Queen, that was is the TikToker that was in the Idaho 4 case that was like talking behind the scenes with Steve.
Right,
Taylor's
but that
dad.
doesn't answer her question, to be honest. This is Brett Norton.
How is it that you mention like one name of these TikTokers and then all of a sudden, poof?
I only know the name of this one because he had my Discord messages on his fucking TikTok, and then all of a sudden, bam, it was gone. Fast as fuck. He had it up, and 2 seconds later, it was gone.
I think this is a female.
Yeah, it is. Brett
It wouldn't have
Norton.
been him. This other little kid. He's a young ass kid. Now, if it's a female, no, that's not them. It's a little younger kid that did it, like a boy.
Oh,
like
okay.
like a young, you know what I'm saying? It ain't
Right.
no girl, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
so
was-
that
this
ain't
was
that
a
ain't them.
girl.
You know.
Don't be threatening no fucking kids in my chat. Maz, if you see anybody even bring up somebody's kid or the word
Oh, sorry, I
kid,
shouldn't have said kid. He's an adult. I guess I shouldn't have said kid. He's an adult. The kid,
Like a
the
young
guy,
adult,
the guy. Okay, so instead of saying kid, I should say guy. He looks like a fucking 17 or 18-year-old kid to me. That's like he's still a kid to
I
me.
call them kids too, right? But
You know
no,
what I'm
no, I
saying?
saw
And,
that
but,
was
I mean,
because
I guess maybe Matt. It must have been okay. So maybe it was Matt. I don't fucking know these guys. I don't really know these TikTokers like that.
how the
All I
fuck did
know
they
is that
get
this
your
younger
Discord, bitch?
gentleman or whatever had a fucking screenshots of my fucking Discord on his goddamn TikTok, and then it was gone.
Wow. Matt, that they're saying it was this name. Now I don't want to advertise the person, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'd say I don't
leave
even.
that
I mean, it was up there. It was up there, and then it was gone. So I mean, I don't even know the fucking kid. I really don't know anything about him. Don't you know what I'm saying? I really don't.
Right.
But I'm just asking if that's the same one. But obviously, this is a girl, so this is different.
Now, listen, Jay Fox, this is where the semantics don't fly for me, right? Because I could understand, like, all right, having that clip, we can play semantics. Barbecue could have been speaking out of the heat of the moment, you know, blah, blah, saying we will find and true crimers will find the sidewalk, implying she's going to share the addresses so many can look. But now we literally have messages where somebody's saying we were able to match your driveway to your grass. And I think at this point, we can't fly off semantics, right? Like somehow this person got this woman's address to claim that they matched it up. Like I don't know. So this is one message. She says that. She says, "Girl,
Well,
my
from my
cookbook is
understanding, she
burned."
said that, and then Dina Weeks came out and said it was her. So I
Right.
mean, that's pretty much
Right.
how that went down. Is from my understanding. But just like with Brittany J, where she wanted to talk all the shit and say it was okay to FOIA my kid.
Right.
But the FOIA that I have, I sure damn near almost put on my fucking screen last night. So
I know that's great.
I had to check myself because and then my daughter came in and was like, "Let's watch a movie," and my ass was fucking bitch. I skedaddled so goddamn fast because I knew.
That's what you.
That's
That's when I don't go live.
Fucking time to hear some bullshit, and
Yep.
that shit was gonna be on my fucking screen.
That's why exactly that.
So I had
know
to
when
check
not
my
to go live.
goddamn morals myself last night.
Are you asking me to ask Brad? I don't even know who the fuck Brad is to ask Brad. And what am I supposed to trust that Brad's going to tell me the truth? Like, I don't know who Brad is. I don't
Don't
know.
know who these fucking TikTok people are, man. God
Right.
dang.
I mean, do you want if the person sends me the phone number attached to this, and then they'll be said they're going real life. So there's no real way to validate it, I guess. I don't
Raven,
know.
I don't hold on. Raven said, asking me a question, do I approve of barbecue recording Katie? I haven't seen any recording of barbecue recording Katie yet, and I don't approve of that shit at all. I
You've
haven't
made
seen
that
any
clear you don't
recording of
approve
Tammy
of it.
recording her either. So
Right.
I can't say one way or another. I haven't seen Tammy's recording of anything of Katie. I haven't seen barbecue's recording of anything of Katie. I know that what one says shit about the other says shit about the other, and it's a big ass fucking mess.
Well, let's clarify
really
this too, right? Like you can disagree if I feel like there is proof that she recorded. I can disagree with that action and not have to denounce her altogether. Like you don't have to hate her because she recorded
Right,
Katie.
but then
can
you
say,
have
I
these
don't
four
agree.
girls in this Airbnb who said it was before Katie ever got there. So I mean, what the hell?
Oh, I see.
So they're saying, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that they were recording each other in this Airbnb about shit they were saying, but they weren't recording Katie. From my understanding, they were recording each other at this Airbnb.
But why would they record where somebody else gives the wrong age
I
to
don't-
Sebastian? Because what relevance would that have? If I said
That's what
Sebastian
I'm
was
saying.
17,
I really don't know. They all said it. They all
Right.
said it.
They were all okay with recording is my whole thing. So
And
what
they
are we trying
record
to
each other. I
Right.
mean,
Right. Keep your recording asses amongst each other. We don't have nothing to do with it.
yeah.
I don't know what else to
fuck
say
with
about
any
it.
of that shit. I don't record a fucking phone call, let alone a goddamn fucking conversation. Shit. I don't fucking, you know what I mean? So I don't agree with none of it. I don't agree with recording shit.
I don't either. That
keep
shit's
it out. I
shady.
mean, just to keep it real, I don't agree with any of that shit. I don't record phone calls. I don't record people talking to me. None of that shit. I don't record Discord calls. None of that shit. None of that.
Oh. They're saying this is the brat woman. I don't know. I don't know.
And Tammy says she right here, right? Oh, well, like it's my stream.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Read
see
it.
that
'Cause I wasn't
comment
on
come
the
up
screen.
beyond the yellow tape. She says, because I didn't record Katie. So she says she didn't. Barbecue says she didn't. Who the fuck who you gonna believe? Until I see a recording of fucking Katie out there, how do we believe this?
Right. And again,
really
but here's
silly.
the other. Well, that's what I was going to say. Here's the thing. Katie and Chris are upset, right? They feel that Barbecue did betray their trust, and they feel like other things she did, they disagree with. So they're upset about it. But that's the only person who has really a right to be upset about it. Can we dislike it, the idea of it? Of course, we all stand against it. But again, that doesn't mean we have to like pitchfork her out. You know what I mean?
I think it's silly. They're going to do all of these accusations back and forth. There's one way to stop it. If there's a recording, make a video and put it out. You don't have to do a live stream so everybody can attack you. Make a video and put it out. And then let everybody decide. Instead of all this bickering back and forth, he said, she said, we said.
Well, they did put out videos and let everybody decide, and now people decide how they decide it.
I didn't hear anything about a recording, though.
Clips, like with screenshots.
they did.
Savage made up fucking screenshots and lied on me, and we had to fucking go through hell to prove that she was a fucking lying piece of shit.
Yeah,
Which we
that
already
is
knew
true.
she was anyways, but goddamn, we had to go through hell to get to prove that she made this fucking screenshot. And then Chronicles of the Shady made a video showing that she's the one that made the fake screenshot.
Right.
Like, you see
Right.
what I'm saying? It's fucking weird to me. Like, people do weird shit.
Right, and I think what it comes down to again is you're gonna like who you like, and you're gonna dislike who you dislike, and rather you're gonna believe what you want to believe. So everybody just take it from there. That's it.
I half agree with that.
Well, your friend Melissa just came up and said that she said that you record everything and that you asked to record her. I don't think anybody else is saying you record everything besides the people that say it.
Well, she does. She does. She uses intimidation tactics, and I'm a neutral person. I'm not going to white knight for anyone. I only went over to TikTok early on in the case, only because everybody was like pro Seth, and if you said anything, that was a question. It was like, you know, you were burned at the stake, and I was related to Chris. So, I saw a lot of things that I don't like as a person. Barbecue does use like intimidation tactics. I don't care who attacks me, whatever. Don't worry, they send over whoever, but I've witnessed it myself, and I think it's wrong. I have proof of it. One example, people think that I like Salty or whatever. I know her as a creator, nothing else, but I will tell you
TikTok or YouTube or both?
I only know her from TikTok from watching the case. Does that make sense? And they would do the open panels. The problem is these panels disappear. So you're
I don't like TikTok for that reason.
It's terrible.
I know.
Right? So unless you hop in and watch a whole 8-hour stream, because these people stay on, unfortunately, like it's like a life thing. Like you just keep it on while you cook, you just talk. So if you hop in like hour 5, you're only getting still like one part of someone like yelling at each other, but you don't even know the background. It doesn't even matter.
Plus, I can't stand that they can pause the stream and everything pauses. That's one of the dumbest things about TikTok.
Right. And the only way that you get the actual stream is from the creator themselves. If they want you to see it, but if they look bad, you're not going to see it, and they'll never put it out there. Like, I'm going to give a prime example. And this is why I stopped going to TikTok altogether, because it wasn't about the case. Right. So this is before even like the whole this whole court thing. And I watched it happen, which you can like Salty, you can hate her. I don't really care. You know, I did get a piece of artwork from her from forever ago. I mean, like before any of this. And she was fine. And it was great. Came out great. I loved it. But that was it. The thing is, perfect example, as someone who purchased one of her items, I can't even imagine her saying that if I have a fallout with her and I don't agree with something of hers that she puts on a TikTok, that she's going to pull my information so she can send a whole army of people to come after me. And that's my problem, you know, with barbecue, to be quite honest. And I've seen it happen. Prime example, she was really close to Salty, whatever. And they had a falling out. Okay, it happens. We're adults, you know, it's fine. That's not where it stops, you know. Unfortunately, you know, I watched and saw, you know, barbecue say, oh, we're going to come out with Operation Salty. And that included every person possible in her group of whoever they were, including Tammy at the time, you know, that literally they annihilate you. And they go to all these different, like, they have like this, like, AF something, I don't know what it's called, but to berate you and get your channel taken down. Now, she uses her platform for her business too. So once that channel is gone, she can no longer sell her products. So you not only took away, you know, people viewing your channel, right? You took away people being able to purchase from your store, you know, altogether. So now that's lost income, you know, you don't have to like her, but you don't have to go that far. And then when Salty would, you know, rebuttal, of course, she's going to say, you know, I think you're a POS. Who wouldn't? I would. I'd be like, you know, come at me, fine. But like, what are you doing? It was, you know, anybody come forward, report her, you know, for not giving you your products. And I watched it, and I can send you the video if you want. She said, she went and sent her a cease and desist, that she couldn't say anything bad about her. And basically Salty was like, no, this is on Barbecue's panel. So I only watched that part. Like, I wasn't on Salty's or anything. And she said, you know, don't talk about me or whatever. Then proceeds. Now, if you're saying that this person, Salty, is such a bad person and you're afraid of her, right? And that she's bullying you, wouldn't you stay away from them? I mean, I would think yes, right? You're not going to go around them. You live in a different state. Like, just leave it alone. No, she didn't do that. Do you know that she flew down there to where she lives to make a police report, where she lives in a completely different state, which is Florida? And on top of it, after she already sent a cease and desist and tried to get a report against her with the police station saying that she was being bullied, she has a video and doing lives going to all the places that Salty goes, including the flea market where she owns her business. She's laughing about it, that she's following her, including going to the bar that she goes to, and like,
wait, are you saying that Barbecue flew to Salty's neighborhood and did these things?
Yeah, and I have it. Yes, she did, after saying she was bullied by her.
Now she's saying she did file a police report, but that she never went to the flea market.
She absolutely went to where she does rollerblading. She went and said, oh, maybe I'm gonna get a drink, where she does karaoke. She did all of these things. You know, it is what it is.
Went or not, but she taunted that she would.
I've had the video of her showing the video of her there. So I can send it. But that's when I said,
is there a video of you doing it, Barbecue? She's saying there's a video of it.
It is. I have it. And I said to Barbecue, you know, you go too far. There's a difference between not liking someone and taunting them to the point where you're trying to make her look crazy, because she's saying, like, what are you doing? You know, like, you're clearly not afraid of me, you know. And you have Operation Salty sending these honeypots. I'm sure there's a million right now. They're probably like, nah, you know, I'm the worst person. Okay. You know, but wrong is wrong. You can't say that you feel threatened. And a prime example, like you said, you didn't want that released. If there was a fake would have to see if there was someone in her
Well,
Discord.
no, because I didn't know about the email. All I knew about was the alleged recording, and somebody in the chat said, in Clue's chat, they said to me, "Hey, Granny, if we release proof of this recording, will it hurt litigation?" And I wrote back, "I don't know. I'll ask my attorney,
Right.
but it may just hurt Katie." And that was more of what I had an issue with. Like, let's be mindful of what we're doing and not weaponize a victim. Whether you think they're guilty or not, let's not use them in this tit for tat.
Oh, I agree.
But they respected that, and they didn't put out anything until litigation was done. And I appreciate that they did that.
Right.
They didn't owe me anything.
For sure. Yeah, I agree, And the thing is, why would your brain even go to making a supposed email from Like, why? Other than, you know what I mean? Like, that's an above and beyond. But that's, to me, a tactic.
Well, just to clarify, that email was only meant to show if there was a mole in
Discord.
Discord. It was not used in litigation. It was not used outside of Discord. It was to see if there was a mole.
Oh, I agree with you, but I'm saying that's her character.
Well,
I'm just saying as a character thing, it's just, okay, but someone in Discord might think it's real. You're never telling them this at the end of the day. It just happened to come out because Tammy said it. So if they never had a falling out and they had it in Discord, no one would know that that was fake. Other than they had a falling out. That's perception. Like, that's not good, because then you get people riled up for nothing.
Right.
And then,
and then part of it is like, okay, but you were okay with it while it was happening, and now you want to utilize it. I don't like that part either.
I agree. I 100% agree. And unfortunately, it's a common theme, over there. I don't mess with them. Now, do I hate TikTokers? No. I mean, I hate this stuff like that. I not even hate it. I just think it's immature, manipulative, and ridiculous. Right. And that is truly how I feel. And if I can prove whatever, I have nothing. And I left a long time ago before all that. But to have people that come whenever someone questions something on YouTube, about like stuff that is going on, you send in an army.
No, I do agree with barbecue's up here, and I do agree with that. Like, anybody makes one comment, like they simply say, like, I don't like barbecue. There is like 5 to 6 people then berate that person. And that's not going to change their feelings. You know what I mean? Like, I do agree.
No, but if someone is already like feeling overwhelmed by being, like feeling like they have people coming at them already on a platform, because if you had a falling out with her, they do come for you. They don't on TikTok, they're relentlessly terrible. And on TikTok, it's different. You allowed me on your panel, right? And I'm respectful of you, and thank you. I'm a viewer. I'm not a creator at all. And I respect that. And thank you, Granny, for having me up here as your guest. Unfortunately, in TikTok, it's not like that. If you have enough coins or whatever the heck it is, or followers, anyone can pop up there. It doesn't matter, who you are. And you can say whatever you want. And there's no receipts. There's nothing to like what people say. There's no like not regulating your platform, but in some form, yes. Does that make sense? Like Granny, you view it as your platform is kind of, you want to keep it a certain way as your reflection of
it represents me. My mods know they represent me, whether they're in my chat or not. They represent me. Yeah.
Right. So unfortunately, you can throw anything. I could sit there and say, like, I don't agree saying that barbecue has a puppy mill. I don't know. I think that's wrong. Unless she is neglecting the dog, not taking her to the vet. And I'm sure the vet would say.
She takes good care of the puppies.
That's
People
what I'm
can
saying.
disagree with her breeding, but she's not abusive towards the animal. She takes
100%.
great care of them.
100%. And I agree with, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, like you cannot like it, but you don't go to the extent of, reporting and get those dogs taken away. Like if they go to a vet, and they do, you don't have to like it, but you don't have to sit there and make it so it's hell, And I'll say that for her. It's just all around. But someone can pop on a panel and say, I saw barbecue on live and she kicked Banjo across, which is not true. This is me. I'm saying a false scenario. It did not happen.
Brittany that kicked the
Don't
cat.
flip
But
it. Okay.
We get the sentiments without you saying it. We understand what you're saying. People,
you know what I'm saying, but it's taken as true. That's it. It happened, and then she's gonna have to prove it, and then she's crazy. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you'll pull in your whole minions group and then they come for you like literally like this is the witch trials. It's strange. So that's all I want to say. But if you want proof of that, I got it. And
Okay.
I just think
Barbecue's
that,
up here now if you want to let her respond to what you're saying.
yeah, sure. That's fine.
Yeah. Yes, I did fly to Daytona Beach and filed a 4-page police report against Salty. Also submitted a 30 gigabyte flash drive after one of her panel guests threatened my life. So I'm sorry if you want to
So then
stand
go to the
and
panel
think that
guest.
that's acceptable.
File a police report against the panel guest. She didn't threaten your life.
Actually, yeah, well, I don't know who the panel guest is, and somebody called that into the FBI, not me. But for you to sit there and say that I went to where Salty rollerblades and all of her favorite places, that's not what happened. I flew down there. I got there in an evening. The next day that night I went out. We had one of my friends came with us, had a couple drinks at a bar. Mind you, I've already been to Daytona Beach years ago. So I already know where I like to go on Daytona Beach. And I had already been to that bar before I knew who Salty was about 4 years ago. So Salty can say whatever she wants. Like, oh, she went to all
I'm
my
not
favorite
salty
places.
though. Like,
But
she
you're
can say
saying
whatever.
you're saying that what Salty said was a fact.
I'm
that
not
I
saying
went
what
around to
Salty said.
all.
I'm saying what I watched.
You watched me go to one of Salty's favorite bars. How would I know
watched
where
it, yes,
Salty's
in your
That's
commentary in your
bullshit.
video.
That's bullshit. And I didn't go to where Salty rollerbladed. I don't know where the fuck she rollerblades, and I don't care
The
where she
question was,
rollerblades.
did you actually go to Florida, right?
Yeah,
to
I
file
did.
the report. And
Absolutely.
someone questioned you. And in response, you made a video of where you were and proved that you were in her part and where she lived. But if you were afraid of her,
Well, actually, it was a different county.
why would
to
you
be
go?
honest? And it was
I
a different
understand the
county, first of
sentiments.
all.
What she's kind of saying is like, if you were actually afraid of this person, why would you even let them know that you're in the neighborhood?
Correct.
Or like
I
in the
didn't.
area?
I didn't. I went there. I did go live, but I didn't show where I was at. I didn't show what I was doing.
And you made sure that it sounded like you were.
Made
It's
sure what
snarky. It really
sounded.
is like you always have one up on someone, you know.
Snarky
and
is
that's a
not
lot of the
standing up for
thing that-
somebody.
Don't talk
Actually,
over me.
Salty was pissed because she didn't get support for her North Carolina trip. And on
Okay.
September 30th, and I know the date because I was at the vet putting one of my puppies to sleep, which
Okay.
Tammy, who's made an account, Barbecue Unethical Puppy Mill, who's been in everybody's chats.
I wouldn't know about that.
Well, I do.
Okay.
And so, hold on, let me refresh what I was saying because you kind of got me thrown off
May
here.
I
But
speak for a second?
Why?
Barbecue, you said that you didn't let anybody know, but don't your lives go down as soon as you stop? I mean, like, I don't understand TikTok, so I'm asking.
Correct.
I'm not
you can download them.
Yes, the creator can.
Okay, but
Yeah.
like, if you don't download them, then they just disappear.
Correct.
After 30
we
days,
can never
yes.
see them.
I'm sorry.
After 30 days, yeah.
Oh, so it stays up for 30 days? Like, I could
No, you can download it for 30 days.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know how TikTok worked. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things that YouTubers might not really realize. But yeah, so Salty was pissed on September 30th because she had messaged me and asked if I could share her lives that she was going to North Carolina and needed support. And I was sitting at the vet. I was putting a puppy to sleep, and I was, for a few days after that, grieving what I had just experienced. It's horrible.
Okay, and that's
Horrible thing.
between you guys, and I understand that. And that's a situation between two grown adults that you both have your own issues. My issue as a viewer, okay, is there is no reason to send out, whatever, have a whole crew and have these lives to come after someone or to constantly, it's your character. I think
So
that is what I'm saying.
Did you miss the
Whatever
last
issue
6
you have
months?
amongst people, that's fine.
So do you think it's okay for Salty to put out 20 videos a day for months on end about me, and then I finally stand up for myself and now I'm the bully?
So can we put that in perspective? If it's 20 videos a day, what are they, 30-second clips?
I don't
know. What's the max? A minute? 5?
You can do 10-minute videos.
Okay, so let's say 10 minutes videos. Okay, and you just said 20. All right, so how many minutes is that? Right? How long is that?
How many videos is 30 gigabytes?
I don't care about the gigabytes. I'm saying time-wise. So if you want to compare that, say she made 20 videos about you, right, for an extended amount of time, that'd be no different than a live that we're having today on YouTube, which is, would be like a complete discussion. So if it's a rebuttal video, and that goes for both of you in regards to what you're discussing, okay, I see that as reasonable, because you don't do lives that are like this, where it's like someone comes on panel, there's an actual background and discussion, and then viewers get a better picture and can also review it later, is what I'm saying. A lot of times when you're coming over here, it is according to your view, which anybody would do, and I understand that, your view, how you're perceiving it as your, I don't want to say victim, but like, how it affects you as a person, right? On TikTok. The problem is here, right? And if you happen to say it a certain way and someone else that is coming on from TikTok that has a problem with you, let's say, Tammy, I'll use that for an example, tries to say, well, no, it wasn't like that. And you have a stronger personality and you send in your,
I don't send anybody. I don't send anybody.
Really quick, while there's a pause,
can
Deanna,
I say this part?
Wait, 1 second. Deanna, just make sure you turn down either your volume or mute YouTube in the background. Sorry, go ahead, ladies.
May I say this part? I know for a fact, watching your lives on TikTok, when I was watching this case early on, it'd be no different than me listening right now, right here, to Granny's panel, okay? And what her show, all right? You play YouTube videos that are live, like Granny's watching, or Queen Bee on your live while you're right here, on TikTok. You'll play it on another device, and your viewers, okay, can listen to what someone is saying on panel, like right now, me on YouTube, okay? And then you'll say, really, I'm going to go on panel right now, and I'm going to go say something. When you do that, you're sending your group of viewers that are watching you right now on TikTok to follow you to YouTube. So then they automatically will follow you because you are restreaming at the same time. Right or wrong. And it's true.
Dude, you guys all do that over here. You guys all replay everybody's shit.
I'm not, you guys,
commentate.
I don't do that.
Okay.
I'm saying, but when it's a live video, you're live on TikTok.
Well, she's saying like, all right, you're live and the other creator's live, and you say, I'm going to go over and comment. You know that your viewers are also going to comment.
Correct.
That's what she's saying.
Well, I mean, I don't instruct people to follow me over there. I can't.
In
help
a way, I'm not
choose to
saying
do.
that you're instructing it, but in a way, it is leading when you're saying, I'm going to go on panel right now to Grace watching, and I'm going to say something to Gypsy Trails.
To defend myself?
But it has nothing to do with that. Barbecue. I'm saying when you do that, because you're streaming, they're not watching YouTube in real time, they're watching your stream. The natural human response will be, if they're your creator,
okay, I'm not responsible for what other people
then
do
you
or
can't,
say.
then you have to agree with that then, with saying that Salty isn't responsible for her viewer then that supposedly gave you a death threat. You can't blame the creator. It would be the same thing.
Salty was hosting the live and said I bullied someone to death.
TikTok too.
Salty was hosting the live and said that I bullied someone to death.
About
so you think it's
her.
Okay for people to say that people bullied to
I
death
never
and then
said
threaten
that.
them,
What I'm
saying
saying
that they
is
should
it's the
die
same
too?
thing.
No, you're basically saying that I was wrong for going to Florida, and you said that I stalked Salty at all of her favorite places, which is absolutely false. I went to one bar and I went back to the hotel and I walked
It's
there
not about
and I
Salty,
walked
right?
back.
I'm saying your own
You brought it
words,
up.
though. You're saying it's okay for you, but it is not okay for others. Prime example, it is not okay for anyone to talk to your mother. I understand you have history.
Oh,
I
don't
am not
even. Don't
saying
even.
that
Don't.
should be
Don't.
downplayed. No,
Don't.
please hear me out.
Don't. No,
I'm not saying
fucking
that
hearing
that
you
should
out
be
about
downplayed.
all
Wait,
these
whoa,
I
fucking.
am
whoa. If
not.
she doesn't listen, if she doesn't want that trauma revisited, we're not
I'm
going to
not even
revisit it. Find
mentioning it,
another way.
but you
You
can't
already
say
fucking
other
mentioned
people
it.
can't talk to the person. You can't say that this person's bad if that person reaches out to them and be mad at them
Well, so
if they
you
have an
don't think that there's
interaction. And that
ulterior
goes for
motive of a
anyone.
woman who has fucking stalked me her
Look,
entire
I'm not
fucking
getting, but
life?
how would the normal person know that? We
How-
don't. We're viewers. I don't know that. I truly don't know anything about
Well,
your
obviously
history.
you know.
I
Obviously
only know
everybody
about.
knows because Chase
I don't.
and Crime and Ocean and Chaps and Bertha.
I don't even know who those people are, Barbecue.
Well, then
All
I
I
guess
know
then
is
how
what,
do you know? How do you know all this stuff if you've been
because
watching
what
all along? You're
Tammy
such
said
a
on
yeah,
her
yeah.
her live
Hearsay.
just now that was showing receipts, and
Showing
she
receipts of
said
what?
that she got in trouble, or she, you were mad, or something because your person or whatever, that person had friended her and then tried to reach out. That's what I'm talking about. I know nothing.
I don't even
and I
know what
don't
you're
want to
talking
know.
about. Are you talking
That's-
about Tammy's ex-husband's wife who messaged me that we
That's what I'm
never
getting at. So you
just
said
like
Tammy's ex-wife messaged
message
you.
me.
Then you
Yep.
can't be mad that if someone else, the person
But
you don't
she,
want people
but the
talking
fact of it
to
is she lied and said
reaches out to
she
them.
exchanged phone numbers. No, the fuck I didn't. No, I didn't. I don't even have that lady's fucking phone number.
I'm just
Okay,
saying
okay,
it goes both
everybody.
ways. I think it's a
I was
character
just
thing.
fixing to
I
say,
think,
can we
be more
can we
open,
move
instead of
on
always
because we're
being
not getting
abrasive.
anywhere.
Hold up.
Don't be abrasive.
Please.
Maybe take
Hold
a
on, let them
minute.
talk it out for a minute, ladies. Hold on, they're getting there. They're
I mean,
finding
I'm
common
grown.
ground.
You have to sometimes reflect. I'm not perfect. I'm not a perfect person. This is a different, platform, and not everybody is wrong and you're always right. And it's everybody
I
else.
never said
Sometimes you have to
everybody
take a
was wrong and
minute
I'm right.
and reflect that if you don't
I
want it
never
done to
said that. You're
you,
putting words in my mouth.
I said reflect and sometimes think think of stuff, because your view, for me as a viewer, you're always like you're being bullied. Well,
I
you
am.
can't say
Absolutely.
Okay, I can burn a
Absolutely.
cookbook. I could burn a cookbook in front of your face if I wanted to, Barbecue. I bought it. You can't then send in a group of people and then write in messages, I'm gonna find out who it is. It's really great.
I am gonna find out who did it. It's
Why?
a fucking hate crime. But you guys are sitting here saying that I fucking shared
I'm
shit
a
to Brat
consumer.
Norton. I never fucking shared addresses of anybody to fucking Brat.
But why say
Go
it
ask
all?
Brat. Why don't you go ask Brat instead of
I don't know
listening
the
to
person.
everybody else?
I'm asking
okay,
you
well
what
then
was
you
going to
can't
be your
speak
end
on
goal.
it.
What
You
was
can't
going to be
speak
your
on it.
end goal
If
when
you're
you
not
found out
willing
who
to
it was?
do your own due diligence and actually go to the person and ask them, and you're willing to believe
Why?
a fucking rumor, then you don't have any room to speak on it because
No,
you
no,
don't
no.
know the truth. You
If
didn't
the
go to the
person burned
source.
your this is just platonic. A person burned your cookbook because they don't like you now. Let's just say, right? That seems why.
Yeah, it all
right.
yeah.
Why
Misty
did it matter
H,
who it was?
But I don't think that's a hate crime necessarily.
Misty H with a turtle in Tammy's Discord suggested it to all of the people in the Discord. We should all burn our cookbooks. We should send our cookbooks to people we hate.
Okay.
You're
Well,
getting paid for them. What's
let
the
them do it.
complaint?
I mean, if that's their money that they want to throw it out
The
window,
point is
you still got paid.
they
Why do you care?
I was
dissected.
gonna say they bought them. Who cares if they ship them to Afghanistan?
Right. I mean, I don't know why you care and you want to find out who it is.
You got the money. Who cares?
I never. Who
Anyways,
cares?
I'm sorry, but can I please
Can
say
I
something?
I'm gonna get off, and I just want you to think
Thank
about
you.
that. Sometimes
Thank you. I'm not thinking about anything that you said because you didn't live
Okay,
through
that was
anything
rude.
that I have. I don't
Don't be
care if it's rude. I'm not. I'm saying I don't care what you have to say. That's not
I'm
being
sure you
rude. It's just
don't.
saying I don't care.
All right, I think Deanna wanted to say something. Go ahead, Deanna. She's been very patient. I think that's the one that's accused of the book, right? Am I right on that, Barbecue?
She admitted it in Tammy's comment section on Friday.
Okay, so that's
Mind you,
Deanna.
Mind you, after that live I had, I left. I've been gone for 4 days. I haven't even been home. I was gone all last week. today is the first day that I've been home all day since I left last week. So I don't have time to go look through people's addresses or anything like that. I haven't had time to do any of that shit. But the fact that someone else took the time to look into it, that's not on me because I never shared any addresses with anybody.
But you made the statement in the
So
first
what?
place.
I didn't have
that's
time to
what
get
you
to
were
it
going
yet.
to do. Of course, if anybody
And I didn't do it.
is going to look into it.
I didn't have a chance to yet.
Why though? You didn't need to in the first place. The person's a consumer. I purchased the book.
Because
If
a
I
lot of
blow it up-
people are upset that's the reaction, that people dissected my cookbook, want to
Okay.
point out typos, call it a fucking coloring book. That is my business too. You're literally degrading my business and disseminating what you thought was, there's lots of books that have typos in it. Who gives a fuck? You know why I made that cookbook? Let me just tell you why I made that cookbook. I started that cookbook. Let me go out here to my book here because
You're
I
a
have it all
public
written down.
figure on a platform. People are going to criticize things. That's just how
That's
it
fine.
goes. There's no need to
I started-
retaliate or find
I
out who
started
it
that-
was.
Let me finish what I was
Barbecue
saying.
lady, have you ever heard of Balenciaga? The
Yeah.
Balenciaga. Do you realize people were burning
Yes.
his shoes because
Yeah.
it's their protected constitutional right to do
Yeah, I
that?
do.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna say this. After everything Granny has went through protecting freedom of speech in a lawsuit, you have the audacity to hunt down someone
I didn't
else
hunt down
for
anybody.
protect.
So
No, but you put people up to it. You did.
I did
You
not put
did.
anybody up to it. Do you have proof of that?
Whenever
Do you have
you
proof of that
called for
accusation?
people to figure it out,
Do you have
you
proof?
put that out there.
How would
It
people
was
figure
just
it out
over
if they
here.
don't
The
have
messages were just over here, barbecue. It's over. It's going over your head. Listen to what I'm telling you.
It's not going over my
The
head. I never
fight
shared the addresses
fight
with
you
Brad,
just went
period.
through with Granny. The fight you just went through with Granny over protected constitutional rights, and you're gonna hunt down a supporter for
didn't.
burning your cookbook. That
I
is
never said
backwards.
I was going to
And
release the
earlier,
person
whenever you
online.
said she makes videos of me every day, and it's my, you know who you sounded just like, and I don't know if anybody else heard it, but I heard Brittany J in there. I'm just saying.
Oh, well, that sucks. But I never did anything. I never shared any addresses with Brat. There's no proof of that. Again, just people putting shit out. So you don't think that Brat, which I haven't even talked to Brat. Actually, I was on a panel with Brat and Character and somebody like very briefly last week. But that's the first time I've actually been on and seen Brat in a box. But to say that I shared addresses, that's completely false.
It was you implying that you have all these people's addresses.
You did say that.
supported your cookbook.
I absolutely do
and
have
that you were
everybody's
gonna
address,
find
but
out
have you seen me put them out?
according to
No.
a walkway, and there's true crime people that could sure look for that. Why even catcall that? I don't get that. You know what? People like your book, they hate it. It's like is always someone.
Excuse me, can I ask a
from my
question?
point of view that you're mad at, and someone's doing something wrong to you, and maybe sometimes you have to say, hey, maybe I'm kind of contributing too, and I should probably reflect on myself. Not everyone is against you. I can burn your book. I can.
Yeah, you
I
can,
bought it.
but I
And if you
still
don't
think
like
it's fucked up to put a
May I
video
ask a
out
question?
on a clip
Well,
channel.
Hold on. Hold on. Let
May I ask
Deanna.
a question?
Not
On
you,
that
Barbecue. She can
video
finish.
that we just saw of you saying that you were gonna burn or look up the addresses, was that on a live or?
Yeah,
It was a TikTok live.
Yes.
Yeah, I read TikTok live.
So you put that out for everybody to see. What do you think they're gonna think?
What do you
your
think people
followers
thought when
will
the
want to
video is being
vindicate
shared
for
of it
you.
being burnt?
Hold on.
Why
let
would
me
someone
see.
put a video of it being burnt?
At all.
All right,
I
hold
like
on.
you.
You
I'm not
guys,
trying to
you
be
guys, you guys got to let the person, if you ask a question, you have to let them respond. Barbecue
I didn't
said,
hear.
how do you think people felt seeing the book burned?
I would have not cared, really.
Sure. Since she wrote it, she cared, but
But what I was saying,
but I would be like, well, that's pretty stupid to waste your money.
what I had
Yeah,
initially said was that I started writing that cookbook on October 14th. And the reason that I started writing the cookbook because I thought that it would be a good distraction going through all the fuck shit that At Night Media was doing. And so I put my focus somewhere where it would distract me. And writing those recipes and keeping my brain distracted, it took me months to write all of that. Okay, I don't know how much you guys can handwrite, but I hand wrote everything. And that was the purpose, to distract me, to keep me from being in a darker place than I was already at. And so the purpose of the cookbook was to make something good out of a bad time. Period.
So it's okay for you to use an outlet for your emotional grief, but someone doing it, burning your book as an emotional outlet is wrong?
Well, this would be my question to that. So these people, though, they did buy it to support you, because there's a fair point in saying, like, who really needs a cookbook in 2025? We have Google. So why would you now use that information, whether they dislike you or not, to kind of like blackmail them over the burning of it? Because you had terrified everybody who bought one. You know what I mean?
I don't think I terrified everybody who bought one.
Oh,
And
no,
I
you
have,
didn't.
and I have not.
I mean, as a subscriber,
Smarty,
I didn't
hold
buy
on,
one,
honey.
and you scared me. I'm scared now. What if I buy something from an actual creator and not through like Spotify or something? Then if I piss them off, are they going to?
Right, it reflects into the
Retaliate.
future.
Agreed.
Go ahead, Deanna. I know you've been waiting patiently.
No, and it's fine. I was going in Barbecue's lives, and she was cooking, and I encouraged her. I was like, you need to write a cookbook, you know? I encouraged her. Did I agree with everything Barbecue's ever done? Absolutely not. I messaged her. I supported her. I defended her. But I did burn that cookbook, and I did state that in Tammy's live. And I think, personally, I'm 58 years old. And for Brat Norton, first of all, to imply, I don't know if you got the text messages between us. They're not fake. I had hell getting up on here. I've never done this before. I don't like the way I sound.
You're fine. You sound fine.
I think you sound fine.
Yeah,
But when I lost my grandson 2 years ago, my grass died, everything died. Okay. I don't know who this Should Be Ashamed page was. I don't know all this stuff, all these dumb ass high school accusations that Brat was making was ludicrous.
I think
I
Brad
have been
just
over
came
here
up,
on
so she
YouTube.
was her.
Pardon me?
I think Brad just joined the panel, so she can say if those messages were her or not.
Yeah, sure. And I appreciated her, and I told her, I respect you coming to me, but you accused me. And she said, no, I was just trying to come to you privately. Okay, that's fine. But I haven't talked to Brat since last year when I reached out to her about something else. And then all of a sudden, it's we and they, and you know what I'm saying? So she wasn't just saying, I just wanted to reach out to you and say, I thought that was, she says, I went and
All right, she disconnected. There you are.
I don't know what anybody thinks, but my grass is dead. First of all, my driveway, I burned that son of a bitch in my damn
fire pit
in my backyard. Why?
So then there was someone else that burned theirs.
So several people burnt them then. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, because it was somebody else's
who
sidewalk.
else burned them. I don't know, but Brat was making accusations, and then I get sent that video of your live stream, and pretty much a lot of the shit that was being said, of course Brat denied it, but a lot of the stuff that was being said on your live stream, because we're not friends on TikTok. I haven't even
I blocked you. I blocked you after you went to
Tam's
camp.
your
That's
other
fine.
accounts.
That's
I
fine.
don't give a shit.
I don't
care.
either. I don't
I'm
either.
on YouTube.
Good.
Barbecue, I don't really care. You put off a persona on YouTube of being innocent, and you come
Correct.
over here, and I'm going to tell you something. I supported you, and I defended you. And when the blit boards were going up, I defended you about that. Never once. I've sent money to other people too. It's not pat me on the back kind of deal. I don't really care. I didn't think you did anything with those blip boards out of the way at all. I defended that. I sent birthday money to Maddie through Emily. I never said a word about it. But the way that you put off your persona on YouTube of playing this victim, and then over on TikTok, you're a fucking bully to people. Not me, but to other people.
Who was
is
I
bullshit.
bullying, or was I defending myself?
And that's
You
how you
what?
twist it, though, and you go above and beyond, in my opinion.
I don't
And
think
it
anybody has
sends
any
a
proof
whole
of
flight
bullying
of
anybody.
people.
And the bullying allegedly started with Chasing Crime and her little diary of 22 pages that she put in the filing with not a single exhibit, not a single piece of proof, just shows that there was no proof of me bullying.
I'm
Isn't
not
anybody
talking about.
burning a
Who are you
book?
talking about? Chasing Crime? I don't give a shit about her. I don't even
Correct.
like her.
Hi
But why are
guys.
you burning
Hey,
a book? Why
can
are
I?
people burning
Hey.
books like
Because they
animals?
can.
Because
Because
I
they can, because it's a
paid for that
constitutionally
cookbook.
protected
Who
activity.
cares?
But it's
If Brad is
weird.
up here, I'd
It's
like to hear
weirder to
from
look
Brad.
up
Well,
someone's
but hold on.
address
I'm
and want
going
to
to
know
say
who it
this,
was.
and then I will let Brat talk. But first of all, if I paid for something, I can do whatever the hell I want to. And if I don't want to bring any bad juju or negative energy, which is you, negative energy, all the time, playing innocent on YouTube and then playing the boss over on TikTok, I can burn that motherfucker. And that's really none of your goddamn business. But with Google Earth, since you got my address, why don't you just make a trip onto Texas? That's what I'm going to tell you.
I'm good. I
don't give a
choose
shit.
violence. Sorry,
And now
I'm not
you're
gonna.
provoking
It's not
her. Like,
Yeah.
violent.
why are you provoking barbecue right now? Why are
Oh,
you
Lord.
provoking her?
Provoking her. She
You
goes
did.
on
You just told me to
live,
come to
she
your
blocks
house.
people, she talks shit, she
Blocking
lies,
people
and
is
you're going to
not.
talk about provoking her?
And
Listen,
why
I
would you
don't say
waste your money and
anything.
time to burn a book? Are you 15 years old? Like, what kind of demented? Are you okay?
Who is this that I'm talking to?
Melissa.
Oh, you're irrelevant. Shut the fuck up,
I'm
bitch. Nobody
irrelevant,
wants to
but
hear
you're the
from
one.
your
And look
lying
at your
I
ass.
want to talk about
disrespect.
bullying.
I'm gonna let Brent. I burned that coloring book, and I did what I did, and I don't really care who likes it and who doesn't like it.
All right.
And you're
But
proud about
listen,
that?
check all this out, barbecue.
It's her right to be
I
proud
paid
about it if
for it.
she
It's
is.
my right to do what I want to.
And no one's taking
And
away your rights.
Brat
No one's
sent me
trying
those
to.
messages, and your live and Brat's messages were almost verbatim. And
I'd
when
like to hear
Brat
from
was
Brad
saying,
because I haven't
Oh my
even
God.
talked to Brad. I'd like to hear from Brad.
okay,
I
well,
know.
whatever. So, but
Can
somebody
I?
was.
Can
Go
I
read
hold
the
on? Can I just
Okay,
messages.
can I
Granny.
just say my piece and I'm gonna get out of here? Hi, Granny. I'm Brat. Thank you for letting me up. I
course,
do
nice to meet
say
you.
I stay in my TikTok lane. Okay, I usually don't venture this way. Listen, Dina, I know you're upset, and I know you guys want to think that barbecue gave me address, whatever. She did not, girl. I saw you say it in Tammy's live that you burned the book. I obviously had seen that others should be ashamed account. I don't like those accounts on TikTok. I think they incite bullying. I already, the old or the original SBA account, you saw me do the same thing with. I was trying to figure out in my own time, like me and barbecue don't even talk like that. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Like we're not that tight, okay? And so when you said that in the live, I looked you up on fucking Facebook and I thought it looked similar to some of your fucking photos, but instead of saying anything, I just came straight to you privately. And you said you obviously didn't know about it. So I was like, oh shit, well, okay. She's obviously not that account. I mean, so I don't know
You
why
also
it's
said, I'm
this
not
crazy
stupid,
like
and
thing.
frankly.
What?
Go back to your messages, Brat. Go on. I'll let you talk. I'll shut up.
No, what about them?
What'd you say when I said I don't know about another SBA? I haven't even really been on TikTok. I've been over here in YouTube watching Granny and I mean I've chatted and sent and.
But why is anybody approaching a customer about what they did with their book on the behalf of the writer? That's weird. Why are you
that's where I want
approaching
to
her
make
at
the
all?
difference. That's where I want to make the difference. It wasn't on
This is
behalf
so
of
disturbing.
barbecue. I was upset that Dina said she burned her book. I know Dina.
Why?
I know Dina to be very sweet. I was honestly just surprised, and that led me to think that she was that other SBA account.
She's a
Oh my
consumer.
God.
She
I couldn't
purchased
even
it.
get into StreamYard. Jesus, take the wheel.
That's it. There's no reason to feel upset. You shouldn't be attached like that. It's not your book. And
But
if
we're not
she's
even
attached
friends
to her
like
book,
that, Brat.
she still shouldn't come after someone who purchased it. Bottom
didn't,
line.
whoa. I didn't tell. Well, first of all I did, you guys, this is what I just want to clarify. Barbecue didn't give me any addresses. All I did was take it upon myself to look her up and go to Dina herself and ask her. That is
You
all.
shouldn't have.
That has
That's way over a line. That you're
No, it's
looking for
not.
someone because you saw whatever someone burning the book.
Well, did
And
you
if you
admit
went
that
and
you
approached
burnt it?
someone in their real life over the
Right.
book that they bought.
Well,
Can I say something?
Dina
I'm
admitted she
sorry.
burned it. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, character. And
Thank
then
you.
Chico.
Hi, Granny. It's just like Brad said, thank you. This is my first time up here, and very nice to meet you.
You as well.
Thank you for letting me up. I want to say a couple things. One, that this all came up about the burning of the cookbook in a conversation I was having with Brad. She and I were talking about it.
Oh, so you assumed
Barbecue-
I was some SBA account too?
No. Hold on. We didn't know who it was. But when you wrote that comment in the comments of Tammy's live and said, I did it, I burned my cookbook, that led people to believe you were admitting to being that person who recorded themselves burning a cookbook, and then it got posted on the internet.
So what?
So which is somebody's right. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want with something you paid money for. Absolutely. But also, if someone's gonna post something like that on the internet, you are therefore opening yourself up. That's how the internet works. If you're gonna put something out like that out there, you cannot be surprised that people are gonna look into it out of curiosity.
So
and I want to stress.
Wait a minute, Gypsy. Hold on. But put herself up to what? Like, because she burnt that book, now what happens? Her real life gets invaded?
Well,
No.
Hold on.
I went to her and asked her if she was that account. No, nothing.
Where did you go to her?
And
through a
nothing.
text message.
Yeah.
What?
Through a
They asked
text
where you went
message.
to her, and I said private messages. So Brad's saying, I just wanted to know if it was her, because there's another account that posted the photo. So your concern was, are you this account?
Yes.
But their analyst just said, like, you open yourself up to that. What did they open themselves up to? Like, what revenge do they get now for burning this book?
Well, I didn't say revenge. I said that when you put something on the internet like that, I say you open yourself up for criticism or for anything. If you're going to put something spiteful, hold on. If you're going to put something spiteful like that out on the internet,
right?
You cannot be surprised if someone's like, "Ugh, that's awful." Let me try. Who is that? That's terrible. Because
and you contact them
and ask them, "Did you do this?"
Why?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So may I speak? I purchased a shirt on Dolly Vision for Turtle Island, a fake game. Okay. On the internet. I did to support a creator. All right. Then I decide that I'm going to burn that shirt and I go F Turtle Island. Okay. I don't like it. I think it's terrible. You're going to tell me that opens myself up as just someone who watches this game, that now Dolly Vision or whoever it feels like is then going to search for me? And it's okay for them to then find me or look for me and then write me and ask me if I did it.
Are you going to put it on the internet? Are you going to go into the comments of a live? Hang on.
Yeah,
are you going to go into the comments of a live and admit to doing it under an account with your real name?
That's right.
Of course
My
I
real
could.
name.
Say F Turtle Island. Okay. I burned my shirt. You're telling me that opens up that creator who created that game to then find me, or someone does, and they can contact me at home? And was it you that did that?
First of all,
after
barbecue has nothing to do with this.
With my money?
First of all, I've already had Dina's phone number. Like we've talked, okay, here and there, whatever. We're
No, we have not. No. Fix that, Brat. We talked last year when I reached out to you about purchasing semaglutide. But we haven't talked since then until you approached me.
Wait,
so,
we see each other around in lives and things like that. And did I not say, like, everything I've known about you is sweet? Listen, I was just reaching out to her because I was honestly in shock that she said that she burned the cookbook. that is the end of the story. I don't want to sit here and argue about burning cookbooks and
Okay,
things
so
like
but
that.
I'm
Like,
can I speak on why I did that? Because listen, I burned that cookbook a long time ago. Okay, so that's what I'm going to say. I didn't go post me burning that cookbook on the internet. First of all, second of all, for 8 weeks now, my husband, his kidneys are shutting down. All the things have been happening in my life. I listen to Granny and Clue and Queen and everybody. I never said a word about that cookbook, ever. I went into Tammy's Discord and I was out of it in like a week, okay? That I will say too. Then, when I got on TikTok a year ago, it was Barbecue and Tammy and all they called them the Fab Five. It would happen to be right when Riley Strain case happened, and then it went into Sebastian. I followed
That's not
Barbecue
true.
and them.
That's not true because I didn't actually know about Sebastian's case till after Riley was found.
Well, it was like March or April when I first went on TikTok a year ago. And you know, she caught a lot of shit and she gave it back. And I never knew why. And then the shit with her mom happened, which is still bullshit. I can't even believe that happened to her. But there's that. So then, you know, I don't know this girl. I don't know her. I just liked following them. I like listening to some of their stuff because they did follow true crime. I'm not a true crime person. I am not a content creator. I share videos. When I go into people's lives and things, when I did go, I don't really anymore. And especially the last 8 weeks, I have not. When I got on TikTok, the reason I was even drawn to Sebastian's case is I just lost my grandson. He was 15. He was killed on a motorcycle accident.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. And so he was 15 and you know, when you
Resonated.
lose somebody, it just hit, right? Like, so he was 15. He was lost. I couldn't imagine I didn't know who. Then all this stuff started happening. And I was just like, oh my Jesus. Like, it was a lot. But it took my mind off of my own problems, right? Which was the loss of my grandson. And so I would listen. But in reality, it just gave me more anxiety. I don't know how anybody does content creating and all this shit. Do I listen? Yes, Granny, I've been in you know that. I messaged you. We've talked. I mean, like, I've chatted with you in your lives and other people. I haven't said a word. I haven't ever come out and said anything negatively. When Salty got pissed off over the North Carolina shit, I defended Barbecue. I cut Salty's ass off. You know why? I said, why would you even do all that shit right now, especially, right? Then that was that. Well, I'd sent her a picture of a wood burn, and I was going to have her do me a wood burn for my daughter. Well, thank God I never gave nobody my address there, right? I go by Dina Weeks all the time. That's my name. I'm 58 years old. I got 7 kids and 24 grandkids, and I've lost one. I have nothing to hide, and I never have. I am who I am, and I say what I feel, and I say what's on my mind. And I have not said shit to anybody. And Brat, you know this character. You know this. You've been on TikTok and whoever else. But I haven't said anything. I try to stay out of the negativity. I try to back. I don't thrive on that shit. I got my own problems too, just like the whole world does.
But Deanna, you had to know by commenting. So you're saying you haven't commented on anything, and then you go and comment that you burnt the book. You had to know that was going to welcome drama to you. I mean, what did you think it was
that's true.
gonna
You
do?
are absolutely 10,000% right. But let me just tell you why I did. Because I haven't really spoke on Tammy and Barbecue stuff, okay? And I haven't because I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. So I haven't. Do I believe Tammy? Yes, I do. Because, see, I've been talking to Tammy since December, January, February, off the app. So I do believe Tammy. But I haven't said anything. I haven't spoke up. I haven't said nothing because I was not there. I was not in a room. I was not anywhere. I haven't spoke up. In fact, the last barbecue or the last live that I've been in of barbecues, I think she was making chili one night. That was it. Barbecue takes very good care of her dogs, so I will give her that. I'm not going to call her all these names. This is what I will say. Tammy, when I was in Tammy's Discord, a comment was made about burning the cookbooks. And I said, I'm burning mine. I did.
So it was like a
when Tammy
protest. It
said
was a
that,
riot. Can
and
we all
Tammy
wait? Can as women, can we all agree to burn our bras next? Let's fucking
I mean,
go.
I don't
am I
have
right?
no
Too late,
boobs,
Granny.
so
Too late.
Burn the bras.
I got
I don't
no
have any
boobs,
bras
so we
to
don't got to
burn.
worry about bras. But, you know, like, listen, I just wanted, Tammy said she said that. And she wasn't the only one that said that. So while Tammy was taking accountability, I took mine. I never posted a picture of me burning a cookbook, okay? It was 37 pages. And to be real honest with you, Barbecue, the whole damn thing didn't even burn. And when my son went out there and said, Mom, what the hell is in this fire pit? It's not burned all the way. And who's Barbecue Lady? And I'm like, well, shit. And so I was looking for lighter fluid to finish burning it, but it was raining. Okay, so it didn't burn. It's still sitting there. So there's that. But because Tammy was holding her accountability, so did I. Because a lot of times people won't speak up because they don't want the backlash. A lot of people have been afraid to speak up because they don't want the backlash from you, Barbecue, mostly. Here, that,
Okay,
I mean,
can I interject? Can I interject for a second? Because I have the screenshots of you in that live saying, I burnt that book. I did it. I said it. So that doesn't sound like somebody who's afraid of barbecue.
Okay, well, I'm not afraid of barbecue. If you're implying that it's me that's afraid of barbecue, I'm not afraid of barbecue, but there are other people that are.
Yeah, there are people who are afraid of me too.
I'm not afraid, character, to say, I'm not afraid to speak my opinion, and I never have been. And I'm not afraid to stand up for what I believe is right and state my opinion about what is wrong. I don't get easily offended, right? And I figure if everybody's talking about me, then they're leaving everybody else alone. So there's that. I don't care.
Did you think, okay, but I came straight to you, like, here, and I'm sorry. So I'm so sorry, Granny. Like, this is taking over your life. But I mean, Dina, why are we here right now? Like, why does Granny, and again, I don't really care, but listen, I came to you privately, girl. Like, it wasn't going to go anywhere after that. Obviously, you said you burned yours in a fire pit. I was like, okay, clearly that SBA account isn't you. My thing was more so the SBA account. I don't like accounts like that. I think they're bullying. I know there's a lot of troll accounts out there. There's other things on that page, whatever. Like, but this was me and my own doing. And now we're here on Granny's live on YouTube, and
you're right. And I've never been on a YouTube live in my life, Brat. But I will tell you this:
I know you guys are trying to like connect dots here, but I'm telling you, this was me on my own. Like, and I came to you privately, so I don't know. I just feel like,
yeah, I don't understand why this had to be brought here. Like, it was done. It was settled. She had a private conversation with you.
Shut the fuck up, character. It was not.
She had a private conversation with you.
Shut the fuck up. Brat can speak just like she reached out to me. Just shut up.
I think it's because the clip of Barbecue saying, like, we'll figure out who it is because we have all their addresses. Right. And then with that message, it made it appear as if maybe Barbecue gave the address to Brett. But Brett's here saying no.
Creepy.
No, yeah. I mean, I guess I can see how you guys think that, but me and Barbecue aren't even like close like that. I think you guys think that I'm like in her camp or whatever y'all call it.
I don't
like,
care.
I've been staying completely out of it. I don't like accounts like that. You guys know I dug into the original SBA account. Like, that's just, I don't know. I look into accounts like that.
If you were staying completely out of it, you would not have approached her at all.
You guys were obviously talking about me.
No,
you were obviously
Dina,
talking about me, and my name come up, and I would have left it alone. And what did you say at the end of the text? Okay, I got your message. I didn't mean for any of that to come off that way. And then you said, I just hope you're not that SBA account because I don't like either of them. Okay, so, but evidently, my name's Dina. It's not Dick. So everybody just needs to leave my name out of everybody's mouth.
Well, where are you getting that from, Dina? I didn't even
Your
understand
text messages, Brat. Why would you come to me?
I didn't call you a dick. What?
You didn't have to. You guys had my name in your mouth.
What do you mean, you guys? Okay, you know I have my whole separate crew, right?
I don't give a shit.
Okay, well, it's not me and Barbecue, though. Like, that's...
But it's that right there. You have a crew. So all your
Of course,
crew,
we all
then
have-
now
we
you
all
looked
have
into this
friends.
person.
We all
it
have
can
friends.
create a domino effect, bottom line. And people that are viewers, is she a creator? No, she's a viewer like me. You should not be searching viewers. You're no different than at night if that's what you're doing.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Anytime one of these troll accounts pops up, we all look into them because of what happened with that person with the Idaho case.
Do you guys
a
not
couple
know
years
about
ago.
Dot and how I was?
I don't
put
care
on the
about
freaking
Dot.
internet. Well,
But
I know.
that's
but,
why
like,
we
it's-
look into these pages.
Well,
Dana.
I don't
This
give
is
a
why.
shit. You guys are going to my Facebook. You're going to my shit.
No, there's no you guys. It was me. It was me.
Character said she was in there too. Didn't you, Character?
No, my
When
God, no.
Brett and I were talking about it, yeah.
Bing bong. Okay. All I'm saying is I
not
burned the
about you.
cookbook.
No, let's
I
clarify.
spent
Not
my
about
money.
you. About the
God.
about the burning of the cookbook video. Not about you, Dina. I literally didn't say anything to anyone except to you.
Listen, Brat, you can spin it how you want to. I think it's creepy as fuck that somebody would want to go Google addresses of people that supported you. Barbecue, you got your
Correct.
money. Why do you give a shit who burned your cookbook? That's on us.
It's
Or
creepy
whoever.
as fuck that someone would buy a cookbook and burn it.
No,
No,
it's
they,
a
they,
creepy.
they,
People
they bought
buy
it out of support. They
It
bought the
doesn't
book to
matter.
support her, and then when they decided to no longer support her, they burnt the book in a like little protest, goofy
Can't
type of
just
way.
throw it away. It's beyond goofy. I mean that
No.
could be
Who are
considered
you
a
to
hate
judge
crime.
that? That really is irrelevant.
Okay,
It
that-
is not a
hey.
fucking hate crime.
crime.
But
It is
that
not
could
a
be
whatever.
fucking hate crime.
That's
Excuse me,
screaming.
Gypsy. 1 second.
Please stop. Please
That's
stop.
screaming and cursing. Like
Please.
Dina, you've disrespected me. You disrespected Brett. You've disrespected Barbecue. Like,
And
can you
I've
just
been
take it down?
disrespected, and I
All
don't
right,
say
let's-
shit to nobody,
I
Melissa.
never disrespected
Hold
you.
on. I want to
You
roll
just
this
came on
back
here and
'cause-
started cursing at me and called me a lying ass bitch. I
Oh,
never
because
even
I've
met
seen
you.
you.
All right,
Oh,
let's
You
roll
don't
this
know me.
back.
Who are
I'm
you?
here.
Okay.
Hello.
Who are
Hello,
you to
hello.
cast? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to clarify. It is not a fucking hate crime.
Hate crime. Yeah, that's why I'm here. As a black woman, please don't say that. Do not say that shit.
How can we
It's
decipher
not
what is
dealing
a
with
hate
race.
crime?
It's not, no, it's not dealing with race. It's not dealing with sexuality. It's not dealing with any of that. So please do not compare it to a hate crime.
It's our constitutional right. People can burn you can burn the American flag if you want to. It's
Okay.
wrong, but it's
Okay,
a right.
that's
That
fine.
is so disrespectful to the people who have been through hate crimes.
Okay, I
I
understand
agree
your
with
point.
Chico 100% on this.
That's why I'm here.
100%.
I don't give a fuck about what y'all argue about. I don't care. I don't care about TikTok. But leave the hate crime shit out of the conversation.
It's not a hate crime, ma'am. I agree.
Now, y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
Oh, Chico sat the whole
Love
time.
you,
in front of
Chico.
everybody.
Drive
Thank you,
by.
Chico. Yeah.
Granny,
So much
I'm
anger.
sorry.
So
I
much
did not
anger
mean
and
to
hate.
disrespect you, Granny, at all in any way, shape, or form. After
You did it.
after the video that was sent to me, and the more I read through Brat's messages, I got pissed. And
Right,
so
you
I
felt
said
that
what
your
I said,
address-
and I
right.
did what I did.
You felt that your address got out there, and that's understandable. And Brad's here to say, no, it had nothing to do with your address. It was her own experience. It was this SBA account. She didn't even talk to Barbecue before she came to you. So that's where that's at.
Yeah, but the fact that people were, I don't even know how to work I'm on my phone talking to y'all. I don't even own a computer. Okay.
Right. I mean, let's face it, you guys took a petty stance to like make a movement like fuck Barbecue. We're going to burn the cookbooks. The same way Barbecue, you took a petty stance to thank your haters in the cookbook.
That's exactly what I was going to
Yeah,
say.
that
Yes,
that
ma'am.
was after Tammy's Discord was leaked to me when they were going to sit there and all burn it. So I said, you know what? The original dedication of that cookbook actually was to Tammy. It was for our friendship. for everything that she stood by me and everything. And so after Tammy's Discord was in there saying we should all burn our cookbooks, and other places sitting there calling me a lesbian.
Can anybody hear me?
Hold on, Favo. Somebody's talking. Sorry, go ahead, Barbecue.
So all of these attacks on me as a person, saying that, you know, I'm fucking Emily and I'm a lesbian and she likes girls and all these other comments, which actually happen. I actually have screenshots of them. And then going back to all these false things that were said in Tammy's Discord, which some of those things were leaked to Hong and them because it's in the filing, which let me just say, you guys are all sitting here, you know, wanting to believe everything that Kayla Ray says. Do we forget that Kayla Ray and Tony's text messages were leaked, and that Tony directed Kayla Ray to go after Jay for Justice, Queen Bee, and myself? Go dig up all the information you can. She's been behind the scenes the whole fucking time. But
So what's going on with the cookbook?
and she also
I don't
took
know.
a lot of shit. She
But
went on
listen,
Queen's
if
panel and said
Charmin,
so.
if Charmin finds out we're all wiping our butts with their product and they start hunting us all down by using pictures and our addresses, there's going to be a lot of upset people out here.
Oh my God, listen, it really, listen, and then I'm going to leave it for that. It really was not like that. And I'm sorry, Dina, if I made you feel that way. Like, I just was surprised to see you say that you burned the cookbook. And I just want to know if you're the SBA account. Really, guys, that's all. That was it. I don't even know why this is a thing, honestly. But
And if she was?
I mean, I was going to tell her I don't like it. And I told her that I don't like it. I don't like those accounts. I think they inside on both sides. I recently
There's no
found out
reason to contact someone on a different platform. So my question is, if I can, I am not on TikTok. I'm just Gypsy Trails. I don't agree with, you know, the overextending of people in their real life that are just viewers, not creators, you know, because you have a public platform. Does that mean now someone's going to look for me?
No,
I don't.
No, nobody.
I don't think that's
And
the
I have
same
another
thing.
question. Barbecue, is your cookbook, right? In general, I'm not going to do anything hateful. I would never do that. But just a question. Your cookbook, is that a public thing to purchase? Like anyone could, or just for TikTokers, or like your group? Barbecue.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can. I think it's for everybody.
Okay.
What's the point of that?
Is your cookbook for anyone to purchase?
I'm sorry, I got a phone call. The last thing I heard you say is that a public thing?
We know it is. Yes, anybody can purchase the cookbook.
Anybody can purchase a cookbook. Okay.
It's listed on TikTok, yeah, but if the only way that you're gonna find it is to go on TikTok, or if someone told you about it.
Or your ex, correct?
Ex
account. Or my what?
Ex account? Your ex account? Did
Yeah,
you
well,
have it
that
so
was-
anybody
yeah,
could purchase it?
Yeah, that
My
was put
question is-
there after it was public. Yeah.
Okay. So my question is, I know that you said you put a dedication page on there. As someone who's offering a product to the public who doesn't know TikTok, doesn't know YouTube, doesn't know this drama, do you realize that they're going to see this dedication page that says "to my haters" and what I have
can
no
read
idea what
it.
it says?
Yeah, I have it. I got a cookbook.
Why would
I
you
can
not
read it.
want to put out like more of like you know, that's a personal choice. I'm just saying that I think sometimes, you know, from my view, you're tunnel visioned that, you know, in this TikTok world, when someone like me who is not involved in any of that, I'm viewing it from a totally different lens.
Right,
And
I get what you're saying.
know?
Well, because to be honest, Jay Fox, the dedication's petty. It's drama. That's what she's saying. I get what you're saying.
It's just
but that's what
it's
she
just
wrote.
as petty as them talking about burning my cookbook.
So my
I
point is,
agree.
somebody who's not in TikTok is what I'm saying.
Nobody
or
who's not in
YouTube
TikTok and nobody who's
could
not next
purchase
is
it.
buying a Gypsy. With utmost respect, people who aren't supportive of barbecue aren't just buying her random cookbook. So I don't mean to cut you off, but like I get where you're going with it, and it's a wasteful statement to make.
I guess if they were to make like a general, like, you give a review.
Yeah, well, she doesn't care. She already did it. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
mean,
the
90% of
statement's not
of
getting
the
anywhere.
people in this live right now hate me. So who cares? You guys are all haters anyway.
I don't hate you.
I wouldn't say 90%, maybe 25.
I just
I don't
wish
even know
you
you,
would
sis.
see it from a different view. That's it. I'm gonna get panel. Thank you, Granny. I appreciate it. Barbecue. Everyone else that's up there, thank you for listening to me.
I appreciate
And
it.
it wasn't meant to be attacking at all, but just to kind of give a point of view.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just came to ask, can you please stop calling it a hate crime? Because hate crime is when somebody do anti-Semitic harm. When people go
Actually, my attorney just messaged me back, and let me flip flop to the
you
screen.
had a
I'll
hate
read you
crime.
what they said. Just
down.
let me read you what the attorney said.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the
Fab, hold
attorney
on,
said.
Fabio, let her speak, and then I'll let you all know what my attorney says. So go ahead and tell us how your attorney said it's a hate crime.
I'm gonna flip flop this back because it's 2 sentences. So it says burning something in effigy. Hold on. Is a crime in Pennsylvania as incitement. I don't know what the word effigy means, but that's what I've just read.
In anger. So basically, it's not a hate crime. It could be considered a crime if it was done to convey a threat against you. But it still wouldn't classify as a hate crime. It could be.
All right, I'll retract. I was wrong on the hate crime comment, but also
Right, and we
I'm not
already
the only
went
one
through
that's
that.
saying it. That's fine.
No, you
I was
certainly
wrong.
weren't. Melissa said it last, but no, you're not the only one. And I can see why you felt that way, to be honest, but it's not.
I said it. I didn't say it was. I said it could be considered a hate crime.
Right.
I am not authorized, trained, schooled on what hate crimes are and what they aren't, just like almost everyone probably in this chat isn't. All right. So
Also,
we made it clear. And
right.
I didn't contact my attorney about that. One of my attorneys is actually watching this chat right now. So that they just sent me a text message and I watched it. I went, clicked over and read it. So I don't need to contact my attorney about every little petty ass thing on TikTok or YouTube.
Right. Well, hi, Mr. Attorney who's watching.
I just have a quick
Hey,
question.
real quick,
How does this? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I don't mean to be rude. It's fireflies in the sky. I just have one question quick. I'm confused. Is this originally started over in TikTok or YouTube?
It's a mix between the both.
Because I'm gonna say if it has to be all the TikTok, why isn't it staying on TikTok and being brought over?
Because they're intermingled here, quite frankly. Because it's a mixed community at this point, and they can be wherever, and everybody's involved in it. So it's like,
Granny, can I ask you, has your attorney ever watched any of the lives on YouTube?
Oh yeah, he watches a good amount of them. Absolutely, more than people
So
would
I'm
realize.
just wondering why people in the comments think like, oh my gosh, it's such a horrible thing that someone's attorney's here. My attorney watched Breaking Chains live last night for about 3 hours also. Is that okay? Like,
you guys know that when I'm live, my attorney's texting me the answers to our questions. So you know that sometimes they're watching. It's not a bad thing that an attorney's watching.
Exactly, Granny. That's the reason I was wondering. Could you please read your attorney's input on that? Because he is or she is I don't know which, if it's a he or she. They're very informed, and I'd like to hear their opinion, please.
Well, he said not a hate crime. Moreover, it could be considered free speech, just like someone burning a flag is protected. Now, if it was done to convey a threat, depending on facts, it could be considered a TT, which is what your attorney just said to you, whatever that word was.
Effigy or something.
Yeah, like if it was done to intimidate you, it could be considered, a crime of intimidate. I guess a crime, whatever, an intimidation tactic.
So, Granny, can I address Ann? She just said that was it burned by the person who threatened her life?
Her life. The answer is no.
Right. So, first of all, I never even posted me burning that. Nobody knew about it.
Right. You commented it.
Yes, I commented it.
Right.
Secondly, I've never threatened anybody's life. Ever. And I sure never threatened Barbecue.
No, you were not on Salty's panel. No, you weren't on Salty's panel.
I don't have nothing to do with Salty. Nothing.
Right.
Ever since she come out against you on the North Carolina stuff. Because I donated to Salty. And I didn't understand. You go back and read my text messages with her. I never In fact, I never condoned one thing she ever did. I thought it was very ugly. And so therefore, once again, I defended you, Barbecue. Just because I don't like some of the things you do and say does not mean that you're not entitled to do and say those things. Just like I'm entitled to say I burned a cookbook in Tammy's life.
Right. And just for the record, effigy is a representation of a person, usually a crude figure or someone hated or scorned. So, like I said,
Also-
if it was done to represent like burn and barbecue alive, like if it was an analogy of that sort, like a threat with it, then that would be a crime.
Also, there's too many messages up here, but like, I didn't throw out the fact that my attorney was watching as a threat. I was just replying to someone else's comment where I received a text message from my attorney. I mentioned it, and then they're like, "Oh, she's got her attorney over here. She's calling her attorney over." Nobody called my attorney over here.
Right.
And that's why I
No.
addressed it.
And again, like if they would have burned like your photo, that's an effigy. Like that, it has to represent like actually wanting to cause harm to you. Like voodoo doll, or I don't know. You get the point.
Exactly. Otherwise, it is protected by the Supreme Court in Texas versus Johnson ruling.
And I'm in
actually,
Texas.
for everyone
So I'm
that
not in
didn't know
Pennsylvania,
that.
by the way.
It's like a free speech thing. Yeah.
And I didn't even.
That's not true, Ms. Though.
That's not
Attorneys
true.
do watch. Yeah. Like that's definitely not true. Because I can tell you, my attorney watches a lot more than you think because we're in litigation.
They sure do.
Absolutely.
And yes.
Attorneys definitely sit and watch everything. And people's accounts get subpoenaed all the time too by detectives. And people really should be cautious with the threatening and doxing and taking it over the line.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you, Dina, like, and I'm going to speak to you respectfully. What were you trying to accomplish burning the book? Like, what did it do for you personally?
Listen, I had an old lady tell me one time, because I used to go garage selling all the time. And I said to her daughter that was working for me, I said, "Hey, let's go garage selling." They had a big estate sale. And she told me, she said, "Oh, honey, no. We don't go garage selling. You don't know what bad juju you're bringing into your house." Okay, I'm very superstitious. I don't care.
Okay.
And
mean,
I said, I am not bringing any of this bad juju and negativity because I felt like I've been watching barbecue for a year. I ain't bringing that shit in my house.
You couldn't just throw it in the garbage?
No. Why would I?
You went out of your way to like get lighter fluid, make a video of it, like do all this extra shit for what?
I burned sage in my house too. So
She didn't make a video of it. She only commented that she did it.
Okay, so who made the video of the book burning?
I have no clue. I don't even know who these people are that all burn their books.
You know what this reminds me of? There was a lady that bought this creator's shirt years ago when every time she would get mad at somebody, she would like cut up the shirt and like all dramatic and shit. This is what it reminds me of. We used to be like, what the fuck is she doing? Like,
Right,
oh, no,
exactly.
another
What
shirt
the
down.
fuck?
Hey, Greg.
I think they were doing it like a little fun way. Hey, Chloe.
I don't want to sit up here forever, but I want to rewind a little piece. See, this is something that I can't stand about the whole TikTok crowd, right? Because I just heard a statement that's what brought me up here, got my fat ass on this panel. I'm not about to sit here and listen to nobody acting like BJ. What's good for you is good for me, et cetera, et cetera. I know I did not hear that BDI thing just be careful with the doxing and the going real life after you literally called the police on Queen.
Oh, I forgot about
that.
No.
I absolutely called the police on Queen. Listen,
that's the one, Cleo.
Listen,
that's it, Cleo, right there.
Listen,
that's
hold on.
Yeah, you motherfuckers are dirty. Y'all are.
Listen,
how the fuck?
It has nothing to do with TikTokers.
I'm speaking. I'm talking. Thanks.
It doesn't matter.
How,
it doesn't matter.
How is it that you can sit here and do some shady shit like that, but then you want to sit around and tell everybody, be careful with the doxing and going real life? You was a foul snake bitch, and it's written all over your face with them beady ass, untrustworthy eyes. You got everything in life that you deserved, in my opinion, from karma, because you was a foul, nasty heifer.
Look at how you talk, and I'm the foul one.
Yep, you're foul, Melissa.
And she dropped.
Sure
and she dropped. And she dropped.
Why did you call the police?
You can't.
Also,
she can't stay for the response. She had to drop, insult, and speak foully. and insinuate, oh, I deserve everything I got in life? What are you insinuating? I deserve that my daughter passed away and I'm the
No,
foul one?
she's
Come
not
on.
Clue's not insinuating
What
that.
is she insinuating?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Whatever you
It is
put
a good
out,
question. I would love to know. And
whatever you put out, okay, I'm answering your question. Whatever you put
no,
out into
I
the
wasn't asking you a question. I was not asking you a question. I was asking Clue a
I
question.
answered it for you.
Thank you, Cheese and
And
Rice.
okay, I was asking Clue a question, not you. Okay.
What
I can't even hear her.
Why? Yeah, it's hard to hear you, Favo. I don't know. You kind of scream
Yeah.
into the mic a little bit. Why did you call the cops though? What was the purpose?
I called the cops because I was concerned that my personal information, private text messages between me and a gentleman were going to be leaked once again on her platform. And she was insinuating with malintent that she was going to do a deep dive on my daughter's case, which she had to do. Okay. She was not given permission and I didn't need it. It was more for the revenge porn. Okay. And yeah, that stemmed from barbecue because she wouldn't have gotten those things if it didn't come from barbecue in the first place.
How
The
did anybody
hypocrisy.
get those? Like you were sexting with
So
somebody and you took screenshots and sent them to barbecue, and then you're
no,
saying barbecue sent them to Queen?
no. So listen, this goes back between me and barbecue and why we had a problem. And I'm not here to necessarily defend barbecue all the way. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep it really fair and open,
Yeah,
but
because for
we had a
record, Queen would
Mhm.
never ever RP anybody, especially publicly. She would never do that.
Well, she did.
She put
She
up your
did.
revenge porn?
Yes, she did.
Oh, where?
So she put it okay. So basically what
Well,
happened
hold on.
was
Let me stop you right there because nothing was ever said about any kind of fucking photos, pictures, or any kind
no,
of
no,
revenge
it
porn.
was the
That
video.
wasn't
It
said
was
till
the
after
video
the
from
fact.
SB.
So,
Right.
yeah, so I didn't have any kind of pictures, never informed, never said I did, never threatened you with them, none of that.
You got to let me
No.
finish.
Let's sit up here and tell the truth because you was
You
in Brittany J's chat room and let me troll. And you came over to my chat and was trolling in my back chat. And then you went and
Listen,
called the fucking cops. So
I
don't
will.
go back on the shit, Melissa. Don't fucking.
I'm not going
bro.
back on anything. I'm telling you exactly. Listen, you got to give me a chance to at least finish.
Yeah, because like, you know damn the fuck well I had no
I
goddamn
do.
pictures or messages of you doing nothing with nobody.
I do. And you and I have talked many times off the app about this. So you got to give me a chance to finish. And that's why no one's allowing me to speak. Okay.
All right.
So please. So Barbecue and I had a falling out. I'm not going to go into our whole history right now. Okay. But
Right.
there was messages that I sent to Barbecue that were only for Barbecue about a guy that I had talked to, and it had inappropriate language in it.
That I was not privy to, didn't know anything about.
Right. So, long story short, speed up. We come over here. Long story short, we speed up. We come over to YouTube, right? Me and Barbecue are going at it. Me and Barbecue's people are going at it. She's in with Queen, right? Queen put up a video that had those messages in it. I didn't know what Queen
Should be
had.
ashamed. Did a
Right.
video. And I don't think there was any
Yes.
messages that I recall in there that were bad or whatever, but should be
No,
ashamed.
they were
right. The channel that I shared.
Oh, Mary Bell, fuck off already. What do you think I'm on YouTube for if not for views? And saying I wanted it for the money. You think I'm getting money listening to this fucking ludicrous shit? If anything, is embarrassing.
Right.
Burning a fucking cookbook's a hate crime. I called the cops because I was afraid she was going to show my news. I mean, come on. We don't do the shit that these people do on TikTok. Fucking, I'm so sick of your comments. Block her. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't have anyone's nudes, nor do I want any.
Can I please
Right,
finish,
she's
guys?
insinuating now you're pushing around fucking news over and shit. Like, what is this?
Definitely don't have any. And also, Tammy, that whole thing, definitely don't have any nudes of Tammy either. I messaged her privately about a conversation that somebody had told me. And then Tammy went to her Discord of over 200 people and screen shared our text messages.
Barbecue, can I finish, please?
And if the
Because
video
we're
had
gonna
news, you would
we're gonna
fucking
drift
get it taken
over into
down.
100
Hold
things.
on.
Can I just
and
finish?
then Hong put it on his Twitter, not me.
Right.
Okay. So listen, I didn't know what Queen had from barbecue or what she didn't have. Okay. But she did share something that SBA, who I'm really fucking pissed off, had posted. So she shared it. At that point, I didn't know what she had or what she didn't have. And if you revert all the way back to a year prior, there was talks about barbecue was going to be given photos. So I didn't know at that point. Okay.
Right, but
And
I
yeah.
never
never
received
received
any.
any.
So
Okay,
never
you
got
never
any.
received anything.
Wait,
and,
wait, wait,
and
wait.
listen, Queen, I
Let her
called.
finish.
Yeah, please, God, let
Just
me
speed it up a
finish.
little bit, though. Like,
All
let's stop
right.
with the repetitive.
Okay.
All right.
It's not repetitive.
A little
So
bit.
Queen posted SBA's video. Okay. We got into it. I called the cops. When I called the cops, I did not want to press charges or anything like that. I talked to Queen. I said, listen, give her a call and just see if she'll stop the bullshit and she won't post anything. And then it was dead and done and over with. Queen and I have talked many times since then, and it's over with. Okay. And call it real life if you want. I don't give a fuck. It is real life. If I think that my personal intimate messages or pictures are going to be shared anywhere, that is my fucking real life. So if I have to respond by going real life and calling the authorities, I'm going to do so and be fucking mad if you want to.
Well, what did you
That's
say
what
to
it
the
is.
cops? Did you say like
you should have said something? What you did was took something and assumed the shit and then took it out on me and
Yes,
called the police.
I did.
But
And
you know
I
what
am
though? Listen, I have to
very
call your
sorry.
bluff. Listen, I
Go
have
ahead.
to call your bluff because
Go
you
ahead.
was in Brittany J's chat talking about I'm gonna go troll, I'll be right back. You came over here, you
Yes,
talked shit in my back
yes,
chat, you called the police,
yes,
you lied to them.
yes. I didn't lie to the
Yeah, the
police.
fuck you did. You
No,
straight lied
about
to them
what?
because you assumed I had photos of your ass or fucking text messages that
Yes,
I knew
I
nothing
assumed.
about.
Absolutely.
So you
Yes, I
assumed,
assumed.
but before that, you was saying you was trolling.
I
Let me
did.
go troll. I'll be right back.
I did. I
I know you
did.
did.
And
So that's why I said I'm calling
did.
your
And
bluff. I don't think that's why. I think that's the excuse you're using because you got caught.
No, it's
be
not.
honest.
You can listen, you can think what you want to, but it's not,
Right.
Queen.
I'm
It's
just
not.
saying.
And I
I've been around the
apologize.
block a few times. I know
I
better.
understand. I got you. And I'll
And to
admit
call the cops for
anything.
fucking bullshit. Straight up,
It
period,
is.
point, fucking blank.
Well, what did she
Listen.
say to the cops? Like, hey, officers, I'm afraid
No,
this
I'm gonna
woman's
tell
I know
going
I
to
didn't get
share
a
my
fucking call,
news.
so I
No.
called the police department and said, told him to fucking come the
Yes.
fuck out here. If
So
you
when
got
I called
something
the
you want to
cops,
say, come bring your ass out here. Because I know damn the fuck well there was nothing I was doing that could get me arrested. I know that for a fact. My police department knows me very fucking well.
Hold up. I got a question. All this about the nude pictures calling the cops is coming from the person that was giving everyone all that good info a while ago of not sharing their information with people.
Exactly.
Are you kidding me? Miss me with the bullshit, lady. Miss me with the bullshit. You should know better. You just lectured everyone else on sharing your information. You're
talking to,
causing
me or
your
barbecue?
own. I'm talking to you. You caused your own damn drama, lady.
What are you talking about? How did I cause my own drama?
If you sent pictures like that to someone and then went to someone and talked about them and shared that information, and then you're worried that the person you shared it with,
yeah,
but yeah, it don't make a fuck. Once you send that shit, it's out there, lady. It's out there.
I didn't
See,
send her
Granny,
pictures.
hold
It was
on a
a
second. Hold on a second.
conversation.
Hold on.
It
No.
wasn't I
Hold
didn't
on a
send her
second.
nudes.
Hold on a second. This is Granny. I'm going to say this, and then I'm
I
going to
feel
drop
like these
off
people
again.
just want
Look,
reasons to scream.
No, that's not it at all. Let me explain this to you. We are here because we support Granny. We
Okay.
are here because we are Granny subscribers, and y'all are bringing your petty, ignorant, dreamed up drama bullshit over here.
Agree.
That's what we have a problem with.
Agree. I
We
agree
are
with
here
you.
for Granny, and none of y'all pulling this shady shit on each other can expect any of us to support you, because Granny don't pull this shit. Miss me with the bullshit. That's all I got to say, Granny. I love you. Thank you for having me on panel. I'm sorry for all of you TikTokers that feel this certain kind of way, but quite frankly, us subscribers are so sick of y'all's drama that y'all are bringing over here to our favorite creators. We're fucking sick of it. Forgive my language, Granny. I apologize. I've had it. I know a lot of us have. I'm not the only one. And that's all I got to say, you guys. Have a blessed day. I'm sorry I just went off. I'm sorry, but I've heard enough.
Well, thank you, Regina. I appreciate you. What I don't understand, though, is if you're saying you didn't send photos of yourself, then why did you assume that there were photos of yourself out there?
Because last year, she had insinuated that the male party involved was going to send over photos too. Okay.
Oh.
That's why.
So you
But
assume
even
that
if
a
it
year
was no
ago,
photos, even if there were no photos, the conversation alone was, it was private. And Barbecue knows it was meant for her eyes only. And that should
but
have
it
never
wasn't
happened.
then, because then you should have never sent anywhere. And I don't mean this with any disrespect, but why do you guys constantly? What do you think the cops are going to do for you in that situation?
Well, what I was hoping the cops would do in that situation, and what I asked them to do, was to give her a call and just please cut the shit before it happens. Don't post my intimate conversations or photos if you have them. Again. And she shared, like, again, it was SBA, her video, but she shared it on her platform. I didn't want it to go there. It's embarrassing. It's
Right?
fucking private.
Let's strike the video down for privacy.
What? Girl,
But
come on.
what do you mean?
Come
That's
on.
the only option you have. What do you think the cops are going to do? You think the cops are going to find this SBA account and say, hey, take those down? Like, we got to stop calling the cops over dumb shit. There's nothing they're going to do. The cops aren't going to do anything about any of this. The FBI is not going to do anything about this. I mean, it's a waste of resources.
Yeah, well.
But that is the only option you have, honestly, is
what would you do? Besides if you were worried about your intimate conversations with a man and or pictures about to be released on a public platform, you wouldn't take it there?
No, I wouldn't call the cops. There's nothing to do about something I think may happen. I think I may be doxxed later. Should I call the cops in case they dox me later?
Well,
no.
Well, I did. I kept it very clean.
You can really do.
I kept it very clean. I didn't, I wasn't trying to go for her throat or press charges. I made that very clear on the call.
There'd be no charges to press is my whole point.
That's not true. That is not true.
You can't press charges on a whataboutism. What if Barbecue decides tomorrow to put out my news? I can't press charges today. It didn't happen.
No, you can't, but it did happen. She posted the video from SBA that had the intimate conversations.
But there's no charges to be had on releasing intimate conversation. Photos, yes, that's revenge.
They were sexual conversations.
So
they were
sexual. That's not illegal.
Yes, it is. The police gave me an option to press charges against Barbecue for it last year, and I didn't. They did.
That's interesting.
They said it's considered revenge porn when someone takes intimate, private, sexual conversations that were not meant for the public. It falls into the category of revenge porn.
Maybe in your state it does. But I don't understand though. Okay, so you were given. Why would you?
It's just not right. Even if right, it's just not right. And that was part of my problem with Barbecue. And we have tried to hash things out a few times, and hopefully this will be the last. It's not right. It's not right, and I'll stick to it. I mean,
why did you send it to her?
Because I was confiding in a girlfriend at the time.
Okay,
that's why.
I understand. Okay,
and she was pissed off. She was the only one I sent it to. She was pissed off. We had a falling out. Okay, and she took it and ran with it. And she got the guy on her platform, and it was a big fucking mess.
I didn't get the guy on my platform. He actually messaged me. Actually, he didn't even message me. He actually just raised his hand to come in the box.
I don't know if that's true. I have a lot of the videos where you, Midwest, and Tammy, listen, I don't want to revisit this, and I don't want to throw dirt on your name. It's done and fucking over with. I hope it doesn't ever continue.
I'll say this, and I mean this with utmost respect, Barbecue. I fight with a lot of people on different times, and I've never had anybody from their real life ever contact me, but you seem to have a lot of people from their real lives contact you.
Well, he was, in her defense, he was from the internet. That's how I met him, on the internet.
Oh, so and then you almost did it again with incel? Girl, didn't you learn the first time? Don't trust these YouTubers or TikTokers.
Yeah, clearly. I know. It's my bad. I mean, but it's done and over with. And that's my point. That was the question that I was going to ask now. Okay. Everyone here, we've all done fuck shit in different ways. We've all done it. When does it fucking stop? When is enough?
I guess it stops when motherfuckers like you start calling the popo. Hell,
no,
I ain't fucking with you. You're gonna call the feds to my house?
And stop
Whoa. What is going on right now?
No, but right now I'm getting heat from everybody because I apologize for my wrongdoings with Barbecue and her mother and Salty, right? And I'm getting all this fucking heat now from the opposite side. Why are you making up with Barbecue? Like, this is fucking crazy.
I don't know anything about that, sweetie. I'm sorry.
It is juvenile, and I agree with you, but I think that's the problem, though, because, like, did you know any of those people, or did you go there to hate bond? So now they expect you to hate with them, and if you don't hate who they hate, you're not accepted. That's
But
how
I'm
these people
not,
are.
and it's gonna happen on both sides, and it's really fucking unfortunate because I don't want to
It
do
is.
that. I'm over it.
It is, but
This
here's
spun
the
out of
thing, though.
control.
You got to remember, too, though, Melissa, like, some of these people that you're sitting with have done horrible things to some of us, right?
Well,
Like,
that
you're
okay.
so
Okay, so
it's
listen, I
hard.
want to tell you something. So, and I wanted to address this to Brittany J privately. I did email her and I haven't heard back from her, so I'll say it now. Okay. And I don't listen. Barbecue sent me something the other day that was very disturbing, and I'm getting the impression everyone says, well, this one's that one's this one. Listen, I don't know. Fucking school me. If you want me to know something and you want me to kick up for you, school me and tell me. Well, Barbecue did just that. And I was right there with Brittany J for a lot of stuff, but Barbecue sent me something the other day where it's a clip. And she came right out and said that fucking Barbecue's responsible for Becky Hoover. You
Right.
can't say that. You cannot say that.
Right.
Nobody
She's
can say
evil.
that. And yeah, no, you can't do that. And I'm upset about that right now. And I don't know if I'll be in that fucking chat tonight. You know what I mean? So I want to talk about it first and see if, maybe she owned up to it. She apologized
But see,
for it.
I think that's part of the issue is, like, you want to be able to, like, float all these places without
Yes.
understanding. Right. But you don't understand the impact these people have had to our lives. Like, if you're over there, I don't want you in my fucking chat. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
This surpasses YouTube drama. Like, these people have gone real life. They try to destroy us. They file litigation, and, like, you expect to be welcomed everywhere. And I find that to be bizarre. Like, if there's
I
ever a
know.
time the line was drawn, it's here, right? Like, and then you
I
were
know.
encouraging Brittany's chat to call the cops on Queen on a whataboutism, and
Yeah, I know. And I apologize to Queen for that. I know. My temper got the best of me. I was pissed. I was worried. I didn't give a fuck, and I apologize. And I'll apologize now again outside of doing it privately with Queen. Like, I'm very sorry. I'm sorry.
May
And we
I
talked about it.
May I say
She-
something?
Sure.
I just want to say to Granny, I apologize that everything happened on your panel.
You don't have
And
to
Melissa,
apologize.
the only reason that it's a little uncomfortable for me is this woman has been through so much.
Oh, Granny.
And we have
but
watched.
to be fair,
we
so
have
has
watched her. We have
right, but so
watched.
has
We have
Barbecue
sympathized
too,
with
and
her. We have loved with her. And then floating in and out ain't cool.
well, no,
Yeah.
I mean, listen, she can go where she wants. I don't give a shit
I
about that. But I'm
understand
telling
that.
her why the chat's not going to be so receptive to you because, I mean, you're
Yeah,
over in a
I
chat where they're
understand.
going at Queen's Minors. They're talking about my intimate. I mean, it's like, and then
No,
you're
and it's wrong. It's wrong. But I came over here fresh. Like, I didn't know any of this shit. And I'm
right.
still learning. I don't know. And I try not to go off I go off my personal experiences too. You know what I
Right.
mean?
If you come
Yeah,
over
sure.
fresh, you need to give people a chance before you call the cops. That's all I'm saying.
I did, and she came from my throat.
Because
I
you were
did.
trying to come up on her panel
You were
with
being
the
an
name she
instigator.
did not want you to. She did not come
Well,
from
it started
TikTok.
with salty. It started with salty. Yeah, it started with salty.
Well,
It
and that's
finished with
part.
barbecue, and it was a mess. But as far as I'm concerned, I mean, there's plenty of things that I like about Queen, and there's still things that I'm
I
torn.
love
I'm really
Queen. I
torn.
love Granny.
Listen, here's the
It's
thing,
just
though. I think you need to realize is that I think what you try to do is based on who you're angry with is who you try to get in with, right? You were mad at Saudi, so you ran back to Barbecue and Queen. You were mad at Queen and Barbecue, so you ran to Saudi. You're running off your emotions. You're not running off
Yeah,
logic,
yeah, absolutely.
and
Agree.
I think
Yeah.
that's part of the issue is that you can't, you
I
can't
just want
use
to
your
end it at
anger.
this point. Yeah. I mean, I just want to end it. I just want peace with everyone. I want to be able to go in whoever's chat. You know what I mean? I don't want to sit and talk about anybody anymore and do all that shit. That's why I cut my ties with Salty. I'm over it. I'm done.
Yeah.
It's too
And I'm
much.
gonna
It's too
say
much
this,
energy.
It's great to go into everybody's chat. No one should have to feel bad for going into someone else's lives. The thing is when you go into that other person's life, is to
And run
not
your
speak
mouth.
ugly
Right.
about the person they're talking about. Just
And
let
that's
it
what I've been
go.
trying to
Go ahead,
do.
say a
Right.
word.
Right, Sassy.
That's exactly what I've been trying to do. exactly what I've been trying to do the past couple days. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I just, when does
Well,
it
it was
end?
nice to meet
Whether
you,
it's with
Melissa.
me, you too, honey, you too.
Well, right, and that's a good question, right? When does it end? Like,
Like,
where
how
does
does
it
this
end?
get fixed? Right. What, and not even necessarily with me. I could give a fuck. I mean, it is what it is. I face much worse in life. But I mean, even with barbecue right now, like, when does it end?
Well, it doesn't end so long as people support the behaviors that are being done. If you support people throwing us into frivolous litigation, it doesn't end. If you support
Right.
somebody crying night after night how they're a victim of the litigation they started, it doesn't end because there's always going to be, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but somebody
Yeah.
like you who says, "Well, I just enjoy being in the chat, so I'm going to be here." That encourages these people to continue on with the fuck shit
Right.
because like the only way it ends is when people stop supporting it.
I honestly am not so much BJ because the creators that I do actually care about, she talks so ugly about, I want to climb through my TV and choke her.
Right. Well, and here's the thing, Jay Fox. Smarty me, you got to be careful of what you say. Here's the thing with that. You can't say they're hating for no
Figuratively.
reason. Thank you. These people, they seem to have a reason. You guys just don't accept their reason, right? And I think that's what makes everything bigger. And I think you could acknowledge that, Barbecue. Like you disagree with where they're coming from. They disagree with where you're coming from. So it seems to be like this never-ending drama cycle like we're in, where it's like, oh, well, you've done this. Well, now you've done that. And it's a back and forth because nobody's admitting what they've done wrong.
Can I ask you a question, Granny? I missed a lot of the live in the beginning and during. I had a lot going on, but I did catch you the other day when you were talking about how you don't like barbecue. Can I ask you why?
Yeah, like I stated, I felt like she was very disrespectful on the day that we won to go to Queen's panel with it. It was very rude of them to jump live about it. And the fuck shit. I felt like there were so many stupidly done things throughout litigation that could have jeopardized it. And I felt like it just wasn't being taken as seriously as I felt the situation was.
And that's the only reason? Like,
Yeah,
there's
pretty
nothing else?
much. Yeah.
Okay.
What stupid fuck shit things did I do?
Well, like for tweeting to Hong and Nick and them and asking if they'll withdraw from the litigation. That was
It
stupid.
was sarcasm.
Right, but not everybody knows it's sarcasm, right? You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
not everybody understands that. Or
Is
like
there any
tweeting
other
out.
examples?
Oh, there is. Tweeting out the image of the money and saying like paying my lawyers and I get it.
I think people need to realize that being in litigation is fucking expensive. I never claimed that was my photo, but if people want to perceive it that way, basically it is what it is. I mean, it's a lot of money to deal with this fucking shit, and to put it into perspective, that's when I saw that photo, I was like, you know what? That's exactly what about where we're at right now with how much this fuck shit has cost.
Right, but don't you think maybe saying like, hey, this image represents, how much this litigation has cost, instead of being like paying my attorneys, like you kind of did it in a way.
It's wording, you're right.
It is. And as far as the photo not being yours, that became a big controversy, right? Like, oh, is it hers? Is it not? Well, I don't post photos that don't belong to me as if they belong to me. Like people shouldn't have to question if it's real or not. You expect it to be real.
People post photos that don't belong to them all the time on social media that they find though.
Yeah, like obvious ones, but I just tell you that was part of the example. And
anybody that knows barbecue knew that money was taken, a picture of that on a wooden floor. She's been
well,
live
respectfully, Melissa, a lot of us don't know barbecue. Okay.
I didn't know Granny before all this. It's not like she was over there hanging out in my TikTok lives to know what color my floor is.
Right, like and yeah, thank you. Because and even if I did, I probably wouldn't know what color your floor was anyway, because I don't pay attention to details. I always thought that's the worst thing. If God forbid my and I wouldn't even know what they were wearing because I don't look at details like that.
And let me just say, like Kayla Ray, her comments way up there now, and I'm not scrolling up, but for her to say, if I would have kept my mouth shut, this wouldn't have been litigation.
That's not true.
That's exactly what the judge ruled. I mean, listen, Kayla, I don't like you. Okay. You lied on me. You said I bullied you for the last year. I just ignored your messages. I kicked you out of my Discord after Henrietta shared the link to you. And Henrietta was up on panels with Tony. And there's text messages of you being directed by Tony to go after creators, period. End of day. You can't deny that. The messages are out there. They were leaked on you. And I know that you don't want to be exposed for that, but nothing that you say is relevant to what's going on. You're sitting here, you're over in Tammy's camp, which is fine. You can be wherever you want to be, you can friends who you want to be. But the fact of it is public perception is you've been green team, you've been Tony team, you've been Cajun team, you've been Delta fake attorney team because you fell in love with them and then you didn't like them and then you went to Shane and then you had this little secret relationship that you publicized on a public platform. So don't sit here and try to turn it around on me that people went after you. You put that shit out and people exposed you for the private messages that you were having being a part of Tony's team. So no, I'll never trust Kayla Ray because you're flip-flopping. I've never been sitting here saying I was on a team up on panels. Like, yeah, Tony came on a panel one time. And after that, I said, I'll never let or want to go live with that person again.
So again, though, how does it end? How does it stop? I think we all made mistakes, you know what I mean? But how does it get fixed so this doesn't continue? That's all I want to know.
What, like the tit for tats and everything?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for one, Tammy sitting there making videos for 7-8 weeks with her little innuendos of being bullied and dealing with a narcissist. I never did shit to Tammy except not trust her. And I backed away from her. Slowly, I backed away from her because I was noticing some red flags that I didn't like. Things that she was saying, like, you should just sign the settlement agreement. I'm not in a lawsuit. I kept my mouth shut. Well, to silence somebody from mere commentary, or whatever they're talking about publicly, you're not going to sit there and throw it in someone's face that you weren't ended up in a lawsuit. And then Hong turns around and he's like, your friend sold you out for one word, immunity, and your whole fucking Discord messages end up in a filing. I just can't fuck with that. And the fact that you're friends with Hong, I found that out before everything. And then you go in there and tell everybody nobody's ever going to get their cookbook. And you fucking lied about, I don't know, probably at least 20 times on your little thing that you have posted on YouTube. And we went through your whole YouTube live and went back through all of the conversations on Discord and all of the text messages. And we actually have a whole timeline to put together about how you lied. You also said about I went and sought out your ex's wife. I didn't do that. She followed me after I basically told you I didn't want to be friends with you anymore because you repeatedly for over 20 minutes sat there and said that you thought that I shared photos. You fucking lied, okay? Because you're like, everybody on the internet knows. And you and Nikki, oh, we're your friends. If you did it, it's okay. And honestly, I just didn't trust you after that. You wanted my brief from my attorneys before court, and you're over there being friends with Hong. I don't trust you. And that's why I said I don't want to be friends with you. Period. Nothing ever happened. I never did anything to Tammy, but she decided she was going to come out and publicly say all this shit that is not all truthful. It's not all truthful, and you guys can believe who you want to believe. You're free to do that. But to go around and spread lies. And Tammy, I have 71 pages of comments that you made under barbecue unethical puppy mill. You say, my dogs are unhealthy. They're deformed. I bully my daughter. By the way, my daughter's sitting right here listening to this. Did I ever bully you? Can you say it loud enough so they can hear? No. I never bullied my daughter. You want to talk about barbecue unethical puppy mill. Mind you, all my dogs are vaccinated, registered through the state. All have DNA tests so that things that could be passed down bloodlines, that they're not bred into the bloodline. I take time off of work so that I can make sure that I'm here day in and day out with my puppies. There's nothing unethical about that. But what is unethical, Tammy, is to have 2 golden doodles, if you've said this publicly, 2 golden doodles as yard dogs, and then you have 3 more dogs in your house, and then one of your dogs, mind you, pregnancy of a dog is 64 days on average, 63, 64 days. You had to dig a puppy out underneath of your porch because you didn't know that your dog had a puppy. And I just question how, for 4 to 6 weeks, when a dog is nursing a puppy, because that's about how long it takes, how you didn't notice that. And you have a golden doodle, which requires grooming because they can get matted fur. So you got 2 dogs laying out in your fucking yard, having a dog you don't know. And then you want to give the dog away to somebody because someone actually came to me and said, oh yeah, Tammy said she was trying to get rid of one of her show dogs. Where the fuck you showing the dog at? Okay, you're sitting here saying your dog's a show dog. Mind you, I don't know what it's like, life is like in the backyard. But I just want to know, did you bring those dogs in for those tornadoes that you rescheduled your YouTube live for? So, like, yeah, I have my own opinions about shit.
Was there not a tornado?
Yeah, there was tornadoes, yeah.
Oh, well, she should reschedule her live for that, shouldn't she?
No, I'm saying, did she bring her dogs in? She wants to talk about my alleged puppy mill that I don't have.
Oh, you're throwing it. Okay, I get it. Sorry.
Barbecue, you're respectfully, you want to defend yourself, and I get it, because I'm the one that comes on hot and says, no, you did this, and this person did this, and this is what the truth is. I get it. Okay, I've done it with you. You know what I mean? But respectfully, you got to start taking some ownership and realize some of the shit that you've done too. Because if you don't, it's going to continue forever with so many people. And
Can I
that's
ask a quick
probably
question?
the
So you
only
think
issue I have.
Go
That's
ahead.
that's the only issue I have. Like I am still, and
What
I'll say it
account of
publicly and privately, like that's the only problem that I still have with you is that I wish, and I've told you this, I just wish that you have said to me that you are sorry and that you've even realized some of the things that you've done that have affected me. That's the only thing. And I just forget me and you. It's done
I
and
did
over with.
apologize to you on our private phone call, Melissa.
I don't,
Barbecue,
I
can
wish,
I ask you a
okay.
question? Can I ask you a quick question, just really quick, while you're up here? Why did Bullhorn Betty mention you yesterday about you wanted to pay for her to go down there and protest?
That was an absolute lie, and Tammy can say the same thing. So, way in the beginning, before I even knew who the fuck Bullhorn Betty truly was, because my eyes have been truly opened.
Okay.
Back in April, she was heavily over on TikTok, and we didn't know. We didn't fucking know about Bullhorn Betty. We didn't know of all her fuck shit.
Right.
So Tammy and I had made plans and arrangements to go down there April 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And Bullhorn Betty said she was going, but she said her car was broke down and all this random stuff or whatever. And so people in the chat and Tammy and I were like, well, we could throw in and get you a plane ticket if you really want to come search, because that was our true intention, was to go search. And we did do that. Tammy and I did go. We did search in the woods. We did hang flyers. We did, meet with people in the community, things like that. No ill intention whatsoever. And also the same with Bullhorn Betty's flight. There was no ill intention. We just didn't know who the fuck she was. Would I do it now? Never. Ever.
Right. So before you knew who she was, you were having communication with her, and then you learned who she was over time.
Yeah.
And okay, I just wanted to ask that while you were up here because she just said that, and it was like, what the fuck? Of course,
and
she's a
also
liar.
we never protested down there. Tammy and I never fucking protested ever. And the only protest
Well, that
that
was
I've
my
ever
whole
actually
thing. Like
the
protest what? What could you even protest at that point?
There was nothing.
Right.
The only thing that I ever heard of Bullhorn Betty protesting was the day she was out on the streets or out front of the Sumner County Sheriff, the day after she got out of jail for being arrested at Michaela's Mutts.
Well, in all fairness, Bullhorn Betty doesn't protest. She harasses and screams at people and causes
Yeah, I know
chaos
that
in the
now.
neighborhood. So
that's horrible.
I just wanted to ask that, though, because you were up here and answering questions. So I was like, well, I didn't think anybody had asked you that yet. And that caught
I
me off guard
appreciate
when
the
she
question.
said that.
I heard that as well, and I was like, that's a fucking lie, but I'm not going to go into Bullhorn Betty's chat and say that. I think I'm probably blocked anyway, nor do I want to engage with her.
Well, she likes to throw out a lot of shit, so it's always hard to read. Like, she never shows proof of anything, but I figured that was pretty interesting that she was trying to bring that up. So I figured there'd be something to it, but I didn't know. I just wanted to ask
Yeah, it was a
you,
completely fabricated lie by Bullhorn Betty. Completely
Okay.
fabricated.
Thank you.
Can I
Goodbye.
ask you why you guys were like trying to shame Tammy for not being able to afford an $800 ticket?
I don't think it was shaming. I think it was more like exposing, because I feel like it's more like the principle. I don't really want to talk about all of it publicly just because out of respect, but the fact
Right.
is that, you know, if I were to be recording myself going and shopping 5 days in a row at stores and whatnot, and then I sat there and said, well, I can't afford this. Mind you, Tammy's flight was like in Newark, New Jersey, and it's like a 2-hour ride to New York City. We were hoping that everybody would fly into JFK around the same time. And if anybody's been to JFK, you know that you could be at gate 8, and if you need to be at gate 9, you got to go the whole way the fuck around, and there's a bunch of construction and all that shit. So no, I ended up sitting at JFK on the side of the road for hours waiting for everybody to get in there, because I said, you know what, I'll pick everybody up, save everybody the stress of trying to find an Uber, trying to find who they were looking for. Like, we had all met each other, so it just made sense that everybody kind of tried to arrive there at the same time. But yeah,
I get it, but I mean, do you realize not many people can afford an $800 ticket to go meet friends? Like, it's kind of like shaming her for that is
so hindsight, you can
right.
go shopping for 5 days, and then afterward, which she never told me
She's
about.
shopping. Is she shopping at Goodwill? Is she shopping at
I don't know.
Marshalls? You know what I mean?
TJ
Like,
Maxx. But
right,
then,
TJ
but
Maxx
then
like $13 shirt. So we're comparing that to an $800
it does.
ticket.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but then like directly after that, when we came back, she's dropping like $3,000 on equipments. And it just was the principle of like, how can you sit there and claim that you don't have enough money and you're willing to accept money, but then it's like a low blow of like, well, I'm just gonna go buy all this shit and be on live publicly setting up all my new equipment when you just sat there and told someone you couldn't afford something. That would be like,
did she say I can't afford it, or I don't want to spend the, $800 on this ticket when I can spend $200 on this ticket? Was it a matter of affordance or like being frugal? You know what I mean? Am I still here? Oh, barbecue's not. I'm like, am I still here?
Sorry,
Just got real
we're having
quiet.
a storm. No, we're having a storm. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
It was just a principle, and I thought it was fucked up. I really did think it was fucked up. And I think that if anybody would take a step back and say, you know what, let's just use an instance. If my neighbor was like, man, I can't afford my rent. Could I borrow $800 for my rent? But then you see them days beforehand going shopping. And then, a week or so afterward, you see them going out and blowing money. You're going to kind of feel like, wow, that was kind of low blow. That's the principle.
Okay, yeah, because the beforehand, like you can't, like if you saw her shopping beforehand, then you kind of be like, well, wait, you just were shopping all these 5 days, so how can you not afford it? Now, the afterwards spending money, I understand that. I understand where you're coming from. Like, you told us you couldn't afford it, so we helped you pay for it, and then you just buy all this equipment. But Tammy's saying that's not the way it went, that she was like, well, why am I going to spend $800 instead of $200 or some shit?
I mean, I will say she did send the money back 4 months later.
Yeah.
So I will give her credit where credit's due.
It might have taken her 4 months to raise, have $800 to send back too, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of people don't have $800 just sitting around. I know I don't.
But she had $3,000 to spend on studio equipment for YouTube.
Well, that's fair.
Is it that her job though?
Or was it a gift?
I don't know.
She doesn't make money from.
Could have been. I don't think that Tammy's job is social media. No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, I think, people do that type of judgment thing. Like, oh, I seen somebody using, an EBT card, but they had whatever type of purse. And it's like, yeah, but maybe that purse was a gift, or maybe there's just so many reasons. I do think though, when you say things like that, you have to consider the audience. Like, put a 1 in the chat if you couldn't afford an $800 ticket, right? Like, there's so many people that couldn't. It comes across like boasting, like, oh, we got all types of money and these broke bitches don't. It just comes off
it was never said to be that Tammy was a broke bitch ever.
Yeah, like it just came off like you guys were trying to like finance shame somebody, and it's like,
I think it was just the principle of the fact that
She was buying other shit.
there was never even a reach out via text message to the person who did pay it to even say, hey, can I give you like $100 back on the plane ticket? Like, I mean,
Right.
nothing.
Okay. See, saying from that perspective, I understand. Like, okay, well, she was buying all this shit, had all this new equipment and whatever. Like that comes across more understandable than just being like, oh, she couldn't afford an $800 ticket. Like that, you know what I mean? I get where you're coming from in that perspective. Although Tammy is denying it. She's saying that's not quite how it went.
Well, I mean, I'm just going to end it because I'm not going to sit here and put someone's screenshot private messages out, that she had conversations with someone else. But there's definitely more to it, but it is what it is. She sent the money back. It's squashed,
Let that be in the,
They made it was made right.
Right. That's resolved and moved on from, and that can just stop. Honestly, I hope for both of you that it can just stop because you guys were friends. And I know you pointed out me being in Tammy's chat that night. Yes, I do watch TikTok here and there. I never said I didn't. And I had nothing bad to say. That's literally what I said. I hope you guys like this can end it now. Like what you guys at one point were friends. Like at what point did we stop? Like your children's are involved now. We got outside family members involved. Like
kids being threatened by Tammy's daughter.
Internet involved.
Okay, yeah, and I agree, and I actually do agree with that. I agree that person saying wait till she's 18 is a threat. I would take that as a threat, but I also think as for what your daughter allegedly did, that you'd be upset too if somebody else's 17-year-old did that, right? Like we can look at from both sides and be like, yeah, that was wrong, and this was especially wrong.
It's because you put the video out that they allege that you doxed Tammy, even though that Tammy and her daughter with their whole last names, it's public information. Tammy also has talked about her own criminal record, but she kind of lied by omission by leaving some stuff out. And I thought that part was not very truthful on Tammy's behalf. She like left out the more crazy shit and led everybody to believe that she was falsely accused of 2 things, and then it comes out that like all this other shit. You don't get charged for things you did. Yeah.
Right. So she kind of withheld some shit.
Also, Tammy wrote barbecue hasn't paid for any of her plane tickets, but whatever. You don't have proof of that. You don't know what plane tickets I've bought. You don't have any of that information.
And honestly, again, who cares, right? Like if somebody's gifting you a plane, right? Nobody cares about a damn plane ticket. Has talked about all of that, her location, right? But I see this is where I fully disagree with people, because if I talk about something on my platform, that doesn't mean somebody else should go, digging or making a video on it. I disagree with it.
But it's not doxing.
Not by legal definition, but by social media standards, it is. Not by legal definition, no. Like if somebody made a video right now with your full government name, where you live, where you work, you want to be upset by that? It's not doxing.
They already have done it.
And it made you upset.
Everything's out there. I mean, it is what it is, though. I mean, I'm not sitting here going after people.
Well, you did. Why'd you go file charges on Saudi if you're not going after people for shit like that?
Well, Salty came after me.
Well, and when you say that the dox video is going after her?
What dox video?
I don't know. They're saying, you just agreed a minute ago that you're saying it's not a dox, but putting out her personal information that was.
Are you talking about Salty, or are you talking about my daughter's video about Tammy?
Tammy.
Okay, so repeat the question.
Wouldn't you say that by making that video is in the same format, like of just wrong to do, like could be threatening?
Do you want to talk to my daughter?
I mean, if you're comfortable with her, but
just be respectful.
Well, and just keep in mind too that if you do have her speak, there are people that will say she's fair game, and I don't know if I want that for you or for her.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, she was threatened by Tammy's daughter that she was going to be on that ass when she was 18, and she still threatened a minor child.
Okay, so that was Tammy's daughter who made that threat that said, wait till she turns 18 or something like that, right? Okay.
Yes.
And Tammy's daughter's a young adult, a little bit older, but she's an adult.
I think she's over 21.
No, and I agree that's the point that
it's still the point that my daughter has suffered from all of this at night shit as well. She's watched her mother go through hell and high water, just like I'm sure you can agree your kids have somewhat you know, they
Not
probably
to
know
that
something.
extent, but they're involved. They know
Yeah.
something's going on.
But
Yeah.
then, you know, all these people on TikTok, when my daughter made like a little page that she was doing drawings. And so people were like, oh, draw a picture of my pet. So like people do follow my daughter's account. And, you know, which, yeah, she's 17 years old. But to sit there and threaten her saying that she's going to go after her, I mean,
Was that
my
before or
daughter,
after the dachshund video?
no, my daughter, did you make the and did I ask you to make any of those videos? No. Did you make the video about Tammy before or after Emerald threatened you?
I don't know if it was exactly before or after, but it was before I knew. Before I knew she said it.
Okay. So because the way you're saying your daughter's been through all the like the hurt and pain with you is the same thing Tammy's daughter's likely experienced too, right? And they're both kind of just protecting their mothers. And that's where I say this has gone too far. Neither of your children's, adult or not, should be involved in any of this to any extent.
Yeah, and they want to say that I brought my daughter into this, and really that's not the case. My daughter got brought into this back on Pascal's Live when Tony and Seth were up in the box, and Tony was laughing, and Seth was like, I know what it's about. I know what it's about. Crying about a prom dress, crying, and everybody knows that.
Yeah, it was fucked
So
up.
I didn't bring my daughter. Yeah, I was on TikTok live. Sometimes I go live at the grocery store. At that point, we were going live. I was on live, you know, going and picking prom dresses. But to sit there and accuse me of making my daughter cry was absolutely false. I didn't make my daughter cry. She was just stressed out because it's the day before prom. The dress that she picked out didn't arrive in time. And we're out frantically in like 3 hours time till the store's closed trying to find her prom dress.
Right, and they're teenagers, dude. You know how dramatic they are? She's worried she's not going to have a dress in time for prom. Of course she's upset.
But to say that I brought my daughter into this, I didn't bring my daughter into any of this.
No, I don't think you brought your daughter into any of it. I do think that you're close to your children. Your daughter, obviously, she's sitting near you, so they hear things. But she's not 9 or 10. She is 17, and it's up to Barbecue what she allows her to hear or not. We can't judge off of that. But I do disagree with you, Criminal Vibes, because you can't say that she meant and like wait until I can respond to her. You can't say that because when I heard that, I take that as a threat too. Wait until she's 18. Not wait till she's 18 so I can say something to her.
No, she said wait till Maddie turns 18. I'm a beyond that ass. And also, Tammy lied on her video that she uploaded to YouTube because she sat there and said that her daughter never threatened. But the day of my quote 8-hour live, Emerald came into my live with lots of people as a witness. And when it was brought up and I said, Emerald, I don't know what you're doing here. You were in here threatening my daughter. She wrote, show did. Guess what? That screenshot. Guess what? That live's downloaded.
Yeah.
Like you're not just going to come in and admit it and then but it just proves that Tammy lied. Of course she's going to protect her daughter. I get that. I totally get that. You know, parents will protect our kids. But the accountability, nobody can sit here and say, well, I'm not taking accountability, but then want to believe someone who's not taking accountability. It's like a double-edged sword there.
When you say, though, to be fair, talking about taking accountability, and I know your daughter's listening, hopefully she'll understand what I'm saying. When you made the statement like, well, I asked her to take the video down and I can't make her. Yeah, you can. As her mother, you can.
Where did I make that statement at?
Did you not say that, I asked her to take down the video and
no, Tammy said that. Tammy said that.
So maybe is that not true? Is the video still up? Have you told her to remove it or?
Have I ever told you to take it down? No. I don't know if it's still up or not. Is it still up? Of Tammy? Will you take it down?
They're gonna make me take it down?
I mean, I could take your phone to take it down.
Is it really
it'd be
I think it's important. If we're gonna make shit right, just take it down.
Right. The first step to like kind of getting past everything is like let's stop. I understand that the children they're watching you suffer. They're watching Tammy suffer. Our kids, unfortunately, whether they're aware of everything or not, they feel what we're going through. And your daughter wanted to protect you. And I understand that. And I understand her daughter saying, you want to go after my mom. Wait till you're 18. I'll come after you. But that's what I'm saying. It's gone too fucking far. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think that Emerald should, and I think that, Tammy, if you want me to do shit on your behalf, I think it should absolutely be reciprocated, and your daughter Emerald should be apologizing to my daughter.
I agree. At the very minimum, acknowledge that what your daughter said was not acceptable, and tensions were too high. This should not be happening.
I agree.
And Kayla Ray, don't be talking about anybody's kids. Like these kids are not fair game just because they have, I mean, again, 17, 18, 19, they're not fair game. I don't care if she made the video or not. Obviously, it's going to put her in the line of target, and that's kind of where it's upsetting, because it's like, man, I know she wants to protect you, but the best way to protect you is to not get involved, right? Because now you got to protect her and you from people like, if a Kayla Ray really said this, then now think she's fair game because of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not, it's gone too far. It should have never came to, right? You guys used to be friends. Like, you even know each other's child's names by first name basis and stuff. Like, you guys used to be friends, man. I hate
Sorry,
it.
I was looking at something. And I will do my own due diligence. And I think I don't know if the video gets deleted because you deleted it, but I'll take a look at my page as well.
I think that's the best way to go about it. And if you know who's behind that other account that's reposting all this stuff, that's kind of defending you, maybe ask them to do it too. Just start clean. And then, like Tammy says, she's willing to move on. Tammy, you're here now. Are you willing to let this go? Like, are you willing to move on and do your, you said you wanted to cover case or whatever, do all of that and just stop with this? There you go. Is this her daughter? Because I saw you saying earlier, you threatened my daughter. Is this... I was upset seeing my mom cry. Yeah, is this the
Yeah,
real
I mean,
account?
she can come up in the box and say she's sorry to Maddie.
What, the comment's not good enough?
I mean, she publicly was exposed for threatening my daughter, and everybody shared it.
Is your daughter going to publicly apologize for doxing the fuck out of her mom?
I mean, she legally didn't dox her, but yeah, she can.
No, but we have
phone.
social media standards.
She can
At least
take the
here on
phone.
YouTube, we do. Only if she's sorry. If she's not, I understand. I just think that,
I mean, if you have something that you'd like to say, now's your opportunity, because I'm not dealing with this shit no more.
Look, this is a good one. Tammy said, she says she was sorry. Oh, where'd it go? And she will not speak on your daughter again. She used your daughter's name, but I don't want to repeat her name. I don't know how far you guys go.
That's all right.
So,
people know my daughter's first name.
Okay, good. So she said she's sorry. She will not speak on Maddie again. And then she is apologizing. Now the kids can, I don't know, worry about the kids shit and kind of let the parents. And I get it. We protect our parents, but I don't like this idea that I see people being like, oh, it's, well, Maddie did this, so she's fair game. No, she's not. She's a reactive teenager who has seen her mother hurt, and vice versa. It goes for Emerald. I'm sorry, I don't know the name, but same thing. She was watching her mom be hurt. She's watching her mom be upset. And she made a stupid ass statement. That's it. They're kids. They're reactive. They're defending us. Doesn't have to be all this like real life shit.
Yeah.
No, Lunar, they will not. It's her daughter and she's 7. Please, with utmost respect, stop telling me what I'm doing with my channel. I don't. It's making me uncomfortable the amount of times you told me like, oh, your barbecue is going to destroy your channel. She doesn't have the power to do that. Now stop.
Reactive teenagers who are raised by reactive, immature women.
I was just about to respond to that. I don't think people realize like what may be reactive and stupid to some of us isn't when you're on the other side of it. You got to remember these were friends who had a big fallout. Their private messages, their friend group split in half. It seems stupid to us, but it wasn't to them.
And listen, I know, like I just read Rowena, and I have nothing against Rowena, but my daughter has lived this for the last year. My daughter knows the truth. My daughter knows that I didn't bully Becky Hoover, and yet the whole internet is still spreading that lie. Still wants to run with it like they have proof or that they experienced. And honestly, there is no proof of that because it actually didn't happen. Chaps, I know you're in the chat. Just saying.
Well, wouldn't it proof be if you did do that? Wouldn't you be arrested for that? Like,
absolutely.
Right. There's a law against it. So the proof is the fact that you're here right now. So, unfortunately, people are going to say that dumb shit. One, they know it bothers you, and two, it's a hurtful thing to. I have a friend who years ago, she's a friend now, she wasn't, but years ago she was in a car accident where she, unfortunately, a guy on a bike was hit by her vehicle and he died. And she wasn't found guilty. The biker, unfortunately, was at fault, but he lost his life. And people still to this day use that accident against her. And it's like it's traumatizing on its own, right? So, like, people will just use things that they know hurt and not give a shit about the, like, every time they say that, are you thinking about Becky's family hearing that? That's the woman's name, right? Becky?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, do you consider her family having to relive the trauma because you want to utilize that moment against somebody you dislike? That's true.
Well, chaps, I would stop talking about it, but you put it out publicly, you and Bertha, and ran back to Chase and Crime, one of the plaintiffs, and Ocean, and decided to spread the defamatory information. So no, I'm not. She should rest in peace. I feel horrible about what happened to her. It's not right. Nobody should lose their lives because of stress and anxiety or what they're going on with their personal lives. Absolutely. But also on the flip side, nobody should be publicly defamed by false accusations. That's the difference.
And this woman that none of you knew should be utilizing your personal vendettas. Let them rest in peace.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gross. It's not right.
But again, that's a pure example of Chaps going real life, trying to dig up shit that she could use against and bully me on the internet.
Is Chap's name Chap in here? Because I really don't see anybody by the name of Chap. I don't see a Chap in here, to be honest. Hold on. Chap, can you comment again so I can kind of look in? I just want to see your account. I've never seen you.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
No, you're fine.
Can I say something?
Anyway, Granny, I do want to say this because this is one thing that you brought up. Am I still on here?
You're here, yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Sorry. Yeah, I just was getting a voicemail. Hold on one second.
Can I say something real quick while she's doing that? Thank you,
of course,
Granny, for letting me up. I'm not looking at chat. I'm just going to say what I got to say.
Hello, Rowena.
Hey, honey. Through this whole lawsuit, or injunction, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? I have put personal feelings aside from the cause, right? Now, I've seen friends that record each other and do all this weird shit, right? That's not a friend. I'm sorry. It's just not to me. Then, and I was late, but it was my understanding that Barbecue, you said it was a hate crime to burn a fucking cookbook. Is that what you're saying?
I misspoke. It could be considered a crime. I retracted that statement earlier whenever my attorney wrote me.
Okay. I was behind. So I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
And we can all have opinions, right? Everybody can have their opinion. I don't trust. I don't trust a lot of people right now, especially after what I've seen in the past. I don't know, a week. I mean, really in the last couple months, but really clued up on the last week. I don't trust. I don't, and I don't have to. And nor do I
agree.
Care. Another thing is, I'm sorry. And maybe this is wrong, and I ain't speaking on your kid, right? I'm not doing that. So let's not do a BJ. But I'm sorry. Any woman at my daughter is grown in her 30s. And if she got in the middle of this, I would sit her down and go, no, we ain't doing this. I'm not putting you in the middle of it. You take that video down. As an adult, I would tell her, much less if she was 17 years old. Not sit there and say, well, she heard it all. Well, I'm sure she did. But that's when you sit down and you go, you know what, baby, this is, I know you're 17 and I know you're emotional. You know, I get all that. And I get she's going to defend your daughter. But what bothers me is that still, she is 17, right? And I'm going to protect, like I can talk shit about my mother, but nobody else can, right? I'm going to go at your neck when you do. Same thing with your daughter. But at 17 years old, in my opinion, I just wouldn't let her in this whole sector and bullshit enough to where it's like,
I agree.
You say, you know, well, you know, is it still up? What? I'm not asking a 17-year-old what's on their fucking social media. That's just me. So I don't trust. I mean, I can adult all day. I can sit and chat with you and say hello. But as far as like getting close to me, my bubble, get out of my bubble. Yeah, that. I'm good. And
No,
that's all
I
I'm
totally
saying.
agree. I totally agree that, you can't trust a lot of people and you have to protect your peace. Um, the fact that my daughter, did experience things as well and people coming after her and people saying shit about her. The video she made was wrong, and I can absolutely take accountability for the fact that I did not tell her to remove it.
That's it. And thank you. But it was like the excuses before. It was like, well, but she heard all this and and is it still up and everything.
I'm
It's
not
just protect your
excusing.
kids, and that's it. And I hope you take it down. And I hope that you and
She
Tammy, you
did.
said I backed away from Tammy, but then Tammy says that you sent her a Snapchat video on your birthday. That's poking. When you poke at somebody, and I'm not defending Tammy. I think honestly, I don't trust none of y'all. But when you say that you back away from somebody and you leave them the fuck alone, that's what you do. You don't send them a Snapchat video and say, you could have been here. To me, that's just gross. You're poking, and then when somebody pokes back, you cry. I'm sorry. That's just the way I feel about it. And I don't trust any of y'all. I'm just dead on. Just
I get
being
that.
for real.
I
So
have
quit
not.
poking, and maybe people won't bite. And that goes for multiple people. The
I
passive
can.
aggressive, the little slime remarks, all the bullshit, and the subs too. Not just creators, the subs too. I'm sick of it. It's gross. This community.
Yeah.
It's. I'm sorry. It's like we had the greatest week last week. We had an injunction one. We had Betty going to a grand jury, and everything. And all it is fighting and bullshit. I
All
was
hell
I
broke
was
loose.
embarrassed. I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed by this community. Sure was. So, and people can have their feelings and opinions, and I know feelings were hurt and everything, but for fuck's sakes, everybody just move the fuck on. Anyway, I'm a hot damn. Y'all have a good day. Thanks, Granny, for letting me up. I appreciate it.
You're
I
welcome.
respect your thoughts too as well, Rowena.
Bye, Rowena.
Is what Chaps wrote true? Like, did you know that was all the situation and shit?
Well, I didn't see what was written. I wasn't looking. I'm sorry. What was it?
That you said her mole on her lip was herpes after knowing that it grew bigger because of domestic violence?
I did not know anything about Chaps. I just knew that she was making fucking videos about me. I had no idea about her domestic violence. I never even saw her channel. And actually, Bertha is the one, which I have the whole clip of Bertha saying, "You see this girl here, Tammy? Look at that little nerd Candy up there." So,
Who the
yeah,
fuck is Bertha?
Chaps' BFF previously,
Oh.
all over on TikTok, Tony's team, all of them.
People are asking, like, how did Tony and them even see your daughter's video? It's the second time
I have no idea. No clue. No
Probably by
idea.
digging, the same way they found my child's employment. Probably by digging. Weren't you part of the green team before?
Never.
No? Oh.
Never.
I thought that's how, like, you were even, like...
Never.
Like Tony having your personal phone number to even send that text. Like, how did that even come to be then if you were never, like, associated with them? Like, I thought...
Because Chase and Ocean and them kept holding, and Cajun and all those fuck sticks kept going live all the time. And I reached out to Tony privately and sent him a message on, well, what used to be the Caleb Harris page, and then he changed it to Sebastian's Army. I messaged him and just was like, listen, if you're gonna sit up in panel boxes day in and day out, like, this shit needs to stop. So it was kind of like an olive branch out, like, please, like, let's not make this into something. Like, people can have their opinion over there. It's kind of like the divide on YouTube with Brittany J. People don't like her,
Right.
and whatnot. So I reached out to him through TikTok, and he said, well, if you want to have a call, here's my number. And Tammy and I did have a call with him, and he was like, well, if you want us to stop, then you guys will stop, and I'll get on with the girls and have a conversation, and he said some other things
there was a back and forth, and then you reached out for, like, a mutual ground, like, hey, let's cut the shit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and that's when he sent me the text message, because after he didn't stop, like, I was on vacation like last June and July, I think we were at the beach, and it kept going and going, and I'm on vacation and shit's still going on, and I was just like, this is fucking enough. So I sent Tony a cease and desist, and he replied back to me with that text message that it ultimately got into court, where he said, I'm going to sue you civilly. Don't even care if I win. I just want you to pay to defend it. That's where that text message came from.
Yeah, speaking of that text, like, I don't know if it's you that's saying it, if it's just people that
I haven't
support
said
you,
nothing.
because that text is not the sole reason we won this litigation.
Absolutely not. But it is. But
Okay.
it's a part of it, just as everything is.
Just as
No,
everything is,
I've
right.
never said that. I've never said that that was the only reason. Absolutely not. And
Yeah, because your
but
supporters
that's how
kept saying
rumors
that, like,
fly.
oh, well, it was your supporters. They were like, oh, Granny, you only won this litigation because Barbecue had that text, and that's just simply not true. And I just want to clarify
I
that.
don't know who said that, but if you have something you want to send me privately, I will absolutely address it. If it's
No, to
someone
be
that I
honest,
can,
I don't take screenshots of it, but it was all in Queen's chat that day when that whole comment was made about my attorney only being $5K and wrote off your attorney's backs. It was during
well,
that.
that's not true.
Yeah, that's certainly not true either.
None
That's
of
what I
that.
mean, like,
But that's how fuck shit gets started. And I think that
exactly.
people really wanted to peg us against each other. And it's like, dude, I mean, yeah, it seems like it's over, but it's still not over.
Yeah, it's
You
not
know what I
over.
mean?
No, it's definitely not over.
But I will say this. I didn't know you before the filing.
Right.
We didn't have a numbers, we didn't exchange emails or anything like that. And I had frequented over in J for Justice, Clue, and Queen Bee's panel. And I'm very well aware that J for Justice hates my guts. Whatever, I don't care. I'm not offended.
I think she
It
just
is what
strongly
it is.
dislikes you.
People
I
can
don't know if
have
it's
their opinion.
hate, but she
Whatever, people
definitely
can
is
have
not
their
fond of
opinion,
you.
which is fine. I hang out in Queen Bee's chat, okay?
Right.
The day before court had happened, I know that you and I have had some conversations privately, and all I'll say is that what we went through was horrendous.
Yeah.
And nobody can take that away from you, and nobody can take that away from me. What
Right.
we went through, and I'm going to speak for you just in saying, but probably some of the darkest days that we've ever experienced in our lives, because like nobody can make that shit up. But I had gone over to Queens, and I think that you had said, hey, I'm going to be updating, I'm going to go up on Jay's panel. And I was like, I'm going to go up on Queen Bee's panel. So like after court, when we came out of court, it was I feel like I held my breath that whole time. It was very stressful, even just being in the same room with some of those people and just being on the edge of your seat. And it was very emotional. There's nothing else to say. Like, then it was emotional. And, we're watching all this unfold. So when we left the courthouse, and they tried to say that we were live streaming and sharing court proceeding photos and
Which
things
is
like that.
bullshit.
It's absolutely fucking bullshit. And the judge noted that on the filing, or on her opinion, on a second opinion as well.
On her
But
actual
walking out of,
ruling, she wrote that it was
yeah,
bullshit. Yeah.
yeah. So we're walking out of the courthouse while Nick and Hong and Lesniak, they're all coming back through the lie detector thing. And I remember you saying, like, they're trying some fuck shit,
They're gonna go try to file charges. Yeah.
So yeah, we're like walking out, like, I mean, to sit there and think that after everything that they've already done and pulled and Nick's past and things like that, you're gonna sit there and wonder a little bit. But nowhere did I ever say that I was afraid that the cops were gonna show up at the hotel room. I've never said that. I did not have that fear.
And I
But
didn't think so, because we spoke about that, and we spoke to our attorneys and everything, and said there's no charges they could bring forth. The judge was aware. She could have made at that point, but she even said, like, pictures, okay, don't do it again, type of thing. Like, she didn't care. So we knew they couldn't take charges. They could try charges, they wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Right. So, in the moment of like coming out of the courthouse, it was really cold, it was windy. Obviously, we knew that there was two fairly large groups of people on YouTube who were waiting, just the same as they wait to hear about Bullhorn Betty's bullshit or whatever other stuff goes on. There's still people waiting that supported you, that supported me, and so we walked out, went on Queen Bee's. I talked to her for maybe like 20 minutes. You jumped on Jay's. We sat and had lunch. And then I went back to the hotel room and had a moment of like, privacy, I'll just say privacy, that I could have called Tammy and Nikki, and it was right after a phone call with one of my attorneys, just double checking, like, hey, did either of you guys record or stream a live? And I'm like, absolutely not. So I knew that there was like some talk. I hadn't been on the internet. Like after we
Right.
went to lunch, I didn't get the fuck on the internet. So I had addressed that with my attorneys, and I'm thinking, like, why do people think that there was live stream? You know, like I didn't review anybody's live. And so I'm rolling into like a privacy phone call where I'm not out in public, where I can talk about what happened. Mind you, I'm trying not to repeat myself like 80 times. I'm sure you didn't want to like tell the fucking story a million times either. It's stressful. It takes a lot out of you. And so like one of the things that I brought up was like about these pictures, and both of them were like, well, yeah, everybody on the internet knows that you did it. And I was like, wait, what? No, the fuck I didn't. I didn't share any fucking courtroom photos.
I even commented that on Tammy's, and I commented it in the comment section. They were my photos.
Yeah, but it just kept trickling down. And so for like 20 minutes, I'm on the phone multiple times sitting there saying like, I didn't do that. And it's like, well, it's okay. We're not going to judge you. If you did, you did. And it was like, but I didn't. Like, I don't like to be accused of things that I didn't do, just like anybody else.
So it wasn't that you were asking them like, hey, do you think I took those photos? You weren't asking. They were instead
I might have said,
insinuating.
no, I might have, well, I might have said, like, you guys actually think I did that? And they're like, yeah, we do. Yeah, you did. Everybody on the internet thinks you did. And then I said, well, I didn't. I absolutely fucking didn't do it. And I'm just like sitting here with someone who's supposed to be my friend, okay? Who apparently thinks that I fucking shared and broke the law and was live streaming in a court proceeding. So like I am a little taken back by that.
Right.
You know, that'd be, you know, and I'm just
Well,
gonna
didn't they
say,
know there was no live stream?
say that again.
Did they know there was nobody live stream in the courtroom?
I don't know. I don't know what they knew. Like I said, this was like, I tried to call them when I came out of court. Nobody answered the call. I jumped on Queen Bee's panel. We walked down to try to find a place to eat. It's fucking cold. The wind's blowing. You know, went and had some lunch, trying to decompress, you know, just kind of going over the fucking whole thing. And by the time like we had left there, it was dark. I mean, it was pretty dark almost when we left there.
Yeah,
So by the time I got back, so by the time I got back to the hotel room, it was like, okay, I have a moment. You know, I've decompressed a little bit from that shit, and then I'm gonna call and talk to my friends. And it didn't really sound like they were my friends on that phone call. It sounded like they didn't believe what I said, and they were accusatory, and that's how I took it. And honestly, you know,
I mean, that's
at the end of the day, combined with all the other little red flags of things that were said to me, you know, weeks leading up to it, that really rubbed me the wrong way. That was my feeling.
right.
You know, just like other, I mean, it's hard to trust people, especially when you're going through litigation and people are trying to flip-flop sides, and you see people flip-flopping sides, and you see leaked text messages. It's like, dude, I don't trust nobody. Like no one. And I'm not even reading these comments because I'm just talking from my heart.
And to be fair, we both took pictures, but it was my pictures that were shared. But I guess because they were taken off Jay's stream and presented on Queen's, where you, like you just said, you were given updates, they assumed it came from you if they were watching Queen's. So
Right.
That's probably why that happened.
Yeah.
As for the whole, like, you know, not trusting people and all, maybe it's because you guys kind of were intertwined a little bit with the green team. So maybe you weren't sure who was who and what
I was
what.
not intertwined with the green team at all.
Well, you went out to dinner with Seth or out to lunch, right?
Well, in the beginning, that was Tammy's doing. Tammy had Seth's number. Tammy wanted to go meet with Seth to tell him that, based on like her experience with searching for Riley Strain, of like how to conduct a proper like search team meeting spot. She even offered to buy the table and the supplies and things like that. So yeah, I mean, I absolutely did participate in that, but I didn't have Seth's number or arrange that.
Right.
Tammy
Okay.
made that decision on her own.
Keith, go ahead and say it so I see if it's you.
Hey,
Oh,
what's up,
Manny,
dude?
can I
What's up,
say
Grace?
something?
What's up?
hey.
How you doing?
Okay, you're actually real. Okay, sorry. I
Yeah,
thought you were gonna be
I'm
that
real.
guy that always says, "Let me take you out to eat."
No,
um,
no, no, I ain't me.
I'm
That's
gonna be really
I'm
short.
real. What's up,
uh,
Grace Watson? What's up, everybody?
Something's
how you
echoing.
doing? Yeah, it's Miss
I'm doing
Robin.
good. Just man, it's about to get ready for work here, and but just want to come up and give y'all a quick shout out, and hopefully just start about the whole I guess experience with the court thing and all, and hopefully the whole search wish y'all good luck with the whole I guess like the whole Sebastian Robin search, and hope that things go well with that.
Thank you so much, Keith. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
you're welcome. It's no problem. No problem.
Yeah, it's been wild. I do slightly agree. Like the way you just said, like, well, it was Tammy that this and Tammy did that, but you went along with the idea, so there is some accountability there. Like you were also involved
Yeah, I
in
mean,
it.
I did go along to the lunch, absolutely. I will also say that Tammy and I just met. Like that was our first time ever meeting. We had only been
Oh, you guys weren't
like
friends prior to all of this?
no. Like I had
Oh,
talked with her on panel for maybe like 10 days.
wow. I thought you guys had like this like year-long
No.
friendship or some shit.
There's some kind of text message running all around YouTube from the green team on every panel. Somebody, I don't know, I don't go on TikTok, but I did. Barbecue, congratulations on your win. I don't go on TikTok, but I left you a message on your TikTok.
The one about that show, that was their proof that you recorded.
Yeah,
Katie.
that one, it says you recorded, but people are making up a story that now they're saying that what was on the recording is that Katie said that in the recording that she emmed her child.
Listen, I think that people are taking one thing, they call this false light, okay? They take something that's partially true and then they say something that's a lie and it makes it all a lie. That's called false light. That's really a thing. So I think people are taking different things and piecing them together to be the same date or the same time or the same place and such. So,
well, I don't know, but it just makes it, they're the Proud Books are under so much pressure right now. That's why,
yeah, I
you do
agree.
what you want to do, but I would never, meet with a
I
family.
do not have
for
any
them.
recordings of Katie Proudfoot.
That's what you had said, so I thought.
What I do have on my phone, okay? I do have a like 9-minute recording that me and Tammy and Emily all agreed to record ourselves while Tammy was driving us back to the airport. And we recorded something as a group to, I'm trying to be careful of my words here.
You recorded Katie. Just say it, dude. Just say
Oh, no.
it.
I didn't record Katie. The recording that we do have, which Tammy has as well, was just me, Tammy, and Emily recounting what had just happened because Tammy and another individual had heard Katie say something that me and Emily didn't.
It was
Why would
something
it?
like
Why?
that.
Excuse me, Miss Robin. Hold on, because then why would it be stated like, "Oh, I got the part where she said the wrong age"? Which one of the four of you said the wrong age? Like that doesn't
Nobody.
make sense, respectfully.
Again,
Right. So then, does that make
but
sense?
people are,
No.
but then people are putting things together of different times, different places, and such.
So they
I
forged
do
this
not
message.
I do not have any recordings of Katie Proudfoot on my phone. I do have one video. I went and looked through them all and listened to them all because we went out on Nashville, we went out on Broadway, we went out to the bars, we went to Jelly Roll's restaurant. I have one video, and it's a video of Tammy. She knew that I was recording it, and she's flipping a fan, and you can hear Katie say something, but it was just like a laugh or a chuckle. It was nothing like a fucking conversation. So at the end of the day, there are no recordings of Katie Proudfoot. If
Was
Tammy
it
heard
February
some,
4th?
if
Was February 4th the date?
I'd have to go back and look at all of the videos to say which date. I think it. I don't know. I think it was the
'Cause that's
5th.
the date they're showing, but there's no year.
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
don't
they
have.
weren't friends a
I
year
don't have it
ago,
pulled
so
up.
the year doesn't matter.
No. Yeah. No. Listen. I lost my train of thought by being interrupted. I'm sorry. I was thinking of something, but there is no recordings of Katie Proudfoot on my phone. There is a recording of me, Tammy, and Emily from another time discussing Tammy's recollection of what she heard Katie say. Period. End of story. If Tammy heard something, it's Tammy's responsibility to do with what she feels that she needs to do. Okay?
Right. No,
Period.
I
End of story.
agree. And if that's the
Because I
case,
did hear you in the background saying, well, I didn't hear that.
well, what would
No,
this
no, no,
part
no,
mean,
no.
right?
Hold on. That video was me replaying a very small clip, and I was on TikTok live. So as I was playing the little part of the clip of Tammy talking, and she said, I heard, and I said, I didn't. And I absolutely did not hear Katie say what Tammy heard.
Well,
100%. I did not.
normal people don't speak like that anyway. They don't say like when I murdered. Like normal person doesn't use the word murder. But what would this part of the message mean? I am recording FYI. I also got that part where she just messed up with his age. If that's not about Katie, then who messed up with his age, and why the fuck does it matter to record them saying
But
it?
there's no recording. There's no recording. Also, yeah.
So did you just lie and say that you were recording? Are these messages fake?
No,
like, what does this mean?
we were out in public. I'd recorded videos of like places that we were at, and I also listen. Sometimes when you're recording videos, it catches what other people say. So if I'm gonna say, "Hey, I'm recording videos," or whatever, I have another video that when Tammy and when we were in New York City, she asked me, and I was literally watching every video. And Tammy said, "Are you live?" And I was like, "No, I'm just recording." And she's like, "Oh, okay." So I think that some things are being misconstrued and made out to be something that they're not. I don't have, and I did not record conversations with Katie Proudfoot, period. If Tammy has a recording, then she recorded it.
All right. I guess the message just doesn't make sense then if that's the situation, right? Because like if it's just you guys recording all four of each other going over what you heard, then why would it matter if one of you messed up on an age? I guess I mean honestly it doesn't matter. I would understand if you guys did record, quite frankly, and I've maintained that from the beginning, but I guess the message doesn't make sense then, and that's why I'm asking, are they even real? Is it fake? Is it I don't know.
I don't have any recordings on my phone, and I have not deleted anything on my phone.
Well, the way you keep saying it phone makes me think, was it like something else that
I
you
got like
recorded
20
with?
I got like 21,000 screenshots and recordings on my phone, and like I had to actually buy a device to store everything on because there's so much shit.
So the recording's not on your phone, it's stored on this device then?
No. The device is empty.
You keep saying on my phone, like I didn't record on my phone.
No,
Almost like
I did.
I mean, BJ calls me a
all
dirty,
right, let me clarify so people
defense
don't.
attorney.
Let me clarify. So Salty, which she's not going to own up to this, but Salty like boasted about reporting my TikTok account, and over 4,000 videos got reported. I had an opportunity to download all of my content from TikTok. So I bought a 1 terabyte little thing. And by the time I actually got it and went to go upload that stuff, my TikTok account was restored. However, every single video was community guideline violated. And it's like I could show that anytime.
Oh, actually.
So the thing is empty because I don't know how to fucking use it. But I wanted to dump off all of these all this shit. I'm meeting with clients in my real life, and I'm going through fucking screenshots of fucking bullshit that people have sent me or I've taken myself.
Well, that's like when I spoke to you that one night, and I said that to you, like, why even torment yourself and watch this shit or look at this shit? Like, you got
because it's gonna come in handy.
Not all of it. I mean, some of it is just tormenting ourselves, to be honest.
I get that, but but there is things that I took screenshots or screen recordings of that are actually going to come in handy for our case.
Yeah. I mean, I don't doubt it. I'm just saying, like, don't torment yourself. Like, even saying, like, I'm trying to do things with clients. I'm looking at this and that. Some shit can be on hold for a minute. Like, you got to find that balance so you don't torment yourself, because you will torment yourself. And I do find it ballsy that a lot of you that were talking shit about me in Queen's chat are now in my chat, like, all's good. Just pointing that out, Steelers fan.
I will
Um,
say, Granny, I have never talked shit on you. And through all of this, I have reached out to you. I haven't really watched all of your lives and stuff like that, but I did hear, like, there was times where it was like really rough on you and you weren't going live, but I checked on you. I had no ill intention
you did, but
of
what's up with
even
your friend throwing that in my face? Like, oh, when
what
barbecue
friend?
fi I don't
Hold
know.
on.
One of your I
Hold
again,
on.
I don't
Who
take
I don't know who they
screenshots like
are.
this. Well, either
I don't
do
know who they
I, and
are.
even well, you can't deny it if you don't know the name either. I mean, maybe they'll
I
pop up
know,
and
but I
comment
can't
now.
yeah, but I can't sit here and say that they're my friend.
Well, you don't even know what I'm about to say to know if they
You
are or
said it
aren't.
earlier about the text message.
About the friend saying, "Oh, how about when barbecue, because you were in a dark place or something, invited you into a Discord so you had comfort." Like when I was speaking with you, I didn't know I was speaking with your Discord, right? So the
You
fact that that was
weren't.
even right. So the fact that this chatter threw that in my face was kind of a slap in my
Well,
face,
that's
and
wrong.
it was.
I totally
Yeah, I
agree that's
agree.
wrong.
Thank you.
However, I can't be responsible for someone else's perception. What I do recall is that I don't even want to talk about it publicly because it was a private conversation between you and I, but I went to my Discord and said, "Hey, can we pull together and help?" And that's all I'm going to
Right.
leave it at.
No, go ahead
And
and say the rest of it because I didn't take it, right? You guys, I said that
yeah,
I was
no,
stressed out. My attorney needed another fee. Again, I thought I was speaking privately with you.
yep,
You were
you
I
were.
know, and you
You
go
were.
to and I respect what you were doing there. I'm not knocking you for this, but let's not just lead it like you guys offered
I
me help because let's add the part that I didn't take in. Quite frankly, this is why. The same way that offer to your Discord for support was thrown in my face. I knew if I took that $1,000 off you, it'd be thrown in my face one day too. And I rather dig my way and find that $1,000 than accept it from your Discord and have it held over my head. God's honest truth. That's why I
Well, I
didn't.
mean, that's kind of projecting because that would have never happened. It was very coming from a very kind place because
It may have
I
been
didn't want you to feel like you were left out, but I don't invite people into my Discord. My Discord is a safe place for people who share private personal things. They might be
right.
having a really bad day, and I
We'll get to
want
that.
everybody's peace and privacy to be protected. So I did go to my Discord and I said, "Hey, I shared the
Wait.
link to
Sorry.
no, I said I went to my Discord and I said, "Hey, I shared the link to Granny because, as they have watched me go through a really hard time, there's nothing wrong with just supporting somebody else and maybe they're having a bad day and they just need somewhere to talk and they don't want to go on live
Right.
because nobody wants to sit on live and fucking cry and put all their shit out. Like sometimes you just need someone to talk to."
Right.
And so, but whoever did write that, if they wrote it in this chat or whatever chat, that's fucking wrong.
Yeah,
And
they threw it in my face.
I will confront my Discord about that because that is fucking wrong. Um,
But
nor
also to
was
say like that's projecting, aren't you guys throwing an $800 ticket in somebody's face right now? So was I really projecting or was I like I've been around the block a few times and I'm not
I think
stupid?
it's a different situation. I mean, I
Well,
get where you can say it could be a similar
and it
principle.
wasn't anything, it wasn't personal against you. It's just YouTube entirely. Like like even that the other day was thrown in my face that Tim helped, right? Like in those moments, there are people that will utilize those things. So it wasn't personal towards you. It's just that I know how the internet works. And
Yeah.
so
But I was truly coming from a good place and I really felt for you because like I've listened to you. I've listened to you and
you
I've read
have
some of the stuff and I've cried listening to you because I feel your pain. I really
right.
do.
You're
I
probably the only
really
other person that could understand it,
and yeah, so if someone said some fuck shit like that, then I'll address it absolutely. Cuz
Well,
nothing was meant to my intention, I'll speak for myself. My intention was truly to help you because like
it's been hard.
people yeah, people want to judge and call people grifting this or that and it's like no, like sometimes you just need a little bit of leg up and with the uncertainty of what was coming, I really wanted to help you. Um whether that be you needed a little extra for your attorney or something like that and it ended up you went live and did your own thing or I don't know how or what, but we didn't actually end up sending it, but it was not it wasn't to be like, fuck Granny. Like, we're both
Right.
in this together, even though we didn't fucking know each other. And at the end of the day, we both want to prevail, you know?
Absolutely.
And so whatever needed to be done to make that happen, that's what it was about.
Yeah. Queen, for your comment. Yeah, I haven't shared your fun yet because quite frankly, I was fundraising. So I felt like it would be like now that like everything's like coming to an end and all, I would absolutely share your links and help you out. I just felt like in that moment it'd be weird to ask my audience to, you know what I mean? Like I don't know how to explain it. Like I didn't think of it, to be honest. It was like a stress thing. Thank you. I appreciate that. And we did like settle everything. I just wanted to explain to barbecue like where I was coming from. And you know.
Yeah, and also I do, because I haven't publicly got to talk about this because I've been out of town for the last week. But you know, I woke up on Thursday morning to a call from Tom, and you know, he said what he needed to say to me, and it was honestly like my breath was almost taken away, and it felt like someone was sitting on me. Like it was very fast that it happened, and it didn't
Yeah,
really
it's like a gut punch.
yeah, it didn't really
Well,
like sink
I
in
wasn't friendly with Queen for 2 years though, Rowena. So
Yeah, I don't know any of that, but all I'm gonna say is I called Granny. I called you. You might have been on panel or whatever. And I sent you a message,
yeah.
and you sent me a message back and said, you know, what you said to me, and I replied and I said I'm gonna go on Queen B's panel, and Queen B messaged me and said that she was just gonna let you go live first because she wanted to respect the fact that it's your case too, and wanted to make sure that she wasn't stepping on your toes.
Right.
So I was totally fine with that, and I think it started like a half an hour maybe after you started yours, and then I think that, which I didn't read all the comments and chat. I was just taking it all in, just as you probably were. But I will say that there was nothing malicious about me not coming on yours. But
Queen
you
Bee
know,
talking to you, Granny.
I see it, Miss Robin.
Okay.
Thank you. And she's right. It takes a community, and that's what we did. And I hate that moment of the win could create a divide or bring the tension that it did, because we have held so strong through all of this. And where I was coming from was like, if there was a YouTube panel, because you're a TikToker, right? If there was a YouTube panel where it should have been announced and could have been announced, respectfully, I felt it should have been mine. You were welcome to do that, but for some reason you wanted to go do it on Queens, which I understood, but I will still maintain, I feel that was fucking disrespectful of you, not a Queen, of you.
well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. It was definitely not my intention at all.
Yeah, I get it. And like I said, the tensions were high, man. Like it was like a moment where, like, instead of like, you know, two different lives
Being
going,
happy.
that was the moment for the whole community to come together. And that was and instead it was like, it kind of was drizzled on a little bit. Hey, pretty. Sorry. I heard
Hey,
you
no,
talk.
it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to, I was just waiting for everybody to just kind of, you know, I don't like to
Lose
interrupt,
something
but
a little bit.
yeah, but I just wanted to say, like, I am beyond proud of you for everything you've done, how far you've come. You know, you've grown up so much. And I'm just super proud of you, and for you to have this much patience for this long of this day is completely admirable, because I would have already lost my fucking mind.
I don't think
So
it's that bad.
I'm just saying, you know, that, you know, but beyond that, I mean, you know, you've come so far. I've known you for years, and I've watched you grow, and I've watched you mature, and you are out maturing people that are well over your age. And I'm super proud of you, and just keep on keeping on. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And that's all I really have to say. But you do have the patience of Job, and I will give you that every day of the week.
I appreciate you.
Anyway,
Thank you.
I'm gonna get down, but you guys, you have a good day, okay?
You're so sweet. Thank you.
All right, see you later.
Barbecue, you never set up a GoFundMe for Seth Rogers, did you?
No.
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 All right, Carol.
Also,
Never mind. Y'all go ahead.
Also by me saying like I'm sorry you felt that way, I feel
I don't think
I
you
do
meant that
understand how that
condescending.
come across. I do see how that could come across like on
Like you're being condescending, but I know you weren't. I say that too. Like, what
no.
else can you say in that moment other than I'm sorry you felt that way? That's the only other way to do it.
Yeah, I
No,
mean
actually, Kelsey, I
I know
messaged her
that
before I went live, so let's not act like, that's not the way that went. So it wasn't a matter of waiting. Nobody like waited hours. She called me and then texted me, and then Queen called me. I spoke with her, but I immediately responded back to your text and said, don't tell anyone I'm going live. And then you wrote back, you can go live. I'm going on Queen's. Then Queen called me right before I did my live and we spoke. So she wasn't like
I think
waiting,
it just happened really really fucking fast, and I think that this is such a huge thing that it happened. And I
But
mean,
why didn't
let's
you do it
say
on TikTok, if you don't mind? Like, why didn't you go on TikTok and announce that this was over?
I've really only gone live on TikTok like 4 times since January. I really just I don't have the interest necessarily to go on TikTok every day and host lives. I've kind of lost that the fun inspiration before all this, before a year ago. I've been on TikTok for 6 years. So while I used to go live, the constant like stalking and just there's a lot of other shit, and I didn't want to host a live. I just wanted to go up, and I was only on Queen Bee's panel for maybe 20 minutes, if that.
Right. I mean, I get it. I was just curious why, because you are like a TikToker and you're established there. I was just just wondering why you didn't update.
I just think that a lot of people were following it over on this side. And
are you asking me, Wispy, if I told Queen I was okay with it? I straight up told Queen it was disrespectful as fuck. No, I didn't say, hey, don't go live, because who am I to tell somebody not to? But I said to her, it's disrespectful, and you know that. But no, I didn't say like, hey, yeah, it's fine, no big deal. No, of course I told her I think it's disrespectful. That's why I said, like, everything that I said that day on my stream, I did say on the phone. It's not like I was all like cordial and all's good and then was like upset about it. I was upset the moment I got the call.
And it doesn't, Kayla Ray, it has nothing to do about a following. I still have 60-some thousand followers there. I just didn't choose to go live. I was out celebrating my birthday. I was gone out of town.
Yeah.
I didn't want to have to turn my camera around and people try to find out where I was. And Jay for Justice, I don't care if you think I'm lame as fuck. I don't care.
Was
I
that
really
her that
don't.
just wrote you're lame? I think that was somebody else, to be honest. But it kind of be a little nice, because this is what's happening, right? There are random chatters coming in trying to cause divide. There is no divide. We spoke it like adults, and it's spoken like an adult. That's it. And that's a fair answer. She doesn't utilize TikTok as much as she used to, and more people were following it over here than there.
I also don't think I put Queen Bee in a shitty spot, because Queen Bee's in her own litigation with Betty. And I think that this entire thing might be beneficial to Queen's case, who's been doing this for over a year and a half.
Well, 2 years. Yeah. But I don't think they're talking about as far as like litigation goes. I think they're talking about between like Queen and I.
Oh, see, I'll be honest, I don't know who has beef with who. Okay. Or past beef or whatever. I didn't even know about Bullhorn Betty shit.
It's not about having beef. It's about the fact that like you had your own platform that you could use. You have a YouTube and you have a TikTok, right? And in that moment, like that win was mine too. And if it was going to be announced on YouTube, where I'm the only YouTuber who's going through the litigation, it should have been on my channel. Like many people understand that. Queen herself understands that.
Yeah.
But because you asked her to go live, she did it for you. Like that's what they're saying by like it was an awkward position to be put in.
I think I called Queen like the 5th phone call.
I mean, it's all semantics. Honestly, it's over with, and I get that. I think it was just the emotions of that day. Were you in Philadelphia stalking Chase? I don't think she's stalking people by going to Philly.
Nobody's stalking anybody.
All right, y'all. I'm thinking about to step down here. Actually, I got to go in for work. So, but yeah, I also wanted to come up, just just give y'all a shout out and everything. Hope y'all doing well, and
Thank you, Keith.
cool thing, Queen Bee. Just keep letting your light shine and be blessed. Y'all take care and have a good one.
You
Everybody stay
as
blessed.
well.
Man.
Thank you,
You too.
Keith. Have a great day. Thank you for your
You,
patience.
oh, you welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, have a good one too. Y'all take care.
You as well. No, yeah, not all of us, but yeah, some of us. But newsflash, barbecue wasn't even in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was in Pittsburgh. Total opposite side of the state.
Right. This is honestly what needs to happen because other people, like, they create a bigger issue. It's not semantics. It's not. You can say it is, but it's not. Quite frankly, I'm surprised to even see a comment here after everything you had to say about me, but it's not semantics. It's not. And the only people that pretend it is are people that want to pretend that the feelings aren't valid, but, you know.
Also, someone said you vacation a lot. Listen, there's people that travel. I travel multiple times on a normal year when I don't have a lawsuit that I'm dealing with, so it's not unusual for me to travel. In the last year, I've been in probably at least 10 states that I could count on in my head. Um, I I don't think am I precluded from traveling because I'm in a lawsuit? I'm just confused of why like people think I'm trying to leave my house. I literally have not left my house other than going and hanging out with Tammy and Nikki and Emily those few times, which was like less than maybe a handful, maybe 6 times. But other than that, like I don't even go to the grocery store.
Well, and that's what
Like
people don't understand. Like, our lives don't stop because there's litigation. Like, she has a right to travel. I hate when people try, like, they did that shit with, like, Queen bought a car, and she didn't. But even if she did, like, she can't. Why? Because she's in litigation. All our other financial obligations stop. It's stupid. It's a stupid argument.
Mimi says, if you travel that much, you can pay for your own attorney. I don't think that anybody has attorney money laying around, and I'm pretty like cautious of what I spend money on. I don't really live outside of my means. I do have a business. So yeah, for 8 months ago, someone made a GoFundMe that there was $565 in it. I don't think I was living a lavish lifestyle, to be honest.
I mean, no, I don't think so either. Right, people can shop, people can travel, people can whatever. I think it's this whole like I said, just like kind of the poor shaming idea of it is stupid. Like, people donate towards litigation, that goes towards litigation. People donating towards other shit. I don't know. It's like why do people think that everybody's every penny has to go into litigation? That's all.
Yeah, am
Well,
I
and
not
that's
allowed
what
to
I was
buy?
trying to point out.
Am I not allowed to buy groceries because I'm in a lawsuit and that'd be spending money? I don't know. I
Right,
know
like we still have to live.
I know that was like kind of like a petty comment, but I'm just saying, like, am I allowed to put gas in my car? And I'm allowed to do what I want with my money.
Indian taco, let's not get personal. That doesn't matter, and people will rip it apart. Travel money, then ask people for money unless you're in a position. I think didn't you start that in the very beginning and like not even. I don't think she's been pushing that fundraiser, to be honest. Not like she's pushing it.
No, not at all. It's actually paused. It's been paused for months.
Yeah. So let's get over that too, please. She needed the initial help. She made the GoFundMe, got what it got, that's it.
I didn't make that GoFundMe. The GoFundMe was made for me by somebody. I don't have access to it. I don't have access to what's written. My bank account is not tied to it. But the fact that I even have to explain this is like people want to sit there and dissect everybody's life, but then they don't want their life dissected. It's kind of hypocritical.
That is fair. That's a fair enough statement. That is true. Like, people do overanalyze everything. Chaos says gold cars only. Gold cars and gold trips only.
Also, if I want to support someone's channel, I will. I've donated to a lot of people's channels. I like hanging out in Queen Bee's Live because at night, usually I go in at nighttime because it's the environment, you know? Some
Yeah.
of it's laughs and whatnot, and some of it's serious. You know, at the end of the day, it's entertainment. It's like you paying a cable bill. If you don't want if you don't want to pay your cable bill,
Well,
you're
I don't
not going
think
to
you have
have the
to.
entertainment on the television.
Yeah, like I don't think you have to explain where you go and why you go and what you do and what you don't do. It was a statement I made out of anger, and it was stupid. Um, but yeah, live off 1800
Actually,
monthly.
Curvy Barbie OG, you said she lives off of 1,800 a month, and she's been excruciating pain with lupus, and I feel bad for that. I know someone that has lupus, and it's excruciating pain to them too. Sometimes they can't even walk, and sometimes that you don't have money for food. Get the fuck out if you have no idea how it feels. You don't know what I've been through in my life to say that I
Was
don't
that?
know what someone's monthly budget
Yeah, I don't think that's a
allows
fair
them to do.
statement. Nobody knows what fully everybody goes through. I think that's being stated because of the comment about the ticket. I think people are still upset about how that came across.
I get that. It's like I said, it's the principle of observation of public perception of going shopping, accepting money from someone, and then going and blowing money on studio equipment without even reaching out to the person with any form of, hey, can I at least give you this back?
Yeah. But I think that's kind of what the chat's saying to you. Like, well, you asked for help with the fund, with the lawsuit, but then you were,
That
out
was
here
in
doing,
September. That was
yeah,
September. October, November, December, January, February, March, April. That's like we're rolling into 8 months. If you don't think that I haven't worked in 8 months and I can't get my own money, I've had a litter of puppies, I absolutely have income to be able to live, but
well, and
again, I'm not
finances
living
change
outside of
too.
my means.
And finances change, right? Like you just said, you had puppies. Like, who knows? Things change. I think they're just saying like the comparison of, you know,
Yeah, I get it. But listen, Granny, I do have
Jamie.
to hop off here. I've been on here for a few hours with you guys. I do want to say that I'm very happy with the outcome of our case. I have nothing and have had nothing against you. No ill will, nothing mean to say. Um, People can assume things and create their own stories in their head if that's what they want to do. But I just want to publicly come out and say that I've never had a problem with you. I've never really had a friendship or a relationship with you to even have anything negative really to say. I didn't even know who you were.
Right.
And I'll still roll through that, till we're completely done. And even after that, I think a lot of people, you have your supporters here, and that's your right. But I just want to say that I'm glad that we're on the home stretch, and you deserve justice as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, that we both do. The resolution needs to come. This has been bullshit.
Absolutely.
Can I just chime in real fast? And I'm going to get out of here. I don't know if my audio is
Your
going to
audio's
be.
fine.
Okay. I just wanted to say that you, Granny, and Barbecue, I just want to say that, just with this whole situation, that the tensions, were through the roof, emotions were raw and all that stuff. But I just wanted to say that, they caused a lot of ruckus with the whole community, you know what I mean? But I just want to say that I'm proud of you guys for just being adults and being women and coming up here and at least having this conversation, you know what I mean? And not like feeding into all the, all the other shenanigans that's on these YouTube streets. So I just wanted to just say that I've noticed both of your growth, both of, the growth that you guys come a long way. And I just wanted to say that, I appreciate you guys for, just having that respectable conversation, So
Yeah,
that's all I
thank
wanted to
you.
say.
Well, and
You're
that's
welcome.
what needs to happen, right? Because so many people, it gets like spun around from chat to chat, and the conversation goes on, and the tensions build, and chatters add to it, and then it just becomes something it never was.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's why I'm happy that we are able to speak how we feel without it being this big blow up thing. and kind of resolve it, even if feelings are hurt. Like everybody's feelings are very valid in what took place. We all just were coming from a different perspective and didn't understand each other. And as soon as we spoke about it, we're able to understand the way things came out, the way things were stated, how they came out differently than they were intended. I hurt Queen when I said about being bought. I didn't know or mean to reflect that on a Queen or try to hurt Queen in that way, which is when she spoke that, I was able to say that and apologize. The same way she apologized by saying my attorney was 5K and wrote off Barbecue's attorney's backs. She was able to say, like, I that wasn't, I said that because whatever. She apologized.
I didn't actually say that.
No, I didn't know if it came from you or not. Because you said no
No.
comment. So I was like, well, where's that even
No,
coming
I
from?
said that. No, I said that didn't happen. I don't even know how much you've paid your attorney. It's none of my business.
Well, in that moment, instead of saying that, you said no comment.
I think it might have been about something else, but if you
And
rewind it, I said I didn't say that. That wasn't me.
well, I just wanted to come up and say that I appreciate you both for just at least being adults and women enough, you know what I mean, to at least have this conversation and just kind of, air out whatever, all the tension and all the emotions that were going, that's been running wild for quite a while now. So I just wanted to give you
Yeah.
guys some credit for that,
I appreciate that, Infamous. And I
Yeah.
think like some of us have like longer standing relationships and some of us are new to each other and there's a lot of like different personalities kind of meshing. And like with
And
me
if you
and
don't know each
Barbecue, we
other
were
very well, if you don't
right.
know each other very well, you're not going to know how each other react to certain things. And,
Exactly. That's what
Mhm.
I was about to say. Like we never got to know each other outside of the high tensions of what this was, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
there's gonna be differences and it happens and that's okay. We're adult enough to kind of take it and move it along.
Yeah.
I'll get out of here. I just wanted to say that. Okay, you guys take care.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Well, she's saying she didn't, Gotti, so I'll respect the fact that she's saying she didn't.
Karma is a cat. I didn't have 4 litters of puppies. And yes, any puppy that I do have absolutely goes to the vet at 6 weeks. They get a full check, they get a certification page, they get their vaccinations, they get their dewormer. All of my dogs are taken care of. I know that everybody likes to say that I have a puppy mill, but listen, all my dogs are taken care of.
Right.
All of them.
That's what I said.
They're all healthy.
They can be upset that they consider you a breeder, but at the end of the day, the puppies they're cared for.
Yeah.
So it's just, you know what it is though, Barbecue. People know that hurts you, so they're going to keep bothering you with these type of comments because they know it gets a reaction out of you.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
They're
right.
actually they're what are they? I always forget. They're cute.
They're French bulldogs.
French bulldogs. Yeah, they're adorable. But if you don't support, breeding or whatever, then don't support it. But I mean, you can't. I don't know. No, we have no idea when the hearing would be.
Yeah, but I do have to get off here because I have a phone call to take and my daughter's trying to go somewhere and spend her Easter money. So
all right. Have a great night.
but
Thank you for coming up.
yeah, if you ever have a question, and I'd recommend this for anybody, I would say instead of believing what someone else said, not saying that someone else might not be telling the truth, but it's always best to do your own due diligence and go to that person directly. If someone said Granny said something about me, I would send her a private message and say, hey, blah, blah, blah. I just, the public shit, and I'm gonna stand up for myself and be accountable for myself. I'm not going live with any fuck shit. Okay. So if I'm willing to do that, other people should take a step back and realize what they're willing to do to stop the drama.
I agree with that. But is it can you just answer this before you go? Did you guys flood the chat with names that only Tammy would know?
I did not flood any chats and I did not direct anybody to flood any chats.
Okay.
But listen, I've seen a lot of very fastly changed names.
Oh, I see them all the time too, to be honest. So, like I said, there's a lot of outsider sources that are coming in trying to cause chaos between all of us, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, people change names all the time. BJ's chat, I'm sure in this chat and Queen's chat and Salty's chat, like I
Yeah.
mean, if I could go through the list of names that people change their names to bully me, it's a laundry list. But I also will say that if I'm going to come and make a comment, it's going to be under my own name. So I know like Salty, they'd be talking to people that like I would be watching the live on her YouTube, just not even commenting or saying anything, and they would be talking to other people like, yep, that's barbecue lady. And I'm like, dude, it's not me. I'm like literally sitting here.
Oh, I get that all the time too, especially BJ. Like, oh, that's her odd account. That's her odd account.
Yeah, I don't need to do that. I can say what I need to say and be accountable for what I say under my own name.
Right.
So, all right, girl, you have a good day.
You as well. Thank you.
I do have to discuss something with you privately, so I'll talk to you later about it.
Okay. All right.
All right,
Thank
have a
you.
great night.
She does, Megan, all the time. I was going to respond. I thought you said you were leaving, but I'll shoot you an email. I think this idea, I got a response to all this. I ain't doing it here. I got about thing. Well, I feel, yeah, I don't know. I feel like, let me help you because I feel like you didn't leave. I feel like the tensions were just high, and that's all that it is to it. I think today could have gotten a lot out. I'm glad that the first steps were taken for the kids to at least apologize and step out of it. Now let's make sure they stay out of it. They should have never been involved in it. Which is right here. First step is stop the dramas. Take your daughter's video down. She did. It was taken down. When you back away, please don't poke Snapchat. That goes for everyone. No, I don't trust Tammy either. For everyone. They did take it down. Both of the children apologized to each other. And I think it's a great thing. It's a way to move forward. These guys used to be friends, you know? It's a shame when shit like that happens. What, Smarty?
I said it's a good way to start at least.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's not going to end, but I guess we'll see. But that was
someone
the first
has
start.
to take accountability, and no one's going to.
Yeah, because there was a lot of he said, she said, and nobody else
we're just
acknowledging
going to
what
walk
they
around
did.
in circles for 5 hours to another day. I mean, I'm sorry, but
well, I feel like there was good progress.
I hope not. I hope not.
I think there was very good progress in what was made and what was done. Nobody else does? You guys don't think there was good progress?
Than words. Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah. And words are spoken out of hurt, out of anger, out of frustrating moments.
Absolutely.
And they calm down and that goes for all of us. We say things when we're hurt, when we're angry, and then, you know, you calm down, you apologize. And today we saw 2 children step up and apologize. So us adults can take a little lesson there.
And I love it.
Yeah, that was good.
I don't think the children are the problems.
Well, of course not, but
around in circles is what I mean. I don't think anybody's a problem, but I'm just talking about around in circles. No, I just waited this whole time because the other day
I don't feel like I did. I think we got really far.
Yeah, you did. We did. You got girl. I would have done. I was going to jump through the TV earlier.
I know.
But no, it's not. You have the patience, and that's what you're good at. You're good at, and so is Queen, in different ways. You're good. You both are good at very, you know, kind of keeping it neutral. Even if you don't feel that way, you still kind of try to stay neutral. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to be fair about it, but I'm usually always able to see things from everybody's perspectives.
Yeah, I am too.
You have
I'm
to
usually that way as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't want to keep you because I know you got to get off here. I just, honestly, I was going to come up here the other day when you were reading your stuff, but you were swarmed and everybody else was coming up here. And yes,
yeah, that was so nice.
And we should apologize and move on. Absolutely. Always.
Well, and that's why I'm glad we were able to, because let's face it, the whole community went through this, right? We all went through this. And despite initial feelings that day, we all went through this together. We've all came out of it together. And Queen's right. You know, she's still going through this shit. We still need to stick together. We still need to fight against frivolous litigation, and we still need to continue to support each other. There's no need to let this moment create this divide that it almost created. I'm glad we were able to kind of fix it before it completely crumbled, because that's exactly what they want from us, and that's not what we're going to give them. The
And that's what I
tensions were
was trying to
just high.
say. And that's what I was trying to say earlier, and probably came across harsh because my husband always tells me I yell, and I don't mean to. I just get excited if it comes out loud. That's what I was trying to say. When they try to put the pit people against each other, us as viewers or chatters or whatever, we've sat here and watched you and Queen go through this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we may not have went through it, but we have felt your pain. And if anybody cares or empathetic about a person that they like, they would be very upset about some of the things that have happened. That's all I was saying. But we got it. Everything's good. But the community did go through it too. So I can kind of see where some people are mad, is what I was trying to say.
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, all I did was really wanted to come up here and say congratulations. I don't know how you were that patient to
Well, I
get
don't
through
think
this.
Barbecue was defending mole shame, and I don't think she was defending it. She simply said she wasn't the one that did it. Thank you, Diama. I appreciate that. It doesn't take much to, speak things out, right? Like, I'm just glad we're able to do it.
Patience.
Right. And, adult conversation. And that's what we've done and continue to do. Yeah, right, Brick Pig. That will be the day. You know how many times I've been on a paddle with her and tried to do the same thing, and she can't just walk away. She can't ever hold to it. I would never try again. I mean, people have a fair point. The saying is not doxing because by legal definition it's not doxing, but it's doxing. It's, there has been a lot of fuck shit. It has flooded into this sector, and it is shit that we normally as a sector stand against. So I can see why some people are confused. A good example was UA did a lot less and was literally kicked out of the fucking community for it. So at what point, I played games with everyone else's life. I disagree with that. Never played a game with anybody's life. Thank you.
That's rude.
I don't know if they're talking about me or just typing that out.
Oh, yeah, that could be true. Taking it out of the text.
Right, that dude? Meet me there.
Oh, are you excited? Which game are you going to get to go to?
It's against the
Do
Braves.
you know yet?
Yeah, it's against the Braves.
Oh, Atlanta used to come to Florida whenever I was younger for spring training.
Yeah.
They don't do it anymore. Well, anyway, I just wanted to congratulate you earlier is what I wanted to do, and tell you that I don't know how you did it. I don't care what anybody says, and I've been through lawsuits. Your attorney kicked ass.
Yeah, he did.
If he wasn't just good, he kept you informed so that you can keep us informed.
Yeah.
You didn't have to, but you did. And that's part of what makes you wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Well, of course I would, because you all needed to know that they were playing games, but I appreciate the compliments. Thank you.
No, and you know what? But you really didn't have to. You know what I mean? You could have kept everything underneath your breast and not said anything, and us not know. And
no, because they wanted to run the narrative. I understand what you're saying, but I just disagree. No, they wanted to run the narrative, and every time we spoke up and said, no, they're lying about this, they're lying about that, they couldn't stand it. That's why they wanted to give a gag order to try to prevent us from speaking more about it, because they wanted us to, not be able to show everybody what frauds they are.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. You did it. You were great about doing it. I'm thankful. I wasn't saying that you shouldn't have. I was just saying that.
No, I know what you're saying.
You kept us informed, so we didn't have to wonder who was telling the truth, what was going on, and were these people over here being, But I just wanted to say congratulations and good luck on the coming up hearing. Praying you get the punitive damages. If not, I pray that everything works out the way you want it to.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you go. I wanted to say bye to barbecue, but she kind of jumped off. But yeah, and that's another thing. People need to realize that you're not done with litigation, and any derogatory or hateful stuff is just not good. I'm talking about on the other side, not you. They just keep on digging their hole over there.
Yeah. I mean, we're not
All right.
we are pretty much it's done. They can't file or use anything against us going forth. It's done in that
No,
aspect.
I was saying
sure.
they're just digging their hole for when you go back to court and do your impact and all this stuff. If they just keep on
right,
then it's going to make it worse on them, not you.
No, I get what you're saying. Right. I'm just saying for the chat.
Thank God.
All right, Smarty. Thank you, girlfriend, for coming.
All right.
Up.
Have a good night.
Appreciate
Good
you.
night, chat.
Thank you. No, honestly, minimalistic is not even about big bucks for me. Like, it's not. I hate that narrative too. Like, I know what you're saying. I'm not saying I hate your comment. Just for me, it's not about like how much money I'm going to get and all this. I wanted this to be over. I don't deserve to have an allegation of all these criminal allegations against me in my fucking neighborhood. That was bullshit. And that's why I would never shut up. It wasn't as simple as just shut up. So when people say that, it's like, yeah, let me accuse you of heinous crimes and being a reason a child is missing and not being able to be found and all these other horrific things along with RICO, and then turn around and be like, oh yeah, just shut up. Just shut up. No, if they wanted me to shut up, they should have sent me a cease and desist like they sent others and give me an opportunity. You don't go file on my local courthouse these allegations and think I'm just going to bend over. And guess what? We didn't have to. And I didn't. And I fucking won. So how about that for just shut up? Now maybe all the plaintiffs should just shut up before it gets worse for them. I'm shocked how quickly you guys settled. I'm very pleased to see it happen. Thanks to the slap law. Amen. Amen. Well, you did today. Good to get it all out and open. So green team doesn't have a chance to plot. Fuck the green team. It ain't even about them. It's about the fact that I have the utmost respect for Queen, for Clue, for Jay, for people here on YouTube that I've been cool and cordial with for a while now. And I'm not going to allow what was a big day of the community who came together to see this day be something that makes us fall out. That's it. That's all. Like, I fuck with these people. I know these people. I've been around. Even before becoming cordial with each other, we've all been around. There are some newer people that are popping up in this sector, and honestly, I feel like they're causing issues. And I don't think we should allow those issues come between all of us who've been well established for a while now. Oh, thank you, Lucky Shot. I appreciate you. And I think the chatters agree. I think we should no new friends, hashtag no new friends, and just keep it moving. All this weird shit, like, whatever. But as creators, we see the comments. I mean, you saw how many times today Barbecue made note of who's saying what. You better believe people, we remember what is said. And I get, backing up the creators we like and all of that. But when you say some shit like that, it does hurt us. So the Queen is the greatest woman who can still maintain a friendship. Right. Queen can like who she likes. I can like who I like, and we don't have to like who each other likes. Amen. Exactly. This is our community. We won't be torn apart that easily. Fact. And we need to remember this isn't over, but it certainly isn't over for Queen. And that dirty, shisty, filthy, disgusting, fake Christian tragedy pimp grifter, since we know that's not defamation, Betty over there is still dragging her through this. We need to still maintain together and stand against litigation, frivolous litigation like this. Fuck that. We're not going to let this shit come up between us. I don't know. It seems like Betty just keeps dragging it out. So, and that makes it harder on Queen, on her attorney, on her finances, on everything. Right. We still have to fight and we're going to stick together. So I appreciate all of you being here with us today. If you haven't, please consider hitting a thumbs up. I don't know if we resolved much of anything, but I am glad that, we could have adult conversations. And I hope, wow, thank you, Barbecue. I appreciate that. I hope for Barbecue and Tammy, most importantly, your daughters, that you guys can decide to just go separate ways now and, just stop with the real life shit and stop with the threats and stop with all the things that shouldn't be happening because you were friends at one point. So, all right, guys, I appreciate you all. Let me go get my life together now. Thank you all so much and have a great night. Oh, I almost left studio instead of shutting down the stream. I'm that fried. Ooh.